I just gotta hit a few more buttons. But yeah, it is done. The stream is back up. And fixed, I do believe. Yes. It is confirmed.
It is still showing Dungeons and Dragons for me, but that might just be because it's a little bit late.
Yeah, same here.
Yep, tabletop RPGs.
Let me try refreshing. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
I see it on mine. I had to refresh twice.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I had to
I
refresh
literally
twice.
just canceled the stream and restarted it, and then changed the iconography. Anyway, now the Streamlabs is working correctly. Again, sorry for any individuals who may think that we're doing this intentionally. We're not. So anyway, I'm gonna head upstairs wearing the
Sherlock Holmes.
Sure Shock Holmes.
Oh, sure, shock.
Yes, Sure Shock Holmes apparel.
Alright, as you're heading upstairs, you see two people who seem to be sparring. One of them is throwing small explosive balls. They explode pretty much instantly on contact with what looks like little to no gravitational deviation. While the other person, you only see very brief glimpses of them doing this small flash of light from each explosion. And then there is a third person who's sitting at the doorway who's just sitting there watching.
I'll walk up to the person who's just watching and very calmly say, does anyone have who's next?
The person who's sitting there looks up to you. As you get closer, you can see that they're actually... you can see slightly through them. You can see the black tiling that's under and behind them as they look up at you. They're like, I don't know. I just came up here and started watching.
It's definitely interesting, to say the least, to see people actually attempt to fight fairly. I'm gonna examine the walls and the arena itself.
There's no real particular arena. It's a very large and open space, basically expanding the entirety of the convention center, and the whole entire area is laid with these thick black tiles. Each one of these black tiles are easily almost 2 feet in just square diameter. Square diameter? You know what? They're about 2 foot squared.
Okay. Any materials they're particularly made out of that I would recognize?
They have a metallic sheen to them, but outside of that, you can't really tell what kind of material it's made out of. But you can definitely know that it's blaster resistant, at least to a minor extent, as you see these small explosive balls hitting the side of the walls, ceiling, and floor, doing next to no damage besides a little bit of scorching.
And there's no, windows whatsoever.
There is no windows whatsoever on this top floor.
Interesting. I'm gonna just kind of also watch, but slowly approach the two people who are fighting.
Alright, as you're watching them spar, you can see that what looks like the person teleporting is actually just them stopping during each flash of light. They seem to be moving during the dark periods of moments, and whenever that person stops moving is when the other person tries to hit them with those balls. It seems like they're trying to practice a little bit more with their power as a person who's generating and throwing these little explosive balls from their hands is basically trying to throw it as fast as possible to hit this other person, while the other person is just basically trying to stay out of line of sight.
Ah, so it's better aim versus better dodging kind of a deal.
Correct.
Who's currently winning?
You can't really tell if anybody is winning, though from what you can tell, it looks like the person who is on the dodging side of the aspect is starting to get tired out as they have to constantly stop and move. Though you can also see like slight blistering on the other person's hand where they're generating these balls of energy.
Seems like decent practice.
And as you start getting a little bit closer, you can see them being a little bit more hesitant. They do seem to be aware of their surroundings as they try to avoid going towards your direction.
I kind of wave at them and just say, "Don't worry about it. Show me what you've got."
They don't seem to pay very much mind to what you've said, continuing their practice, but they still seem to be cautious about heading in your direction, probably to avoid having any of the stray explosives being hurled towards you.
Fair enough. I'll continue watching.
Alright, so anybody else want to declare an action while he's watching?
No.
I would probably find a place to sit down and read over both brochures and probably just read and think. That'd probably be what he's doing, what Danny's doing right now.
Alright, so there is a small dining section on the second floor. So you go and find yourself a seat. It's about halfway through the floor, where they have a whole bunch of tables and such. There's a food booth on one side, though it's not the best food that you can think of just by general looks. And it's a little bit overpriced, but you kind of assume that for convention food.
Right.
As you sit down and start reading through the brochures, the first one that you picked up, it's literally, they call themselves the Society for Better Mutant Powers.
Ooh, better mutant powers.
As you're
Let me
reading
write
through
this
the
down.
BM.
All right.
And as you're flipping through the brochure, it's mostly just covering about how it's the person that you saw who is speaking at the booth. Their picture is in this brochure. Apparently, they own a ranch that they have publicly open, though it is over in Los Angeles. Well, not Los Angeles, but in the Los Angeles area.
Mm-hmm.
They have basically what they refer to as a ranch, where people can go to train using their powers and be able to meet up with other mutants in order to get a better understanding of their powers, how to use them, how to conceal them in everyday life.
Ooh, that sounds like fun, but how am I going to get to LA?
Yeah, there is a phone number, and then there's also a website link underneath the phone number. And it just states to register or sign up today.
Oh, okay. I'll have to use, if I'm going to go with them, I'll have to use Simon's computer. Because don't want my parents finding out. And what's the other brochure say?
The other brochure is a little less organized, to say the least. It doesn't seem to be advertising any particular advocacy group or anything. It's mostly just stating off questionable facts about how people with powers are oppressed, how people with powers should be more should be the superior race. And they specifically use the term race because they believe that those with powers are above normal humans. There is a contact number for the person that you can only assume was the spokesperson that you met a moment ago.
Okay. Hmm.
Interesting.
And at the brochure, as you're reading through the brochure, it seems to be a open invitational for anybody who wants to start a group with this man. So,
Oh. He doesn't even have a group yet. He's just
no,
a voice in the wind. Okay.
a voice in the wind who had just enough money to buy a proper, like, booth.
Okay.
Voices in the wind can become screams of terror.
Man, LA sounds really fun. Oh, man. Maybe after I graduate.
Yeah, because that's first off a pretty major trip, and secondly, you are in school. So,
Yeah.
like, this is more of a short break than anything.
Okay. Well, I think that's just going to be me then.
Alright. Both you and Golden Whirlwind notice that the ground starts to get a little bit thicker, as the place has become a little bit more active, and mummers of Placebo Man has actually made his way to the convention.
Placebo Man. Would I know him? Like, is he somebody like on the news all the time, or?
He is constantly in the news.
Ooh.
Nobody knows what his powers are. Nobody has seen him actually stop any crime besides him just being there.
Okay.
It's one of those
I
things
like
like
him
his
already.
and criminals very frequently stop whatever actions they do whenever they hear that Placebo Man is either on his way or is already there.
Ah, so Placebo Man is literally a placebo. The idea of him beating you up is enough to make you not do crime.
Interesting. So then he's probably already here, since he's probably the one that started the rumor. Okay.
And Sherlock Holmes, you wouldn't hear about this information as of yet, since nobody has really come up to the third floor besides the three people who were already there, the Watcher and I don't mean Watcher as your
I
contact.
think I'd recognize him. But yeah, the person who's watching and the two people.
Yeah, the onlooker and the two people sparring.
Mhm.
They sparred for a good 4 more minutes after you.
Are they
had-
wearing bracelets / neckbands?
One of them is wearing a small bracelet. You can see it's a little flashes like a little blinking light as every time this person is using their power.
Ah, interesting.
And it's the person who's throwing these little explosive spears.
But not the super fast person.
You cannot see anything on that person, either because they're moving too fast for you to be able to get a good glimpse of them, or they're just not wearing anything.
Interesting. Saying every time he throws a ball, the light blinks.
Yeah, a little like LED indicator on the band itself flashes a really bright red compared to the slightly darker room.
Interesting. And it's only when he's doing his power.
That is correct.
Interesting.
They continued to spar for a good 9 minutes after you decided to watch them, until they seemed to decide to both agree on taking a small break, heading over to one of the far walls and just sitting down.
I go over to the Shadow Man and say, would you like to do a little sparring?
What do you mean by Shadow Man?
One who was watching.
Okay.
I could see through them.
Yes, you can see through them. Doesn't mean there's.
And they were standing in the shadows, so.
They look up at you from their sitting position, and they just shake their head. They don't seem to be interested in sparring at the moment.
Oh, that would have been interesting. Oh well.
You do notice that they're wearing what's it called? One of the thick collars from the security entrance.
I'm gonna walk up to them again and ask, well, if you won't fight, we would like to know what kind of powers you have, mate.
The person looked at you, raising a small what the hell? Raising an eyebrow. Like, not much. Intangibility. I can phase through things.
Lucky. All I got was some stupid
Anything
energy
is
beam
all
that
eyebrow
does
opposed to
nothing
a
and the
big
ability
one.
to take a punch. You can go through things? That's cool. Can you do that now?
They nod backwards as you can see them visibly try to lean back, but they just bump up against a wall. Then he taps on the collar that he's wearing. No, they made me wear this thing for some reason. I
So
don't
the
think
collar
it's that
won't even
powerful.
let you put your hand through?
They shake their head. Nope.
Interesting. Was the collar glowing at all when he attempted to use his powers?
Like, his collar just has a small, like, constant little orangish yellow light.
Interesting. Well, it still has been a pleasure, and I go to shake his hand.
They reach out to shake your hand, but your hand passes through theirs.
Interesting. Well, it still was a pleasure, and I start leaving.
Alright, so you're heading back downstairs.
All the way to the first floor.
Alright. By the time you get to the second floor, you hear a lot of mummers and people. You see small crowd gathering. Apparently, the well-known hero in the news, Placebo Man, has been like sighted at the convention. Nobody's really confirmed that he's there, though. It's just one of those things like people are saying that he is there, so people are getting excited.
Neat. Should be interesting to meet the infamous Placebo Man. But I'm just going to continue heading towards the bottom of the staircase on the first floor.
Alright, so you're heading to the first floor.
Yep.
The first floor has gotten extremely crowded at this point. People are trying to rush in. You see that security has beefed up quite a bit, and it's very common for you to get shoulder checked at this point.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the locked door on the other staircase. Is it like a window in the door, or is it just a solid metal door?
It is a solid metal door. It has a white color. It looks like it's a push door, but it has like a big old lock just in the middle of it. Basically, it's easy for you to tell that it's been locked.
Okay, and there's a staircase. Man, that's interesting. I'm gonna look around, look at the lock, and
Yeah.
kind of look around for anyone having a key that might fit said lock.
Yeah, you know there's a staircase behind it because there's a little sign indication above it, basically showing the staircase going downward.
Yep. I figured as much, like either that or on the door with the staircase logo. But I'm looking around for someone with holding a key that might match said lock. If any of the guards have it, or maybe the booth owners need to go down there to collect supplies, that kind of stuff.
Go ahead and roll me an intuition.
25, yay. My intuition is really good, though.
Yeah, you're a monstrous intuition.
Yeah, so I think I know what to do in that case. But yeah, 60. It's intuition and fighting are the two that I'm obscene in.
Alright, so as you're looking around, basically just checking people, you don't really see any keys particularly that would fit with this lock. You see some of the guards do have keys on their waist, but it looks just like normal security keys, basically for them to be able to access booths and other things.
So no one I see could open that door.
There's no keys in particular that stands out that it would open this specific door.
Interesting. I'm assuming there are shops nearby.
There are shops nearby. There's quite a few just handmade booths. Like, they're designated spots, but
I'm looking for a small one that clearly the guy paid for it not too far in advance. Just like a small family-owned shop, cheap stuff.
You do find a booth where somebody is selling, from what they're claiming, they're power gaugers. Basically, they help you gauge how much power you're using or what kind of power that you might develop later.
I start talking with the guy and I ask him, I was supposed to have a booth set up here myself, but they never told me where the supplies were. Do you know if they're down in that basement over there?
The guy looks at you and looks over where you're pointing. Then he shrugs, like, I didn't even know there was a basement to this building.
Really? So no one's even gone over there? No one's gone in or out?
He's like, no, I've just been at my booth for the most part. Been trying to sell these power gauges.
Oh, really? How
Nobody's seen the
much
entrance.
is one of these power gauges?
You see his face just light up as you ask. Oh, they're currently $49.
$49. I look at my wallet that contains only $87, which is my weekly pay. Look at the gentleman. And this determines how much of your power you're using and what powers you might develop.
Can you repeat that? You're cutting in and out.
Oh, this determines how much power you are using, as well as what powers you might get. Correct?
He nods excitedly. Yes. It can tell you what kind of powers that you currently have that you may have not even known. Can help you gauge how much power you're using, how much power you should use if you're, let's say, trying to. He just kind of goes off on his own thought tangent.
Well, this is definitely something that I can do. But 49, I don't want to tell the fellows back home that I paid full price. So why don't we go with a nice round 42? The answer to life, the universe, and all that. I assume that's a thing in this universe, but I'm saying, like, a nice round 42.
He shakes his head and is like, no, man, I can't go any lower than $49. I spent so much trying to make these things.
Fair enough. Okay. $48.99.
He gives you a glance. He's like,
I can say
really, man?
I can tell my friends that I got it for lower than full price.
You see that he's debating it in his head, and he lets out a soft sigh. He's like, okay, $48.99.
Great, that is more than half of the amount of money I have, but it's worth it. This guy seems like a really nice guy, and he helped me out, so I'm going to give him the 40. And then, as I leave, I'm going to drop the penny. I'll lose $49, but just from my character's point of view, I got it for $48.99. He just happened to find a penny on the ground.
Okay, so as you're walking away with your newly acquired power gauge, as it's labeled, it's in a decent box. It's not the best box in the world. It looks like it was a handmade box.
Nice craftsmanship.
And on this box, it has some painted labels on it. It looks like somebody had hand painted the original, and then they just kind of used a cardboard printer to print off the design onto these boxes before making the boxes themselves.
Cool. So this this thing itself, what does it look like after I open the box?
As you open up the box and pull it out, you see that it's a little bit bulky for for the size of the box. It's a very thick. You can't really tell if it's a bracelet or an anklet.
Is it similar at all to the thing people were wearing when they came in?
No, besides that, the fact that looks like it may be able to be worn on the wrist. No, not really. This thing is a lot thicker and already feels a little bit heavier just in the box itself than what you can assume people are wearing around their wrists, as those things are very slim. They're about the thickness of a dime at most. While this thing, it looks like you're going to be wearing training weights.
Awesome. I look at it and I was like, I think my character in this form would probably go full wrist on it, full right wrist.
Alright, so you're going to go ahead and put it onto your right wrist?
Yep. Is there a clasp or is it just like a slide your hand in type of deal?
It took you a moment to figure out how to put it on. There's no obvious way of putting it on. The hole is a little bit too small for your hand to be able to fit through. It doesn't seem like it was meant to be a one-size-fit-all, sadly. After a while, you see that it clamps together with a small clasp that makes sure that all the parts are held together. Once you undo the latch and slap this thing around your wrist and put it back on, your arm just feels extremely heavy.
Yep. It's pretty heavy.
This thing is heavy and it doesn't feel comfortable, as you can feel the metal on the inner part of this wristband just slightly pressed against your jacket.
So is it like an interface or something I could look at, or is it just like a prayer bracelet?
There is a small little interface you can see, and as you clasp it back together, the little LED numbers just pop up, and they just kind of go through a cycle of numbers, like this thing is just powering up.
Okay.
And after a moment, it blinks 0 for about 3 times before the LED goes back off.
Okay. So it blinked 0 3 times, and now it's just flat, nothing.
That is correct.
So I'm assuming if I were to use powers, the numbers would start activating.
I mean, you can only assume.
Okay, I'm gonna look around. Is there like a stand with a like electric sparky thing in every single science lab ever?
Oh, you mean
Something ladder. I don't know what the actual.
I'm trying to think what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about because of course there's the regular Tesla coil and then the called ladder.
Yeah, it's just like a that thing.
1 second. Jacob's ladder. That's what.
Yep, Jacob's ladder. Looking around for one of the tinkerer shops to probably have something similar to that.
You don't really see anything in that kind of sense where it's a Jacob's ladder. There is one person who is showing off their power in one of the booths, basically using his power to generate electricity through a coil that is powering an electric globe, like the ones you see in novelty shop.
I'm going to kind of stand back and kind of look at the globe about maybe 20 feet away, which is, I don't know how many areas that is, but 20 feet away. I'm just going to kind of look at the globe, and all I'm going to do is attempt to get the electricity to move to one side.
Okay, so go ahead and roll for electrical control.
Okay. These rolls are great. A46
Yeah.
in that though, so I don't know. Even just a slight
You're doing.
Alright, so
It could be worse. I could have just been walking in front of a guard and trying to take him out silently, and there's 7 other guards looking at me, and I could have rolled a 6. So it could be a lot worse. Just trying to casually move some electricity around just to see if the wristband reacts.
alright, so as you're trying to move this electricity inside of the ball to one side, you don't really see any visible difference. It doesn't seem to be reacting to your powers at all. You're not sure if you're not asserting enough will, or if you're just, or if it's not even electricity in the first place.
Fair enough, fair enough. Does the wristband do anything at all?
As you're trying to use your power to control the electricity, it does, like the LED blinks to life, displaying a fantastic 0 again up until you stop trying to use your power, where it blinks 3 times and then it goes back off.
So at least the thing I paid half of my entire bank account for works. Okay. I'm gonna look around again, and I'm gonna use this as kind of the I am a standard tourist thing, so I bought the first thing I found, but I'm just gonna look around again, look for more hints in terms of the architecture, and then I'm looking for someone who's important in terms of like a, not necessarily looking for a placebo man, but more someone who would be there representing something, like a mutant porter, or yeah, basically I'm trying to figure out this narrative hook to find the golden whirlwind, basically.
I was gonna say that sounds very much like it could get Golden in here, considering she's just very antisocial and a little sick. So I feel like I'm getting worse.
Well, that, and considering she's a diplomat, and my character is looking for all of the important people so they don't get kidnapped, probably someone he would want to find.
To be fair, kidnapping Golden is gonna be a lot harder than kidnapping most of the other officials.
Yes, but still, very important person
That is true. Yes.
with powers.
Ugh.
Alright, so you're just wait. So you're
First of all,
looking
if
for...
she is is she a famous enough person that I would know who she is and to know she was there?
Not at this point. You've heard of this person, but you haven't seen them. There's not very much media coverage outside of there was a little bit of a slanderous thing that came out about...
Would I know that they would have a lion with them?
Well, OM's invention would probably be famous, even if Golden as a person isn't known in the news. Creation of a robotic lion and then a robotic man and a robotic woman probably was in the news.
I'm thinking more just the lion walking around the convention center would probably be something people are talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do hear... You have heard about somebody who has a lion in the convention center, and there's been a few people who voiced concern about the lion being wild.
I would attempt to
they're-
go find
Yeah.
the lion.
Love, yes, wild robotic lion. I love finding robotic lion in the wilderness, don't you all?
And from what people are saying, of course, people like this. People like to talk.
Oh yeah, no, I understand.
All right.
Ugh.
All right. So. Golden Tornado.
Yes.
You have a guard approaching you. And
Okay.
you can tell that they are approaching you specifically as they are walking towards your general direction, even if you move out of the way of other people.
Golden just looks annoyed because I have the feeling she knows what's about to be talked about.
Alright, so the guard approaches you and apologizes for interrupting whatever you're doing. I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you the Golden Tornado?
I am indeed the Golden Tornado, yes.
He nods his head and he starts walking, waving you to follow him. I'm sorry to bother you, but your presence is requested for one of our panels.
Oh. She looked noticeably surprised about that because she totally thought she was gonna get shit for Nora. And she's like, very well, I will follow. And does exactly that.
Yeah. You do hear a few mummers from people nearby about how you're being kicked out of the convention for a lion, though.
The lion, or Nora's probably like making a little bit of a robotic whir. And Golden just looks confused how people don't understand this is a literal robot.
Alright. And there is an announcement over the intercoms about a meeting in the convention, or the panel room 3, which is on the second floor.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
this is like, it's over the intercom, so everyone's able to hear it. The panel is going to be covering about those with powers in society.
Interesting maneuver.
I think I'd like to go to said meeting.
Alright, so...
I'm
of
obviously
course-
going there because I'm part of it.
And I'll be there too.
Crucially, though, as I go towards the meeting room 3, I'm going to look at the door that they opened up to get to meeting room 3.
The meeting room 3... wow, my brain just went blank for a second there. As you
Panel
head
room 3,
up,
sorry.
as you go up to the panel room, the door doesn't look very out of the ordinary. It's just normal double doors, heavy metal.
Are there handles on the inside of the door?
There's handles on both the inside and outside of the door.
Is it a lockable
push
door?
handles for the outside and pulling handles for the inside.
Is it a lockable door?
It is not a lockable door.
Okay. I'll go inside.
Alright, so we have wait, no, you're not Watson at the moment. You're
No, I'm Sure Shock.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sure,
By
Shock.
the way, is
Holmes.
carrying around a blue-handled, white-blue sword a bad thing?
You haven't really got any crap for it, but of course you kind of bypass security with it too. So
Technically, it only exists if my hat is on.
correct. That's why I haven't said anything yet.
Just making sure that it wasn't the guards were gonna like, guy with sword, take down now.
No, I mean
They
you have seen a
might.
few. You've seen a few of the booths that are selling weapons, though you haven't seen really very many bladed weapons.
Fair
And
enough.
you were going to say something, Davey?
No, I just said that I'm going. I'll be headed that way as well. And I think I'll pick a spot like towards the back.
I'm gonna look for the person who was wearing a hood as I was walking up the stairs and they were walking down in the room.
Okay, so
Interesting. Fuck my life. Man.
everything okay?
No, just my nose is getting. I'm fine. Just, I think I'm also having allergies, or I'm just getting sicker by the second.
Claret D. It works wonders. Not sponsored. Works wonders.
That or cinnamon tea?
Fortunately, I have.
Fortunately, you have neither.
Unfortunately, I have.
All right.
No, I'm glad that I'm suffering. Ugh.
Okay, so as y'all are getting to the, as you're getting to the panel room, it's really crowded in here. It's pretty much packed shoulder to shoulder.
Is
Chairs
it
are
crowded for me on the panel?
no. You are one of 8 people who are supposed to be up on the panel. There's currently your seat that's filled in. you being a representation of this is Society for Powered Beings.
Yeah.
And then there is two other people. Well, you can say people up on the panel. There is Placebo Man.
Oh.
He's wearing-
Oh. I'm on his level.
He's sitting in the center of the panel. You're more on the end of the table.
That's still. I'm on a panel with Placebo Man. Golden isn't fangirling or anything because she really couldn't do shit about famous people, but out of character, whoa, that's big.
Yeah, you've been seated on a panel with Placebo Man. He's wearing a skin-tight suit. It's a very bright green and yellow. Almost makes you feel a little nauseous looking at it. It was not very well designed for aesthetics.
That's
But
definitely true.
But he really does stand out in a crowd.
Are there any seats left, or am I gonna have to like sit on the floor?
You can manage to get there early enough to find a seat in the very back of the convention center. Oh,
Nice.
in the very back of the convention center. What? In the very back of the panel room.
Okay.
The other person who is sitting up on the booth, if you can call them a person, is a black cat.
Animal transformation. Yes.
I was gonna say,
Professor McGonagall.
Alright. And then
Black Cat gets Golden more excited, and she starts mumbling about McGonagall.
Wait, this is Marvel. So the only other animal character I know of would be the dog who lives in nowhere. And again, at that point, I don't think that cat is at the same power level because that would be a little overpowered. Anyway.
Semantic.
So, out of character, you have to remember that one of the race class you could have been is animal.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't recall that. Whoops.
So this is either somebody who's transformed into an animal, or they are already an animal.
What is the name of that dog? I forget. Isn't it like... Ah, well.
Alright, but back into character. So, Shersock owns. As you're coming in, you stated you're looking for the person you passed on the stairwell.
Yeah.
Alright, you do see them sitting in the back of the panel room 3.
Okay. I'm going to go sit right next to them if that is an option.
Okay, so as you approach this person and sit next to them, Claire, you have a bright blue man sit next to you. He's wearing a detective outfit.
I won't say anything. I think everybody is pretty freakily dressed. So, like,
Yeah.
I should be, like, I think I'm standing out because I'm in civilian clothes. So,
Yeah, there's
like,
a few
I don't
people who
pay.
are, but
Yeah, so, like, I probably wouldn't pay, Sure Shock any mind. Just another attendee sitting down.
Dun, dun, dun.
alright. So people
Oh,
are getting a little bit
oh.
rambunctious as the panel room 3 is starting to fill up a little bit more. People are murmuring about the other empty seats that nobody seems to be coming up to fill in just yet.
Question. Does Nora get to be on the panel?
Do you bring her up on the panel?
Yes.
Alright, so Nora can sit at your side, though she's not very visible.
Well, I mean, does she have a self?
To be
She
fair, I
does
mean,
not have a chair.
there's a cat, so I wouldn't see a lion being a little bit out of place.
That's true. Nora is at least pretty big, so like at least the top of her made visible. Ugh.
But I'll be, I'll also be shuffling through different brochures and things.
And I'll be just messing with my new Apple Watch. Why won't you play Angry Birds?
Why won't you play Angry? Okay.
Actually, one thing you do notice when you pull out your phone is that you don't have very good reception in here.
Oh, he doesn't have a phone.
Oh, I thought you
I'm
said-
talking
that's what
about
you
like
said.
the communicator thing I got on my wrist, pretending it's an Apple
Oh.
Watch. No, the cell phone he has is an old brick phone, like the one of the ones like gives you head cancer after 2 minutes of talking.
Okay,
No, this-
so slight misunderstanding on my end. Oh.
Yeah, he's tapping on the power checker thing, just trying to see if it does anything other than detect powers. Basically fidgeting until the speech starts.
Okay, so there's not very many buttons or anything for you to be able to press on this big old gadget that's on your arm. It's very noticeable against pretty much your whole entire outfit at this point.
I don't
It does not fit in well with you.
know. He's not pressing buttons. He's just pretending to press buttons.
So basically, he's being a goof.
Yeah, he's just sitting there, just pretending it's an Apple Watch.
That's beautiful.
Alright, so after about 30 minutes of this sitting there and waiting, basically them letting people fill up the seats, nobody else has yet to show up for the panel. So it's still only the Golden Whirlwind,
Yeah.
Black Cat, that nobody seems to really recognize and people are murmuring about. And then, of course, basically Placebo Man.
Yeah. Very curious what you were about to call him.
For some reason, I was thinking Mr. Placebo, and that's not what I called him. Alright, so. Let me see something real quick. Ah, crap, I missed. Alright, so.
Yo.
About a few moments later, you hear someone talking very clearly. But you don't. And it seems to be coming from the panel itself. It's a feminine voice. Alright everyone, please quiet down so we can go ahead and start this panel.
Oh yes, all my character is thinking is yes, it's a psychic cat.
Shit, that's probably actually right.
Bosco, that's his name. The psychic dog in Nowhere. Pretty sure. Anyway.
Alright, so. Like I said, this black cat. Well, y'all. At least you think it's a black cat. Basically, you hear from the front of the panel that the request for people to quiet down. You see a few people looking around, a little bit confused about where this sound came from. But most of the people have quieted down. So, crap, my brain is just going blank for some reason.
I feel that. I feel that. Oh,
Once again, you hear a very clear feminine voice, just almost echoing from the panel. I would like to thank everybody who showed up for this. Today we are going to be discussing the why can I not say this word? Oh my god.
Implications or implementations?
you know what I'm trying to say now. Yes, the
Which
second
one?
Implementations.
Yes. Of powers into everyday society and what we can do in order to better integrate beings with power into society. Today we have two guest speakers. We have Placebo Man, and you just hear the crowd start murmuring once again really loudly as the name is mentioned. And as a representation for Miss Margaret Thompson, we have the Golden Whirlwind.
She waves her hand a bit. Nora
Diplomacy-
Nora stands up a bit to put her head over, and some whirring. She is audible from her moving her head.
You still hear murmuring, but it doesn't seem to be really pertaining to you as much as it is for Placebo Man. Once after a few moments, the voice booms out once again, asking everyone to quiet down once more. Once the room has fallen back into silence, the voice once again speaks up. Once again, thank you for all attending. So, our first guest speaker is going to be Mr. Why do I keep on calling him Mr.? It's going to be
Maybe he's
Placebo Man.
Mr. Placebo.
Mr. Placebo Man.
Yeah, there you go.
So once Placebo Man is introduced, he stands up. He is fairly muscular underneath this suit. Like you can see, like defined muscle tone, and a deep booming voice. He thanks the audible voice for the introduction. Thank you, and thank you everyone who's come to show support for this convention and for those with powers. Today, as discussed, we are going to go ahead and talk about the implications of powers into everyday society. So, I will go ahead and take the first question.
You see my character kind of stand up and raise his hand with a press pass in the hand.
Alright, so you and about 3 other people all almost stand up instantly after this question. He points to you in the very back. Yes, you, the bright blue man in the very back.
Yes, I was just wondering, in terms of using powers within society, what would you find to be a good way to both utilize powers in society without potentially disenfranchising workers without powers? For instance, someone who has the ability to control electricity could potentially be seen as a more usable applicant than someone with a degree in electrical engineering. How do you implement powers in society without disenfranchising those without powers?
So once you finish your question, you can see him scratching his chin a little bit as he's mulling over the question. It's like, that is a very good question, and it's one that's really hard to answer, to be honest. Of course, people are going to be concerned, especially those without powers, will be concerned about the security of their jobs, and it's understandably why. In the case that you mentioned with somebody who's able to control electricity, of course they would make far better electricians or maintenance workers than the average person. But it's also in the case of those people with powers who are able to control said powers are going to be far more limited in number than it would be for somebody who is just in everyday society. So while it is a potential job gap for some areas, there is still a job market for those areas. And as he finishes his small discussion with you, he nods once again and follows up with a, so is there anybody else who has a question?
So,
Alright, so you see another person stand up raising their hands along with about 2 other people. And he points to this person who is clearly dressed to be in the press. They're wearing a nice suit, even holding out a microphone. It's like, yes, Mr. Placebo Man, we would like to ask you, what are your powers? And Mr. Placebo Man looks over to what you can only assume is a journalist and says, it's not about the powers, it's about how you use them. Anybody can be a hero if they need to be, and anybody can be able to participate in society. And I feel like everybody should have that ability to participate without being judged. And he sits back down in his chair, and he waves over to the silver. So why did I say silver? The golden world.
That's my brother.
You're back, you, sir.
What am I being waved for?
Basically, he's passing the mantle over to you.
But the question was about what's your power, Placebo.
Well, they were asking Mr. Placebo Man what his power was, and he kind of just basically out of character. He's trying to avoid that bullet. He's trying to avoid stating what his power was, so he just gave a general statement saying it's not about your powers, it's about how you use them, and that everybody should be able to use their powers in society for the benefit of all. And so once he was finished with his question, he basically turned the panel to you.
To answer the question, or just to ask someone?
Basically offer yourself for being able to ask or receive answers.
Okay. Since the question detained me, I look across the room and, what are some noticeable looking people? Like, people that look interesting. Any robots raising their hands?
You don't see any robotic individuals. You do see one person who looks like they're partly meshed with a robot. Possibly they're a cyborg of some sort.
Is their hand raised?
Their hand is not raised. You haven't introduced yourself yet.
Oh, I haven't. Shh. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, they're just sitting there looking at you as you sit there in silence after being waved on.
No. I just didn't understand. What's the organization I'm here for again?
You're there for the Society of... what was it? The Society of Powered People. Basically, it's a society meant to support those with powers in order to help them fit into society, especially those who cannot hide their power.
So Golden stands up and goes, I am Golden Whirlwind, creation by M.O. Taro, you have likely heard of me, my brother, and Nora, she points down to the lion, being created by Dr. M.O. Taro. A revolutionary in... I am here representing the Society of Powered...
The Society of Power, People with Power.
Oh, of people with power.
Because that's the general term for mutants or anyone else who displays powers.
So just I said the Society of People with Powers.
Alright. People are still looking on to you.
Nora brings that up a bit. To make her noticeable at least. I am... No, I don't want to start it with that. How am I gonna... Let me think. Dr. M.O. Taro, revolutionary in science. She adds that every time she says M.O. Taro. Had created as a robotic individual for diplomacy and for My brother, who could not attend as he is not as advanced as I am, is the high voltage silver. I refer to him as brother, despite there being no blood involved in my body or him. He was created to be also defense, but in a much more lethal way than I am.
As you mentioned the word lethal, somebody's hand pops up.
I point to I go, yes, you.
The person stands up. It's the same female from a moment ago who addressed the question of Placebo Man's powers. It's like, so you're saying that you and your brother are military units? Is that...
I am not a military unit. However, I am simply for diplomacy and for defense. My brother is able to be for the military, yes. But he also is individual, as am I, made by M.O. Taro, a brilliant scientist in his field. But he was created for different things than myself, as was Nora. All three of us were created for separate purposes. Mine is the most peaceful. Nora's was for the advancement of science as a whole, and the silver, high voltage silver, was created for any form militaristic volunteer. And for playing defense of Tiyomaro and her invention and her.
The journalist, a little disgruntled by the answer, sits back down. You can see it on her face. It wasn't exactly what he was hoping for, but he doesn't press any further questions. You see two other people stand up. A man in a trench coat. It's a fairly dull color. The guy has a top hat of all things to go with this trench coat.
And who's the other person?
The other person is in a crudely made jumpsuit.
I point to the crudely made jumpsuit person.
The person in the crudely made jumpsuit, you can see them get a little bit giddy as you point to them and they get to ask a question. Like, once you see them calm down, it's like, how do you, what is your recommendation about discrimination against those with powers?
My recommendation? Out of character,
Yeah.
that's out of character, not her. What do you mean by recommendation?
Basically, they're asking, like, what do you recommend that it should be done for the discrimination against those with power?
Oh, no, I thought you were asking if I recommend discriminating against people with powers, and I was like, wait, what?
No.
I recommend that we I recommend we approach everything with the intention of teaching and not with hostility, with openness and calmness, as nothing will change if we approach it with hostility and opposed to open arms and an open. If we approach it with hostility to try and solve the problem, we will only make the pain more, and also give them an actual.
Right. So, person in the crudely made jumpsuit still seems to be more giddy than anything about being able to ask a decent question. Sits back down. The other person in the trench coat and top hat is still standing though.
I point to him now. Now I'll go with your story.
So the person with the top hat and trench coat, he has a very raspy voice. He asks, so why does a robot have any say about what people with powers should be represented by? It's kind of an aggressive tone when he asks.
She has a robotic tongue, so you can like see it press again, like you can hear it kind of scrape against the inside of her mouth. She looks a little annoyed. I was created with powers. I have the ability to control the air and also have power with fire. I'm a representative of one of the organizations when it comes to mutant rights. Or not mutant rights, people with powers rights. I also have studied extensively every form of history of people powers. My memory banks are fully filled with all information that I could explain the history than people that lived. She's a little noticeably peeved, but like she's going at it kind of calmly and with an open arm. Like she can understand it. She's just a little peeved, and the only really way that that's showing is a little bit of the sound of her tongue going, her quote unquote tongue going against her quote unquote cheek. Metal.
Okay, so as you finish your sentence, the guy speaks up once again, not even really sitting down. It's like, yes, but you're a robot built with powers. Why do you have any? And then before he even finishes his sentence, you get to see him slam down into the ground. Then the feminine voice that was booming from the panel earlier is like, sir, we do please ask that you be respectful of every member, not just those that you believe should be represented.
If we turn against one another, just divide ourselves more and make ourselves look worse to those that already hate.
The character kind of sits back and says, some people said that a while ago.
Okay, so after that, there's a little bit of just really idle chatter, very basic questions going back and forth. A lot of them being directed to Placebo Man and about his powers, which he just constantly deflects off of. Panel lasts for a good hour and a half before being released.
Did I get any questions about my lion?
You did get a few questions about the lion, but most of them seem to be just reiterating why do you have a lion, or like who created the lion, which it's pretty much the same response as you initially gave.
O.M. Taro created Nora with attention, advancement in science, and Nora has done. Now I care of Nora because Nora is my
Okay.
insert.
Yep. So as soon as it wraps up, I'm gonna slowly, I know people are exiting, but slowly approach the desk, specifically the black cat.
Okay, so as people are starting to exit and the room starting to clear out, the Placebo Man had already made an exit to the back exit of the room. The black cat is still sitting on the table. Some people have come up to question the cat, though you don't really hear it talking at all. And then, as you're walking past, you do see the man with the trench coat and the top hat. Some other figure has approached him, and it's a very tall figure who's also cloaked in a deep black trench coat. Almost no visible features on this person. They stand a good 8'3". They tower over everybody else in this room at the moment as they are talking with this other person. A lot of people seem to be assuming that this is a security thing. So you're approaching the front desk?
Yeah, I'm approaching the cat.
Or the table?
Ugh. Can I go pet Nora
Go and pet a metallic lion?
Sure, why not?
Well, you'd have to go over and ask Golden. Over by Golden?
I'll make my way towards the Golden Whirlwind.
Alright, so Davy is making their way over to the Golden Whirlwind. Pretty much the same scene, though. You do have to pass directly by these two people in the trench coats, and you hear very slight bit of their discussion about the ethical rights of people with powers. It seems to be a very heated conversation, though.
Huh.
But you only catch a very faint glimpse of the conversation as you're walking by, unless you decide to stop and listen. Though that might not be advisable.
That would be embarrassing. Yeah, no. I'll continue on my way
Yeah, because
towards the line.
you are just dressed in casual clothes for the most part.
Yeah.
And then we have Sharshock Ohms approaching the black cat who's been sitting at this panel.
Okay. I'm going to walk up and I'm going to put my hand out as if I'm going to shake, and I'd say, great job dealing with some of those less than polite individuals at the panel.
The cat smiles at you and reaches its paw out, setting it on top of your extended hand in a shaking gesture. Feminine voice, though not nearly as loud as it was earlier, is still very clearly heard. Like, thank you. I do appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, it was a really great job. And I'm actually curious. So, in my line of work as a private detective, we have several individuals who we try to keep track of, and someone of your particular talents would be of extreme use to someone in my profession. Do you happen to have a business card or a way I could contact you after this event is over?
The cat looks at you, kind of slightly tilted its head, like, oh, I do apologize, sir. I don't normally get requests like this. I don't have any kind of business card or such. I was just asked to be able to keep it, I was only asked to attend this panel so that way I can make sure everyone is clearly heard. Because it's only now that you notice that nobody had a mic at the panel, yet you heard everyone clearly.
Ah, neural link of sorts. Well, still, if you're ever in the, I don't know, my character would probably be based in New York at this point. If you're in the New York area, look me up and I hand her my private detective card.
The cat gently takes it into its mouth and nods softly. Thank you very much. I will make sure to call you if there's any need for you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I go over and I approach the golden robot.
Alright, so Davy has already approached towards the Golden Whirlwind.
Uh-huh.
I'll wait for the conversation to be over before I start mine.
Did he say something yet, or is he just looking at the Golden?
I'm staring awkwardly at the lion, and I'm gonna say, hi, nice lion you got here. Do you mind if I pet it?
Pet a robot? Lion.
Yeah, why not? It looks neat.
I suppose, but as far as I know, humans like animals for their fluffiness.
Yeah.
Very well, you may pet Nora. Nora does not bite. Nora does not do much, actually.
Pretty much the whole time that there was a speaking, besides whenever Nora's name was announced, he was pretty much lazing about.
Okay. So I'll pet and I'll take a look at all the different mechanical things and
Open a few panels.
yeah. Well, maybe not open panels, but
Basically, you're just marveling at the.
yeah, I'm marveling at the cat. Yeah.
So as this mostly civilian dressed individual who's wearing a hood to be able to cover their face is petting this robotic lion, Nora, from what you've heard from the panel. You approach towards the golden robot that was introduced as the Golden Whirlwind.
Ah, yes, of course. And this would be like an ambassador? Like, I would know her as an ambassador, or how would I know her?
Yeah, I did introduce myself as a representative.
Okay. So I'm going to walk up. Excuse me, Miss Representative.
Yes.
I first would like to apologize on behalf of all individuals in this area for the actions of some of the members towards you.
As a robot, I am quite used to anti-robotics and
Yes, most humans tend to have anti-anything sentiments. I've noticed that in my time here.
very
Miss,
true.
when you arrived, were you notified of any security risks that might be prevalent on your situation, or have you noticed anything out of the ordinary in terms of the security in the area?
Would I, DM?
Let's see. Alright, so you have heard about a few missing persons cases in this area, particularly associated with those with powers, though nobody's really come to you about this for the convention itself.
I have not been
In
Huh?
in fact, in your position, you've actually seen a few people being quieted down about the murmurs about the possibility of people going missing.
It is not talked about by the convention, and very much shushed. But as far as I am aware, outside of the convention, numerous people with powers have been disappearing, vanishing.
Yes, I've been on those cases for a little while now. Pardon me for talking to you for this reason, but one of the reasons I was talking to you in this manner, I wanted to make sure that you were at least, for your position, kept safe, as most of the individuals who went missing were people with powers who spoke and had a voice, and so someone of your level of impact on the world would potentially be a target, and I wanted to make sure that you were kept safe.
Tis part of why, or that is part of why I always bring Nora along. But I appreciate the sentiment.
Ah, yes, of course. The guard line looks over at the man petting him. Anyway, well, if you ever need
Very
any
much a
assistance,
son.
or if anything out of the ordinary comes up, I hand her the detective agency card.
She takes it. And she and instead of pocketing it, she just puts it in one of her panels.
Excellent. I wish you enjoyment on this festival.
And you as well.
And I start walking out of the room towards the two stands of people, one the prophet and the reasonable person.
As you turn around to exit the room, you do notice that the two people in the trench coats, the one with the top hat and then the one who's just fully cloaked, were leaving in the room together.
Interesting.
And they were heading back downstairs from what you could last see.
Okay. I continue heading towards the fanatic and the prophet.
Alright. So, as your fanatic and prophet,
Yeah.
so are you saying those as two different people, or?
Well, the fanatic is the one who is by himself, and the prophet is the one who has a school for the.
Okay. Okay, so Which one are you heading towards first?
Probably
Because
the
they're on
fanatic if
opposite
he's
sides
still
of the-
by himself.
Alright. So as you're heading over to the panel on the far side of the room, you notice that there is somebody still sitting there. He's just sitting reading through a pamphlet, kind of just minding his own business. Doesn't really take any notice of you at first as you're approaching. But as you do get closer, as you get closer, he doesn't seem to take any notice of you at all.
Interesting. I walk up and start perusing the literature.
Alright. So you walk up. You're fairly close to this guy now, as he's just reading through this this pamphlet that was here. He's the only person in the whole entire area. And as you reach over to grab one of the pamphlets, he looks up at you and just kind of stares at you a moment as you're grab one of these pamphlets to start reading. So as you're reading the pamphlet, it's a little bit of a weird thing to start reading through. A lot of basically discussing topics about how humans are inferior to people with power, and how people with power should band together to help break apart the government and end the segregation of people with power with non-powered.
My character's going to start reading and listing down a few points. And, generally, reading intently the article.
Alright. As you start reading the pamphlet, you see the guy who is sitting there basically spring up to life, and he starts preaching again about how people with powers are subjugated, and that it's equivalent to to racism and slavery. How everyone is being how they're being oppressed, and that the people with powers need to band together. Basically, reiterating everything you're currently reading in the pamphlet.
So you are the author of these texts.
The guy kind of, you can see that he swells out his chest a little bit, looking a little proud. Yes, I am.
Interesting. They have some quite interesting theories within them. My friend, I'm trying to figure out how he would diplomatically say this. My friend, do you have many who join you in these sentiments?
The guy shakes his head and said, "I'm sorry, brother, but there has not been very many who are willing to join us in this enlightened path. Sadly,
No one
there's not."
so far? No one in particular?
He shakes his head once again.
It is sad. So many people, yet so few enlightened.
So, and towards the back of the pamphlet, you do see that this person has left a contact number. Though, just judging by how you read it, it looks like it's a bird number anyways.
Ah, intriguing. Well, my friend, if you happen to get anyone else who's willing to join the, shall we say, enlightened path, I may be interested in joining with a group if you happen to know any other members. I'd hate to be two voices amongst 1,000, but if there were 3 or 4, then maybe our voice could be heard. If you wouldn't mind, and I hand him the card, just contacting that number, just let me know anyone else who joins us. I might come out to them and talk with them and help us group together in our enlightenment.
The guy ecstatically takes the calling card from you. Like, thank you once again, brother. You're the one of the only people who've come by the panel so far. I'm glad to see other people are interested in becoming enlightened.
Yes, if all is jest, more will join us. And I walk away with the pamphlet in hand and kind of disappear into the crowd.
Alright. So for the Golden Whirlwind and for Joel.
Hmm?
Huh?
Or flare, or jolt,
Yeah, why did I say
whichever works.
Flare.
What?
My brain just kind of lost what was your hero name. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
What are you two doing?
Well, I guess I'm petting the robotic lion, but then I would like to talk to the Golden Whirlwind about the missing people. And yeah, that's basically it.
Alright, so Davey, I will let you know your character probably doesn't know very much about these missing people's cases besides what you probably just overheard. So
Oh. Okay, so then I guess from my angle, then I'd be like, so what kind of people have gone missing? Like, is it a specific kind of person, like mutants, or anybody with powers, or?
What would I know, dear?
as stated earlier, you do know that majority of the people who have gone missing are people with powers. There's no real rhyme or reason to them besides the fact that they are actually within this area, though it hasn't been very specifically this area. And almost all of them are very low profile people with the occasional semi well known hero.
There seems to be minimal correlation, minus the fact of location, and that they are all low or medium level of fame, super, or people with power.
Oh. All right, so I don't have anything to worry about then, because nobody knows me.
Well, that might
All
be
right.
well, low and medium ones are the ones that are targeted, opposed to high profile. Be safe is all she and that list.
Can I take Nora with me?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
But I want the $10 million Robo Lion.
I don't want to get stolen. I want the giant lion to protect me.
Dr. T. O'Mara spent much money on this robe. Nora, very expensive, and is also not done.
See all this gold plating?
You see all this gold plating, though, seriously? The robots are made from gold and silver. You know, like, have her
I knew
robots.
it was Dr. T, but I didn't know the other four letters was RUMP.
I'll be right back. BRB.
Anyway.
Okay.
Dr. T. O'Mara very much likes to bling up her robot.
Okay, good to know.
I'm gold, the lion's gold, and my brother, the high voltage silver, is silver.
Very much Dr. T. O'Mara.
Heh. Got the chains.
Okay, so the convention is not so much eventful after the first panel that you were attending. There was another panel not too far. That was scheduled for a couple of hours later, discussing the implementation of training powers in public. Though it doesn't seem like there's any big names that are going to be attending that panel from what you've heard.
Okay.
I think I might still be good to. I mean, I didn't pay for this ticket, so I might as well get the most for my lack of money. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that panel.
Okay. Well, it's still a few hours out until it's the panel. It's about midday, maybe almost 1 p.m. at this point.
So then I'm gonna return to the original panel room and look for the tornado. Sorry, not red tornado. Golden whirlwind.
Was I talked to? Sorry, I zoned out.
Yes, you're being approached by the bright blue individual once more.
Hello again.
Hello. Have you been upstairs?
No, I have not.
There is an interesting training hall there where individuals are allowed to test out their fighting abilities, but also their more tactical ones. And being one of Mr. T's most enlightened creations, it would be an honor to see your powers in action.
For future reference, Dr. T.O. Morrow is referred to as Dr. T.O. and is actually a woman.
Okay, Dr. T.O.'s creations. Be an honor to see her, one of her greatest creations, at work.
She ponders it. I would need to charge extensively just so I can be sure that I do not drop dead. She put her.
So,
If I run out of battery, I die, is what she just outright says.
fair enough. What is your current power level?
What would my current power level be? I haven't charged since I got the pip.
Let's see.
I love how just straightforward she is. So I don't die.
Alright, so basically your power is pretty much topped off at this point. You haven't been using your what would essentially, so your capacitors are topped off. And they only really drain when you start using your actual powers because it requires a lot more intensity. You can use your powers about 40. You can use your powers 40 times a day before you need a charge. And this is just all your powers, so.
She used a bit of her power earlier, so she'd probably be down a little bit. She opened the panel and looked. Never mind, I am relatively charged.
Ah, should be quite interesting then. And I look over at the man who's petting the lion. Would you care to join us and get to see these creations at work?
Sure. I was upstairs too, and there were some people fighting, but I didn't want to intrude, so I left.
Well, I'm assuming if
you
if
think
it's the
there's
entire
still-
convention center space, there'd be space for both of our quarrels.
Okay. Sure, I'll tag along.
I would describe it as a duel or a con, opposed to a quarrel, as we are the form of heated debate.
Fair enough. Duel it is then, Your Excellency.
I've never been called your excellence.
What do you call an ambassador? I don't. My probably what my character thinks you call an ambassador. He probably watched one episode of Dick Tracy and thinks all ambassadors are kings.
Let's see what would be.
I was literally, in case you didn't catch the stream, I was looking up to see what the correct title was. And I couldn't. I literally Wikipedia'd it, couldn't find the correct one, just gave up.
All I know is Lady as a title. Her Majesty, I've never heard.
Said Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, whatever. Pretty much the same.
Title.
Your ambassador.
Oh. The
Huh?
formal address for an ambassador is generally the form that would be used to address a head of state. Your, his, her excellency, followed by country
Oh,
represented.
Really?
I got it by accident. Yay.
Ambassador follows the name or the name followed by ambassador of in the United States. Mr. or Madam Ambassador may also be used. The Republic of Kosovo has bestowed the title of honorary ambassador to 9 individuals. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah.
Okay. So
Wow.
Your Excellency was actually correct. Completely accidentally. Good. Good.
By the way, as y'all are talking, you do notice something out of the corner of the room.
Ooh, I'm going to roll perception or whatever perception is.
As a detective, I'm also going to do that.
What should I roll?
Oh fuck!
Clearly, he's much better than I am. She's much better than I am. I thought
Hey,
that was.
did
I thought it
you
was
or
Davey.
that got godly rolls? I think it was Davey.
It was Regal. I got a 43.
No,
Regal,
I'm saying I think it was Davey that did really well in like character creation, and
No,
I
that
actually
was me. I got
that.
obscene rules of character creation and then horrible rules so far today.
Mm.
I have that first. I got pretty terrible rolls. My highest overall total for stats was 379.
I'm pretty sure this is more than I've gotten in all my rolls combined today.
Probably.
I did horribly.
Alright, so
What is, yeah.
This is
Would you
rolling on
distract me?
intuition.
Oh, no.
Intuition. Let me check. I have
Monstrous.
tuition. What do I add the 6 to it?
Also, I'm so sorry, I forgot your name again.
Me?
Yes,
Jen.
Jen. Jen, what happened to your character sheet on the
What?
drive?
What do you mean? Should still be there. Let me go check. Why am I typing
Yeah,
a drive?
Golden Whirlwind, not a Red Tornado ripoff.
Okay, never mind. For some reason, it was just not showing up for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's I was like, I think it's there.
These aren't bad rolls, honestly. These are pretty decent.
They're decent, but I have 4 contact, but I also only rolled a max of 4 powers and a minimum, and I start with 2 powers and
Yep.
3 talents.
Powers was
I
the
did-
only thing I got good. I started with 0 talents, 1 contact, and no money. If you wouldn't have let me use karma to actually get contacts and talents, I would have sat there and done nothing. Would have been great.
Yeah, I had to use karma to get my air control, and like my stats are okay, but that's purely because I'm a robot. If I was like what Davey is, my stats would actually be terrible.
Oh yeah, if I wasn't an a humanoid alien, I would have gotten really bad. But anyway, we get to the fighting.
No, we're perception checking,
Oh yeah, right. Perception check.
Alright, so,
observing.
Davey, you don't notice it.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
All he sees is Nora. And her
Yeah.
cute
Your
robot
attention is still focused on the lion. So for you, BK, your character does notice basically a swift movement from going out of the door. But that's all you really were able to manage to catch a glimpse of.
And what about me?
And for you, you noticed that the large 8'3" figure had slipped into the room, noticed that y'all were there, and quickly slipped back out.
He just says, very, very. Might want to postpone this duel and see what he is up.
Interesting.
I'm slinking into a room. Never would have thought I'd not notice that at first.
Was he slinking into the room, or did he just enter thinking it was empty and then see people and be like, "Oh, I'm not gonna interrupt these guys' conversation"?
Was he sneaking?
He was entering the room without trying to be noticed.
He was very.
Mm.
But it was also on the like, once he noticed that y'all were there in the first place, he left immediately.
He entered very stealthily and then fled very quickly when he... 4 of us if count.
Interesting.
I think we should investigate what he's up.
Very well. But tracking
But,
him in that crowd is going to be almost impossible, considering we've now been sitting here for 45 seconds.
He's over 8 foot.
But attempting to move stealthily and manage to sneak into a room without anyone but us seeing him. So clearly, size manipulation might be one of his powers.
Did he manipulate his size when he entered and left?
No.
He did not manipulate his size. He just managed...
At least not from what you were able to see.
As far as I could see, he did not... His size.
Let's see if we can spot him on the way.
Okay, so we're gonna leave, I assume, the room. And we should probably... Or, wait, like, before we leave, I think we should alert someone. Keep an eye on the room.
Yes, maybe we should. Or we could leave a certain individual to guard the room. Looks at the lion.
I'd rather not leave Nora here to die.
Oh, trust me, I think Nora could handle. It's a lion.
A robotic lion who's actually relatively lazy. I wouldn't exactly trust her to guard the room when she also cannot speak.
Fair enough. Looks down at the lion. I appreciate you, though. And then continues walking.
Nora and Golden probably just look at each other very confused.
Alright, so we have the detective leaving at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I exit the room, I'm going to attempt to look for the tall man.
Alright,
And Nora follows.
Go ahead and roll another intuition.
I'm going to hazard a 15. That's what I'm going to get.
Close
More than
enough.
doubled it. Also.
I go out there and also look for the man that I would actually. And do I add 16 from intuition to that? Is that what happened?
No.
How does it get added to?
So
I don't-
basically, there's actually a chart in the very back of the Advanced Player's Handbook that determines on success rates. So basically, it goes based off of what your actual rank is, and then it goes on a chart on depending on what you roll. Like,
So
1 is
basically,
always
the higher the stat is, the lower the DC rating is.
correct.
Ah.
Let me go open advanced player.
So
It's actually
I'll
brilliant.
just say right now that I also don't tend to see an 8-foot man in black.
You have no clue what they're talking about. You're just kind of tagging along because you want to continue to pet the lion.
Okay.
What page is it on?
It is in the very back of the Advanced Player's Handbook. It is...
Page 100?
Yeah, it's the very last page.
Advanced Player's Handbook? Very last page.
Yeah, it's sideways, so it's gonna be a little bit hard to read.
How... Isn't there a way to... Oh, here it is. Rotate right. Nope, that didn't do it. Rotate right.
Oh, and then I have to check what I rolled originally. Correct?
Can you repeat that?
Do I have to check what I rolled initially?
Monstrous.
Yeah.
Okay. Go into the Discord because I don't know if I have it saved.
So with a monstrous, I have to beat 21 to get green.
Yeah, you passed. You got a
I'm just thinking in terms of what, and then to get yellow, I had to beat a 51, and to get red, I have to beat a 91.
Oh.
Alright, so both you and both the Golden Whirlwind and Shershock Ohms, you managed to spot the large individual, though for some reason it took you longer than you imagined it would take to find someone of his size. He's easily towering over everyone else, but you see him trying to quickly make his way back downstairs.
I'm going to immediately follow him.
You cut out.
I'm going to immediately follow him.
I also immediately follow him.
I grab his shirt collar and pull him towards the guy.
You're grabbing whose shirt collar?
Davies, because he didn't see him, so he has no idea where we're going.
What?
Alright, so are you willingly letting him grapple you?
Sure.
Okay, because that would be considered a grapple.
That could be contested, yeah.
So you're being tugged along down towards the staircase. You can see this large figure quickly rounding the corner at the bottom of the staircase. It's a really crowded area that he's going through, yet people seem to be just kind of not seeing him. He's just walking through, like they're moving out of the way, but they don't seem to really be contesting him.
Well, he is 8 foot something.
Does he
I
have a
wouldn't want to
bracelet
contest
or
that either.
A necklace on?
The gentleman you cannot see.
Wasn't he like in a cloak or something? So like his whole body is like covered.
Yeah, he is wearing a very large trench coat and his face is covered.
Hmm.
I keep constantly pointing him out to Flare and just like saying, there he is, there he is, there he is, and just staying about 10 feet behind him.
Can I use Whirlwind to catch up to him?
You could, but it is in a crowded area, so it could cause more trouble than it could benefit you.
That's true, I won't do it actually.
Alright.
You know what?
Really...
I think we're in the YOLO territory at this point. How far away from him am I?
It is a good 15 feet at this point, and it is the gap is widening as more people are getting in,
Okay.
are crowding around to get upstairs for the next panel.
I am going to attempt to use electrical control and mind control in combination to cause him to pass out.
To what?
To cause him to pass out.
Alright, so you're wanting to use both electrical control and mind control?
Yes.
How do you want to go about doing it?
The mind control, I would be using the shut down mind. The electrical control, I would be using to amplify the electrical impulses for mind control, and I'd be using a medicine talent at good to know what electrical impulses to shut down. Basically, I'm using mind control, but I'm using electrical control and medicine to amplify the mind control. Does that make sense?
Alright. So, go ahead and roll for a power stun.
Good. That one. Not bad, actually. Okay. I'll take a 68.
Yep, better than most of your rolls today. All of your rolls today.
Alright. So as you go, as you reach out trying to basically seize control of this person's mind as they are trying to still push their way down the staircase against a onflowing flow of people going up this staircase, You see them pause for just a moment, halting in their tracks before moving once again. Your power didn't seem to hold very much of an effect on them. Like, they took notice of it, but it did not stop them.
Huh.
Interesting. I look over to Flair. I say,
Mhm.
this guy just resisted something that no one should be able to resist. Even in a crowd of powerful people, that is a powerful move. If you can, take him down.
What do you want me to do? I'm just, I don't have any powers. I'm just,
Can I use insight to see if he's lying to us?
Yes, you can. Well,
I'm just an ally. There we go.
Oh, you're fucking.
That's the term.
I'm also going to roll insight.
well, intuition, but still.
Yeah, you know you're
So-
bullshitting.
Wow.
I get it on the useless things, but not on the good things.
I mean, to be fair, roleplay
So,
is useful.
for you, Golden Whirlwind, this person's telling the truth. They don't have any powers. They just wanted to pet your kitty.
Yeah, I just wanted to pet your cat.
For you, Sir Shock Ohms, this person's clearly lying about this.
Oh no.
That, you
Wait,
don't know what kind, like, you don't really understand why they would be lying, but it's obvious that they have some, like, they're trying to hide
I grab
that they
him
have powers.
by the collar and I say, "You remember those people who disappeared? That the lady was talking about and I was talking about?
Yeah.
There's a good chance that if this guy isn't behind it, he still knows who is. I would not ask you for something like this unless it was necessary."
I can call the police.
I don't
Oh my-
think they could stop him.
I'm trying to think of what I could do. Well, I mean, I guess I could probably trail him. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. So I'll follow after him. I'll follow after the big guy.
So while y'all were having this discussion on the staircase, you realize you've lost sight of this large individual.
Oh,
No, Golden would keep running after
You
him.
were? Okay, I didn't know if you stopped to have this small
No, she
conversation or
didn't.
not.
One's a higher priority. And I ain't the insight.
Alright.
Or
So
Alright.
BK and Davey would have to take a insight check with a -2 CS, meaning you go down 2 ranks on whatever you're rolling.
what would I be?
I don't see.
You,
Would it be
You'll be-
intuition again?
yeah, intuition.
Oh, so it goes from good to poor.
Yeah.
Rolling at 100. Do it.
that's not a nat 100.
Alright.
Is it enough though? Poor.
It's basically
No, it
triple
is
what I
not.
had.
It's just on the cusp of the green line.
Yeah, sadly, both of you have lost sight of this large individual and of Golden Whirlwind. Golden Whirlwind, can you please roll me an D100 to keep track with the
D100 or 200?
100?
Oh, I thought you said 200. And I was like,
I was saying to keep track of this individual. This time roll agility.
She knows exactly where he is. And is now on his shoulders, riding.
Do you realize something, BK?
What?
Roll 100. It wasn't a D100, but
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, so the Golden Whirlwind, you manage to catch this individual as he is turning the corner and heading over to this doorway that was behind the staircase. It shows a little emblem for it being a downward stairs. He walks up to it. You hear a large thump as it unlocks he just approaches it. As he makes his way down, he slams it shut behind him, and you can hear him scurrying down.
Mm-hmm. Well. Oh, are we still together with Whirlwind?
No, Whirlwind is way ahead of us. We have lost track of her. So I'm going to look for the robot lady and the cat.
Yeah, y'all
the
two
dead.
are still on the staircase.
This one, I'm looking for the ambassador because I need to know where she went because I was in the middle of talking to a clearly powered guy who doesn't want to use his power.
You just can't see anything.
I can't see anything. There's just too many people, too many sights and sounds.
Claire is actually now slightly panicked because he cannot find the golden.
None of us can find the golden tornado. Oh no, she's back.
Welcome back.
For some reason, my mic wasn't picking up my voice.
Oh yeah, love Discord.
So,
Did he go through a door?
yes,
Is the door unlocked?
you did hear a loud latch whenever they went through the door, as they were approaching the door. So you can assume it was locked beforehand.
Let's see. Do I try anime style slicing through the door with my scythe, or do I try and kick it down, FBI style?
I have not yet reached you.
I'm gonna
And
talking to myself.
Davey is freaking out a little bit because he lost sight of the golden lion.
Mm-hmm.
And BK,
I'm only to slice it, like slice through it with my scythe. And I want to use my fire powers. No, never mind. I take that back. No, I'm not doing that.
Crowded room of people. Fire. It's perfect.
Yeah, firepower you don't actually control.
I'm not using any fire in this building. I realized that myself. I attempt to slice through it, like stab it, or like anime style slice through it because she's watched a little too much anime due to MO. RO.
As I'm dashing towards her, grabbing the flare, I just see her raise her scythe. I'm like, oh.
Alright, so as you're swinging the large scythe down onto the door, you hear it scrape against the metal against metal sound. It sends shivers down your spine if you had one.
See,
But-
my processors aren't bothered by sound.
But it seems to be not very effective.
I'm gonna try and kick the door down instead. And I have no idea how modifiers work. I'm still confused after looking at the table.
It's not really modifiers, they're just used to determine what your rank is.
Basically, what that does
Oh.
is it tells you what challenge rating you have to beat every time.
Okay, and I
So
have
if I go to that, let me go back to that, right? Very last page.
and that would be strength, right? Or
Strength.
would it
So
be
what are
fighting?
you in strength?
So if you're just trying to hit the door, it's going to be fighting.
Okay, I am amazing at fighting.
Amazing. You would have to beat a 30 or 26 if you want to get an easy one, a 51 if you want to do a medium, or a 91 if you want to do a hard.
So I have enough for a medium kick the damn thing.
So as you bring, Which foot are you using?
My big heavy one. The heavy clanging one. I'm trying to kick that door down.
So the guards are loving this. The ambassador just.
Not trying to use my healed foot. I'm using my fucking robot foot.
Okay, so you reel back, your heavy foot lifting off the ground as you slam your leg foot first into this doorway, and it just swings open. It is not locked at the moment. You fall forward.
Wait, did someone open the door or did I just kick it really well?
You just unlocked door that opens
With my foot.
inwards with your heavy foot.
Is he cutting out for more than just me, or is my internet being stupid?
He's cutting out a little bit for me, but you're also cutting out, which makes me think it could be a combination of factors.
Let me switch.
Like I can still understand Froyo, so
I have no idea what you say.
Basically,
Like the-
you kicked a door that was unlocked and just went through. The door opened, you just started falling forward.
Wait, the door was unlocked,
Yeah, apparently the door was unlocked.
but you said the latch was closed.
Well, the latch
The latch
had. You
was-
heard a latching sound.
Oh,
Yeah, you heard a latching sound when the person was approaching the door.
oh no! I had assumed you were saying it was locked, and I said that cause I said I was gonna try and open it.
Yeah, you heard a latching sound when they were approaching the door, and when they went through the door, they slammed it shut behind them.
Okay, well, I kicked it.
You kicked it, and you made a very loud stomp on the opposite side before the stairwell, so...
is the door still connected to the? It's still on its hinges.
The door is still on its hinges, though you have a lot of prying eyes now, as people are like, the hell?
I also would assume that both me and Flair can now see where she is located.
Yeah, you can, if you want to, you can roll an intuition.
We already.
Well, you already knew.
Yeah.
You already knew. Blair can roll an intuition with a plus C2. Plus 2 CS. I'm sorry.
What's a plus 2 CF?
Basically, CS is
What are you currently?
short for the power rings. So.
Hey.
Yeah.
I also have now started going down to follow the.
My intuition was at good.
So that puts you at a remarkable, which is a yellow feat. You actually see them all heading down towards the stairwell.
All right.
The stairwell that you didn't really know was there in the first place, but
I'm immediately going down the stairwell, and this time my sword is drawn.
I'm already well ahead, and my sight is in my hand.
I'm running after the lion.
Yeah. We have transcended my character's viewpoint of being subtle.
Really, I thought I didn't know that kicking the door would change subtlety.
No, him resisting what I did immediately made me go, this guy needs to go down.
Yeah, I'm already. I like the second I got back up, I charged down and took my sights off. Nora's. I'd say Nora's probably with me still.
Got it. Charging directly into the staircase. We don't know where it goes, but I'm going down there with the intention of taking out anything that moves out.
alright, so seeing as you're in the lead of the group, go ahead and roll another intuition.
Jen.
Jen.
66, and my intuition is excellent, which means I am.
That's green.
That's agreed. Yeah.
Alright, you do see this trench coat cladded individual heading down this
You just cut
stairwell.
out a bunch. I have no idea what.
I said you managed to see the individual who is cladded in the trench coat heading down the stairwell. He managed to get a good few. He's quite a few flights down at this point. This stairwell goes a lot deeper than the other two go up.
Hey, guess what? It's time one of us finally use our powers. No one's in my way, so I'm gonna whirlwind. To follow him, like to catch up.
Alright, so you want to use your whirlwind?
Yep. Do I roll 100 for that, or?
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
Oh.
A slight breeze blows by.
Alright, so you can feel the winds already starting to swirl around you as you pretty much take a small leap to try to take off into the air, only to land about 4 or 5 steps down without actually being picked up into the air.
Damn.
And that does count as one of your uses for your power.
Can I try again to use it?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're currently at 35 uses still, so.
I'm gonna try again because I really need to catch up with him. Oh, come on! While I'm struggling this.
As you use your power once again, you hear the little servos that provide you this the jets of stream that causes the whirlwind kind of just sputtering. It sounds like they're stalling out a little bit.
I give it a little hard tap and try again. Come on!
The sounds of the servos that are supposed to give you these jets of air, it sounds like it's grinding just a tiny bit.
Maybe
it
that
seems
card
to be
I
stalling
gave
out.
you is jamming.
I go into the panel and I just grab the card and I just shove it in my mouth because I don't shove it in my mouth. Yes, that was yes. Just to store it somewhere that because I think it's fucking up my system. And I
Roll
tried.
Nat 100. Aw.
Oh, this is comical to be honest.
Also, you're at 31 right now, uses of your power remaining.
Alright, so let me just double check something.
Keep in mind, I've been at a full sprint this
Alright.
entire time.
By the way, I have been running while doing this. Like I haven't just stopped and am fucking with myself.
running the best you can down a flight of stairs, but
Yeah,
alright,
What-
so
but that's longer than any stair.
once again, as you try to give yourself a little bit of air with a small hop before going down the next step, and you hear the little motors sputtering once again until they suddenly roar to life, feeling the wind catching underneath your feet as a small whirlwind envelops your lower half.
She's like, final fuckingly. Like, she doesn't curse much, but she's heard Tio do it enough that when she gets frustrated, she does it too now.
Oh, and
Bye,
Davey just
Davey.
went. Are we?
But anyway, I am going straight on, just like straight bolt.
So
Alright,
with-
you're just-
Wind under me, I'm now moving faster.
yeah, you're not having to worry about actually catching each step.
By the way, can I still see the guy? Because I have been running after him, and now I'm just successfully used the whirlwind to make me a little faster.
Yeah, you do see the guy. He's still a good 2 flights of steps ahead of you, though he seems to have reached the ground floor and is going through another door at this point.
Could I use air control to try and basically make a giant wind, send him flying back before he can get through the door?
Yes, you can try.
Yes, I can try. Yep, that's pretty much how we can describe what's happening here.
Can I see her at this point?
No, because I've gone, oh my god, Lord above!
No, can I see her at this point?
Probably not. I mean, now I'm moving even faster than I was before.
Yeah, but so am I, and I've been running this entire time unimpeded.
No, I was saying I've been running, and now I'm using a whirlwind to move even faster.
Well, yes, you can still see her, though. You do see that her lower half has enveloped in a small whirlwind, and she is moving a lot faster as she's no longer having to worry about the steps like you are.
Do I notice what she's attempting to do?
You do see that she motions her hands in a almost pulling motion, though it mostly just throws herself off balance a little.
I'm going to, seeing that she's attempting to do something, full electrical generation and electrical control to try to power her up.
Oh? That's interesting. Huh.
I'm doing a power move to boost her power move.
So you're trying to. So, go ahead and explain that to me one more time, just
Using
so I can
electrical
make sure.
generation to create power, electrical control to channel that power into what she's doing.
Basically powering me up. He's buffing me.
Trying to get her task to an extra CS or two.
Okay, so BK, you're gonna have to go ahead and roll me a power feat real quick.
Let's
Come
see
on,
what happens.
BK. Come on, BK. This would be the most badass thing ever. Yeah, that's good.
The powers are amazing, and
Oh, fuck.
I mean, look
It's
at
gonna
this.
be based off of your lower power, so it's gonna be based off the excellent you have.
Yeah, excellent. 68 would get me just shy of yellow.
Yeah, like,
You need to be able to pull off power since you need a yellow.
Oh.
oh. Damn, two more.
We don't take the middle of the two. If
No,
we took the middle of the two, we would be at remarkable, and we would be exactly yellow.
Because you can't increase your lower stat to higher. It's a weird system.
Aw. Damn it.
So, Jin, your character does feel like a sudden tingling through your arms as you're trying to pull the wind, but it doesn't seem to really affect you too much.
I try again, now that I feel that.
Though you do get one charge back.
Okay. I try again after I feel that tingle to think that because I'm thinking maybe something in my system has fixed itself, considering my
And
system's...
I say a small curse word and just everything I've got into that same connection.
Oof. I'm not having great rolls.
And neither am I.
You.
Alright, so...
When she sees it's not working again, or Sure Shock? Is that what it name
Sure
is?
Shaka Ohms, yeah.
Sure Shock can probably just hear her screaming, "Motherfucker!"
Yeah, and I've also said a few choice words myself, and now at this point, how many flights of stairs before ground am I above?
At this point, you're about 2 flights, and she's almost down the last flight of stairs.
Is it like one of those things where you can see down all the flights of stairs if you go down the center?
Yes.
I'm saying YOLO and jumping.
Oh. Would I see him as he's falling?
If you're looking up, yes.
Uh,
But you're probably more
what-
focused on...
Yeah, and I don't even think you
BK,
know
would
I'm
you
the
be
one who
yelling
buffed
at
you.
all when you jump?
Let's find out.
Would you be yelling when you
Nope.
jumped?
I would be calm as a cucumber with a monstrous agility and an 86. I think I've beaten a red feat at this point.
Let's see, monstrous with an 86. That puts you in yellow.
Not red yet. How does an 86 not put you in red?
So as you jump down from the second flight of stairs, this kind of leaving Flare by themselves, as they were just following you at this point, trying to keep up with you and wait, was it Nair or is it Nor?
Nora.
Nora, okay. As
No.
Flare is mostly just trying to keep up
The
with
middle, the very first red is 86 to 90 for monstrous.
Yeah, you rolled an 86.
Yeah, so I got a red feat. I didn't get a yellow.
Oh yeah, I did miss that. So I was looking at the amazing for some reason.
Did get a red feat. Jeez.
So as you jump down the last 2 flight of stairs, you use your hands to slow yourself down a little bit between each like stairwell, and you land on the bottom floor with a roll, and almost instantly into a sprint without even missing a beat. You're now ahead of the Golden Whirlwind. You can see this person going towards the back. There's a large security door. Almost looks like a sophisticated vault door that this person is bolting to.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to take the sword off of my back, and with every ounce of might, throw it at him.
When I see Sure Shock, I use my whirlwind to try and basically tackle the guy, and catch up and tackle the guy in a giant burst. Let's see if I succeed. I do not. Oh my god, have I gotten 1 over 30? I've gotten 1 over.
I really hope that I did mine first.
You did yours first, yes.
What would be throwing weapons again?
Normally you wouldn't throw a sword, so it'd be a improvised weapon.
So what would that be?
Improvised. 1 second.
Would it be me?
Second. Throwing is based off of agility, since you're not proficient with throwing, and it's also improvised. It's going to be a -4 CS.
Ooh. That ain't gonna work.
It's not really it's not a sword. It's just a way to channel energy through it. And I would know this weapon. It's tied to me. I would assume I'm at least proficient with it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and say it's still a -2 CS though.
So that put me here. That would put me green.
Alright, so you got a green?
Yeah, middle of the green, but still green.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and go with BK's first. As you throw
Yeah.
your... Oh, and of course I dropped that. 1 second. There it is. So as you throw your energy blade through this hallway down to the cloaked individual, down towards the end of the hallway, you see that it makes contact with their back. It makes them stumble forward, almost dropping down to the ground from just being smacked in the back. So, let me see something. I don't miss.
How close am I to both of them?
I'd
I would
say
say
probably.
good.
Oh, damn. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
No, okay. So I would say you were a good 1 area away from BK, and you were efficiently 3 areas away from the person you're chasing after. It's a pretty long hallway.
So even though I couldn't do my burst of speed, that means probably, I assume, then I'll be pretty much just 1 square or space away from him.
Can you roll me another D100 real quick?
Yes, I can. No, I refuse. I wish I could. It's
Alright, so as you're trying to use another burst of speed using your whirlwinds, you do move forward, but kind of at a skewed angle. You almost run yourself into a wall, almost clipping the bright blue individual that's been assisting you with this chase.
but I managed to maneuver myself just enough to not clip him.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, she just keeps cursing, is with them today.
What's Danny doing?
I don't know. What is Danny doing? Last he was running down the stairwell.
And you
he's
just see
still...
me jump off the stairwell.
Oh, okay.
Also, by the way, I'm not sure if you're planning to control Nora, but I feel like Nora would also jump off the stairway because she can just land without hurting herself.
What have I started?
What? How deep or how tall is the stairwell? Like, is it like a big jump?
It's a considerable jump, but it's only about, like, you're only 2 flights of stairs down. So you've lost visual contact with everyone else at this point.
Oh, I can already see how this team composition is gonna work. Danny's just the kind of what the fuck child, while me and
Yep, pretty much.
BK are the ones like doing all the hard work, being the parent.
So how would I catch up to them? What would I roll?
You could use
there's
a
a few-
jump.
Yeah, there's a few things you can try doing. You can try using agility to mimic what Sherlock Holmes has done and jump down the middle. You could also try using your spider climb ability to do pretty much the same thing, but basically at with a little bit safer advantage. Or you can try to continue to run down the stairwell, though you might lose them at this point if you do that.
Question, Frio. Are you planning to do any rolls for Nora?
I'll probably do rolls if it involves major roleplay kind of stuff.
I was just thinking, Nora would probably see, like, when she saw one person jump, she'd follow and jump.
Alright, so 1 second then.
BK just rolls for Nora. Oh my god, Nora got a better roll than I have all of my rolls.
Yep. I never get good rolls when it's important. Does the invincible lion take damage? Apparently not.
Can we please just use that roll for the express purpose of Nora showing up? The more advanced robot that was created after her.
That is a yellow feat, so yes.
You just jump, leap.
Okay, I guess I'll jump after the lion as well.
You're just here for the lion.
Yeah.
You know, at the rate that it's going, Nora's gonna be my pet, but Nora's gonna end up being your mount.
Yeah.
Jump after the lion.
that would be badass.
Oh my god!
That would be
Wait,
badass.
wait.
Nora, pick me up.
You should have rolled to try and jump on Nora before she jumped.
Oh, shut. Oh, yeah. Oh, can I do that?
Yeah. Mid-air
Is it too
change
late
what you're
now?
trying to do.
Yeah,
Cool.
midair.
Rule of cool. Just use the 57 for that, I'd say. Try and jump on the fucking value.
That would be technically a grapple feat, so I wouldn't try that, honestly.
Okay.
It's gonna change. But seeing as you didn't declare you were using your spider climb, I'm going to assume you were going off of agility, which is an incredible.
Yes.
Incredible.
Dies.
75. So you were able to jump down the middle just like everyone else. You didn't make such a smooth landing as everyone else. You kind of stumbled a bit. You feel a little bit of tension in your legs as you hit the ground a little hard, but you're catching up a little bit. There are decent ways ahead of you. You see the man who's cloaked in the the guy y'all have been chasing, essentially the one that you've barely been able to see now that there's not a crowd. He's heading towards what looks like a giant vault door towards the very back of this long hallway.
Two things. I think Nora, like, when she heard the little mutant, really, but, like, I guess he appears as a human, to be a human, land, she looks back and gives a little bit of a robotic roar before, like, a little tiny one, kind of more like a mule, like a meow, you okay? But Golden just yells, Thickum, thick 'em, Nora, thick 'em. Commanding, like, to the guy that they're not Danny.
Attack the guy that we've thrown things at. Take him down, lion. Be a lion.
Basically, get him, Nora. Lunchtime, even though robot don't really actually need to.
This is going to be interesting. Nice! Laura takes one step forward, jaw hits floor.
So while he was able to make this magnificent jump, apparently he may have dislocated a spring or two as he just falls face forward.
No, you know what? She was just really concerned over Danny, and that caused her to kind of get overloaded a little bit. Nora's a big ol' soft, so she's already Danny, because Danny's given her enough attention.
Oh. I'll
Nora-
check to see if she's okay.
How many feet between Mystery Guy and door?
Oh, how does Mystery Guy react when she fucking robotically roars when Danny landed?
He didn't seem to react. He's more concerned about getting to that final door, which he is about... He is 62 feet away, so an area and a half.
Will I reach him before he reaches the door with my whirlwind? My current whirlwind.
With your current whirlwind, if you're moving at top speed, you would be able to catch up to him in 2 turns.
Which would be after he reaches the door.
Yeah.
Whirlwind time, we need to get that sprint so he doesn't even get to that door.
At this point, I'm also saying, well, I'm going to use disintegration. Is the door closed or open?
The door is closed.
It is closed.
Is there a lock mechanism on the outside of the door?
You don't see any visible lock mechanism, but besides like 2 giant bolts that are supposed to hold it closed.
Okay, and those bolts are closed currently?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to aim for the dead center of the lock and destroy 3 cubic feet of matter.
I've also used my whirlwind to try, to try and push me so he doesn't even get to the
I'm
door.
trying to damage the lock mechanism enough to make it so the door will not open, basically.
To where you'll have to know your way through, except it's locked, actually.
So let me check
Interesting.
one thing.
So I'm trying again to tackle him, and
So Sherlock Holmes would go first in this case. So
okay. Well, actually, I did say I'd try first, but there. Oh, rip the lock.
let's see.
Rip that lock.
Door not opening anytime soon.
I have to say, out of all the campaigns I've been in, this is by far the best first session I've been part of.
That door is dead.
I've never had a party's composition become so clear so quick.
So as you're running down the hall, still chasing after this guy, you point your finger out, and just with a little, like you verbally make this sound, as you finger gun, a beam of energy flies out from your finger, hitting the door smack in the middle. Oh, this kind of skimming the shoulder of this guy. Didn't actually hit him, but it was enough to make him like stop in his tracks as it flew past his head, hitting the door mid-center, and just you see it just dissipating, turning into almost dust as it just erodes away from the middle of this door.
And now it's my turn to try and tackle him. And now that he's stopped, no matter what, I'm gonna end up catching up to him.
You just see my character just sit back and just blow the slightly smoking finger.
I knew exactly what you were doing, just like. Oh yeah, fun tidbit I thought of for Golden. When she starts using her whirlwind and concentrating a lot, her eyes are very much robotic in nature, but when she starts getting really concentrated and using her powers, just numbers start appearing on the eye.
Calculating.
Like there's no pupils anymore, it's just 1, 3s, 9s, 21s, like all sorts of numbers. Sometimes a few words mixed in, like target, stuff like that. The eyes are computing. Because they have to compute more thoroughly while she's focusing on her powers.
Alright.
Fun tidbit that would probably be noticed by none of the party right now, but I thought I'd mention now for...
So she is fully concentrating on taking this guy down. Awesome.
It actually, I'm imagining this, and it's just, her lower body right now is just enveloped in a whirlwind. Her upper half is in full anime-style armor with shoulder pads and a cape probably flowing behind her, and she just has numbers rolling all around her eyes. Fucking cool scene in my head.
Alright, so you wanted to use Whirlwind to try to catch up and tackle?
Yep,
Alright, go ahead and roll.
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
I
rolled before BK. That's why I was saying I technically went first, but that's...
Well, you rolled first, but initiative order went the other direction.
Oh, well, would it? Because...
You declared your action first. I reacted to your action. But since I had a faster initiative, my thing happened first in the world.
Okay, no,
I could
understand.
react to what you were doing, but you couldn't react to what I was doing.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yes, I am trying to tackle him again with my highest roll yet.
Alright, so using your whirlwind, you push air back behind you. You can feel it. This kind of, well, quote unquote, feel it. You can feel the tug of the wind against your metal frame as you're pushing yourself forward.
It doesn't work the same with like nerves and everything, but I do feel. Like, it's more of electrons and stuff like that, but I do have feeling. Like, I could feel someone tapping me, stuff like that. And it's not just off the...
Yeah. So you can feel all the air rushing past you as you quickly outpace the now standing Sursok Ohms, and quickly you are quickly catching up to the cloaked individual who seems to be standing a little dumbfounded at the sudden disintegration of the lock on the door he was running towards. And let's see, 1 second.
I kind of want to, like, while I'm picking up, like, go while I'm tackling to punch him in the head to make sure he doesn't get away. Like,
Ouch.
Yeah, imagine a robot punch.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna leave a
Robot at
a
full
knot.
speed, aiming for head.
To be fair, she wouldn't go the way, because she does understand how science works, so she wouldn't go where she just puts her head through his head. Or her hand through his head.
Yeah.
She isn't going to kill him just to knock him out.
Alright, so after just a few moments of this guy kind of staring and dumbfounded at the door, you can see that they're about to move forward. So go ahead and roll me a fighting roll. Jin.
Oh, come on. To be fair, I think fighting is my best stat, so, like, at least it's my best stat that I have the 22 in.
Wait, 22 is your best stat? Oh, okay.
No,
I
no.
was like,
My fighting's my best stat.
okay. It's like,
My fighting
dear
power.
God.
Alright,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
as you're pushing yourself forward with the wind, you get ready that you brace yourself for impact as you plan on tackling down this individual, and you pass by him. You misjudged your aim just a little bit, and you flew a little bit too far ahead to even really correct yourself.
Can I just, like, quickly and sharply turn my body and go again for the tackle?
That would be a agility feat, and that would require a yellow for the sudden change.
Oh, come
No.
on! Why do I have so much 25s and 22s?
Right.
Aubrey hates me.
Are
What is this guy doing now that his door has been incapacitated?
he has started running towards the door still.
Okay. Is the floor metal?
The floor is... You can't really tell if it's metal. You can see tile on top of it. So it... Like tile and grout. But you don't know if there's any metal or anything underneath.
I was gonna say, also think this through, but then I realized I'm floating and I'm actually made of gold, not natural metal.
Yeah,
And
but
Cause I was gonna say, whatever you do, if it like damages metal, reconsider. But then I realized,
No.
oh wait, no.
it's more... I was thinking about pumping every ounce of electricity to the ground to try to tase him, but I was also thinking, you're not touching the ground, so you don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
well, actually, with the failed roll, you kind of missed your... You try to tackle, and then you try to double back to kind of cancel your tackle. You kind of fell forward.
Ugh.
And you also have to remember that Flair, well, you don't know his name yet because he hasn't introduced himself technically, and Nora is still on the ground behind y'all.
But what? Oh, have we been doing this and they just landed?
No, they didn't
Yep.
just landed, but
Oh wait, Danny's checking up on Nora because Nora just had a little bit of malfunction.
yeah.
Yep.
So neither have been moving yet.
For Danny,
Nora would
what is your action?
be like after Danny's action, Nora will probably go and try and run again unless Danny advises not to.
So
No, let's keep running.
Is the robot between the door and the individual?
Yes, at this point, though they are currently what's it called? They are currently prone. That's the term.
Also,
Both
like,
of them are prone.
No, just the robot is prone.
Golden also is like probably doing her tongue in cheek
Golden's
thing
prone,
again
so
and making a very metal on metal sound that probably is a little bit annoying because she's really doing it full force because she's getting real fucking tired of all these failed throws or her power's not doing what she wants. So she's just forcefully rubbing her metallic tongue against her metallic cheek and making a really obnoxious noise.
he's probably thinking he needs to go back home and get recalibrated after this.
That's exactly what she's thinking. It's like, fucking hell. Like, okay, Tio needs to take a quick look at me and Nora. Because while Nora's not as bad as I am, we're both not doing as good as we should be for high-level advanced technology.
Alright, so Flair is going to give chase again.
Yes, let's keep going. Should I
cool.
roll agility?
Seeing as you're just going into a run, you don't need to really worry about rolling anything. If you're just
Okay.
going to give regular chase.
If I'm gonna do like super speed chase though, like try to catch up to them, like sprint wise.
Like if you're wanting to go on to a dead sprint, then yeah, you would have to roll agility.
Oh, all right, let's
Nora
go.
is trying to run after them at full force speed because she wants to.
I trip on my shoe. All right.
Yeah.
I'll roll for.
Before you even get into a good running start, you trip over your suit. Luckily, you don't hurt yourself, but it.
Nora also trips.
Nora
No,
sees
Nora's
you trip
worried
and
about-
goes to see if you're okay.
Yeah,
Nope.
Nora goes
Nora-
to that and then looks and goes, "Oh, come on, come on, little kitten. We need little cub. Come, little cub. Nestle in my non-existent fur."
I kind of love this little dynamic that's already starting to happen. So Flair checks on Nora, Nora checks on Flair, Flair checks on Nora.
Yeah, basically, Flair and Nora take care of each other while Golden and Sureshock do all the work. I love our team dynamic. I've never seen something established so quickly.
Oh, this is going to be a good campaign. I can already tell.
Oh, I can already tell of this. I love that I'm also playing a semi-serious character who can be a little silly. 'Cause, you
Alright,
know,
so
Bob.
the cloaked individual is now getting into a full sprint run.
Yeah. Where's he running to, though? Isn't he pretty much covered on all ends?
He is still running towards the now half disintegrated door.
And towards me.
Technically, yes, but you are prone, so
Is he going to...
he's going to have to run past you, though.
You could
So I'll get
try
it,
to
tap
reach
him.
your hand out and try to trip him.
I'm gonna try and full force, like, reach my hand out. If he connects with my arm, it'll hurt. Fuck. Like his leg.
You could always roll a nat 100. You never know.
Yeah, if you want to roll for a grapple, go ahead and do so with a +1C, since he's running towards you.
That
No.
is not... Although I am gonna do... Can I do a grapple?
You're just kind of like, meh.
Can I do an attempt at, like, trying to trip him and an attempt at trying to grab him?
Well, I was saying grapple for the trip.
Oh, for the trip!
Yeah.
Okay, then I still want to go full force with my punch that I also was intending to do.
So you're trying to trip and punch at the same time.
Yes. Especially now that I have that too. Oh my god!
Just gets up, flips desk.
I said I was worried about my rolls, but this is ridiculous.
Oh god, this is getting comical at this point.
Right. My
So-
character is going to see the guy running and just, in his loudest, most intimidating voice, just say, "Stop, or the next blast is your head."
Okay, so whenever Golden Whirlwind try to reach out to trip the individual, they basically just used their arm as a hurdle.
Question.
They didn't
Can I say that I've now amped up my annoyance and my, like, metal scraping, that, and now that he's even, like, in pain kind of from it a little bit, like, not damage wise, but like, fuck, that's annoying and it hurts my ears a bit.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
It's one of those things, like, if
Fascinating.
people are close enough to hear it, it's going to be really irritating.
Yeah, and he's literally right beside me, so he's definitely hearing it full force.
Yeah.
And like,
Uh,
my tongue is like flicking up and down against my cheek like 20 times per second.
So yeah, so basically this guy just hurdles himself over your arm. Not even as you try to trip him. When you try to swing out, he kind of sidesteps for his other leg to make sure he doesn't get hit as he continues running down this hallway.
Question.
Answer.
Explain my fire. Like, if I were to activate the fire power, would that possibly singe him if I had activated it while he was jumping over?
If you were to have activated it, you would have to roll. Basically, you're generating within a set area. So
Okay.
for you would. What was your rank on that again?
My rank on it was.
Excellent. So you would be able to generate a fairly decent amount of fire within your immediate vicinity, though it's not fire
Also-
you can control.
I want to
never-
do that, but also, how many charges do I have left before I die?
Let's see. You are
25.
currently down.
Oh, you've been.
Yeah.
Okay, so 25.
Yeah, she's used 6 since we entered the room.
Yeah, that's actually right, yeah. Because the sidestep didn't count as because that was just me trying to do agility.
Yeah, but the 2 attacks with high feats I counted as power usage.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. And the wind pulse.
Yep. So
I'm gonna try fire generator. Like, while I go for all the other shit.
yeah. So this guy is closing up.
Oh,
the
come on!
A little puff of smoke emits from the hand.
Hmm. So
I need a potion to remedy this bad rolls. Or good luck charm. I need to go buy a good luck charm now.
can you please roll me another D100?
Oh no. Oh, do no. That getting asked to do that again after a low roll makes me worry.
Alright, so BK, Sherlock Holmes sees as this robot reaches out her hand and it just is suddenly engulfed in a flame. That,
Looks at-
that,
Hmm?
that basically your power did go off, but it went off on your immediate area.
So it's burning on me instead.
It's burning on you and the hallway. It is now slightly obscuring your view.
So, like, is it actually damaging me, or is it just on my, like, encased around it?
It's more of like it's more around you than on you. But
Okay.
if you don't get out of there, you might get yourself in trouble.
Now she just fucking screams, motherfucking hell, what the fuck, Tio? Like, she just starts screaming obscenities after this another failure.
What did I miss? Yeah, what I miss?
The robot just did like 7 attacks, and all of them just did not go well.
All of them got under 20.
Hmm.
Anyway,
So now she's screaming, motherfucker, what the fuck? Fuck you, Tio Morrow.
anyway,
Yeah,
Green-
a large fire,
She's pissed.
and now there is a large fire in the middle of the hallway, separating pretty much everyone from this guy.
I'm going
so
to
we can. Okay.
run through the fire using energy sponge and iron will.
Alright, well, your energy sponge is dedicated to electrical.
No, we
That's
said
what we-
it was either an excellent at all energy types or an above that in specifically electricity.
Oh, so you went. I forgot.
Yeah, I went with just the E16 in all energy types. I wanted to be. Yeah.
Quick question.
Okay.
Is there a way for me to disperse this fire once I can try again?
I think
You can
I
try-
might be able to.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I don't want to set the convention on fire.
Yeah, because I was about to say, because you don't have any way of controlling this fire. You don't have any effective means of putting it out unless you're using your air control.
Oh yeah, air control. I could just use my air control to snuff it out because I also don't need to breathe, so I could just do like.
Let's let the guy. Let's let everyone else go, so I don't get choked to death from not having
I'm
oxygen.
letting you do your thing first. It's just more a case of if you fail, I have a backup.
Alright, so you're running through the fire using which one? Iron Will or Energy Sponge?
Energy sponge, trying to absorb the heat from the fire as energy.
Alright, so as you quickly sprint your way through this fire, yep, and you rolled a.
I haven't rolled it yet.
Oh. Oh no, that was Regal's, never mind.
Yeah, that was my misfortunate one.
15.
Fucking hell.
At this point, I will take the damage though, just to get through this damn fire.
Yeah, cause
Okay.
I have to now deal with my fire, and Dora and Danny are just kinda there.
Yeah, so as you run through the fire, you can feel the heat that's scolding you. Your energy shield's not really putting up much of an effort in order to keep you safe at this point. You can even feel parts of your clothes getting caught a little bit on fire as you're running through this. Your outfit's now going to be a bit singed, and you can see the large individual has got into the door and is one-handed pulling the door open. You can hear heavy metal scraping against the floor.
Oh fuck.
Again, just climbing through the fire, singed clothes, point the hand directly at him and say, "Stop, or I will fire."
And you saw what I did at the door. I'll
You
put a
saw
whole-
what just happened to that door. That will be you. I'm assuming you're less than 3 cubic meters. Not actually saying that last part, but just saying straight up, stop, or the next shot is you.
There will be a hole missing from well. Our team is badass, despite our bad rolls.
Want me to roll for like an intimidation or something, or?
Roll a reasoning check.
Oh, great! I'm horrible at that. Yay! Not
Remember,
that bad.
the funny thing is, I'm a diplomacy bot, but I'm not using diplomacy here because. But after all the malfunctions and errors, she's not exactly thinking about diplomacy.
Looks like green. Let me just check again.
Yeah, it's green.
Yay! Yeah, remarkable.
The
I haven't gotten a
large individual, as you're yelling at them, they stop and look back at you, seeing you pointing your finger at this person. By the way, remember, they didn't see you shoot this beam. They only saw the beam itself.
Yes.
That's why you said you saw what I did
But
to the
guy
door.
who just walked through fire to take this guy down.
Yeah, which, by the way, you are on fire.
I don't care anymore.
So half the party is on fire now.
Alright, so... Okay, so
We
this
don't have any reason to like really want to take this guy down, but with how bad we've been doing, now we really want to.
Alright, so the guy, he stares at you for just a moment, contemplating what he wants to do. And you just see them jerk their arm back. You hear metal just crunching as he's pulling this door literally open, deforming the doorway as he's doing so. If you want to, you can try to take a reactionary action.
Fire at his head.
No,
Disintegration ray.
we don't kill. We're heroes. That's bad for karma.
There's heroes, and then there's letting this strong of a person get
We don't know
away.
if he's actually done anything super wrong, though.
Okay, fire
I-
mid-chest. Disintegration ray. If he's able to pull that much metal, he can take, I think it's 38 damage if I get a good roll. Because disintegration ray doesn't work that way on people, I'd like to point out.
Yeah, it doesn't work as well on organic matter.
Yeah, it's going to do some damage to him.
For a second, I thought you were gonna just put a hole in him. Be like,
Assuming
kill him?
I roll a nat 100, hitting him in the face, he would have to have face surgery. And would be knocked out from the blast, but other than that, he would be alive.
Okay.
So assuming I roll a nat 100, he's unconscious.
Kill him,
Otherwise, he's just taking a little bit of damage and just really doesn't care.
Yeah. Fire.
Just straight.
So, let's see.
Meanwhile, with Nora and
Assuming
Danny,
I'm also like using the fire to just charge it up with energy. What little energy I managed to fill from the fire just right at him.
Okay, so as you point your finger out and you do the little motion, cocking your hand back from the recoil, you see the energy beam fly through. This guy is trying to slip through the doorway, and you hear him yell out in pain as part of the trench coat is sheared away, revealing skin underneath. Basically what was part of a trench coat and what looks like a little bit of a uniform from what you can see. But you can see the scold marks against their skin as they try to slip their way past the doorway. And you can hear them forcefully trying to push the door back shut, trying to warp the metal back.
and back Danny and Nora.
Oh, and then I'm immediately just stop, drop, and roll. I can take the damage. I would prefer not to. Just the second he sees the guy get
Alright.
away, he realizes he's because he didn't know he was on fire. He just like fire. Oh. Oh.
Adrenaline.
I'm gonna roll to stop, drop, and roll.
So you're stop, dropping, and rolling right next to this fire.
Well, I'm assuming I was out of the... I wouldn't have stopped running until I got out of the fire.
Well, I know you're not in the fire anymore, but you stated you right after you got out of the fire. So you're still next to the fire, you're just not in the fire.
I'd say feet-wise, maybe 5 feet from flame.
Also, can I say that I'm now trying to use air control to snuff out all the oxygen around the fire? Snuff out?
Let's let Davy and the lion attack, and then we can...
I think we're too far away.
Y'all
Yeah,
are
we-
a good 3 areas at this point.
Yeah.
Like this whole hallway was about 7 areas.
Like, I'd say Danny and Nora should still try and pursue. I mean, Nora would once she's sure Danny's safe.
Okay, we're going to pursue then. We are going to keep running towards
I'm
you
rolling
guys.
Oh god, now the lion trip.
I'm not rolling. Well, let me roll anyway. Let's see what
Well,
happens.
let's see how poor you do. You're gonna stop
Yeah.
at, but
Hey, not bad.
you second you see your favorite lion trip, you just stop anyway.
So he just grabs the lion by the collar with that 47 and pulls it up, and they start walking.
Yep.
Alright, so instead of going into a full-on sprint like you originally were thinking about, you see that Nora had once again tumbled forward. Clearly something is malfunctioning. She might, let's see, what would it be called? Her,
Motherboard?
no, not her motherboard. I'm trying to think of something.
Mainframe.
Her, no, it's not an actual technical term.
Oh.
Her carrying module is a little bit overloaded at the moment.
She can't even right now. She can only odd.
Poor Nora.
So Flair stops for a moment, making sure that Nora's okay and helping her up to her feet, and instead of full-on dashing, just making sure to kind of walk along with Nora.
Yeah.
Nora just looks like an old lion woman with how she's walking at the moment. Nora's literally like maybe a year old, but she's having real issues right now.
So you said, wait, she's a year old, yet you're 5 to 6 years old? But
No.
she was made before you?
Wait, did I say I'm 5 to 6 years old?
She had like 3
Yeah.
to 5.
Oh, okay, then she's like 7. Well, I thought I said I was only around for a few months, but I could have been. I guess I was wrong. I continue in fears. Yeah, she's like 7.
Alright. So you said you wanted to try to use your air control to snuff out
Just
the
not
flames.
Yep.
Are you
Please
sure you
roll
want to do
high.
that?
'Cause if you roll... Wait, which direction is she putting the air? That's the most important part.
No, I'm trying to get rid of all the
I
oxygen.
know, but which direction are you pushing the air?
Yeah, because basically you're not able to just get rid of oxygen. You're going to be moving the oxygen and trying to make a vacuum.
So away from BK, away from me, please.
I bring it towards me. BK,
Yeah, I would be just like a basically almost like your whirlwind ability, just all wind towards you now.
this fire is gonna kill us all.
Okay, so as you try to use your, basically, I'm not sure how you want to design your character in order to be able to use these powers, so I'm not going to assume that you have them anyways, besides the little motors for your whirlwind ability.
She like, what do you mean? Like, if she puts her hands out to try and like snuff the flames out, like that stuff?
Yeah, like since you're a robot, do you have like funnels that you are able to use to spray fire or generate fire in like suck or push air? Or...
There's little tiny holes all around her body to push stuff out, and including fire and air.
Okay, so she has proliferations throughout her body, but they're just minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as you go to try to suck in all the air around you to try to create this vacuum, you hear a little spur inside of you, as instead of starting to pull air, you push air out and cause a flame to expand.
Towards.
It just it expands outwards.
Oh wait.
Because you're in the center and you're pushing air out.
Oh yeah, I am in the center.
I hope there's like a fire extinguisher I can grab, so when I finally make it up there, I can put the fire out.
Alright,
Is there
so...
an extinguisher around him?
Alright guys, so I do want to go ahead and call a short break so everyone can go do stuff like bathrooms or get drinks or food or anything. Is that okay with everyone?
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Worked for me.
Okay, stream.
All
We're
right.
gonna see the lovely
Please.
black screen of
Oh,
not
the
being
fire.
online.
Alright, so a short break and then we will be right back.
All right.
God, I really hope we don't die because of my stupid idea.
Alright, and I will be right back.
Yep.
Ugh. Ugh. Fortunately, I just carry my laptop wherever I go, so I'm gonna go grab a snack, still talk. Ugh. Popcorn time! I'm sick, so I shouldn't eat this, but I want to eat something, and I need to eat, too. So who all is still here? I know I made.
Alright, so. Alright, so.
Hello, now the stream can hear me.
Now-
There we go. Welcome back,
Now
everyone.
that everyone's had a chance to go use the bathroom, eat, get a drink, let's go ahead and get started back into this. So, as we just left off, the Claire and Nora are starting to make their way down the hall.
Yeah.
Huh?
We have the Golden Whirlwind just accidentally made the flames a lot bigger in the hallway. It kind of closing off the hallway at this point from the Sursock Ohms from being able to go back, and from the other two from being able to proceed, with the Golden Whirlwind kind of stuck in the middle of the flames. And at the moment, you can see you can't really see the large individual anymore, but you can see the metal is slowly getting bent back into place.
Oh.
He's blocking. I mean, I could just fry it again. So getting in there is not going to be an issue. It's securing this situation, then getting in there. That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look at the ceiling. What is it made out of?
Alright. The ceiling does look like it has a bit of metal piping running along it. It looks like this is mostly meant to be the underbelly of the whole entire convention center.
So the metal
There
piping,
are-
does it look like it has anything in it?
You won't be able to tell from just seeing it, but there are a few sprinklers along them. It hasn't been triggered by the fire yet, as the fire has not created any smoke.
Okay. I'm going to look for one of the sprinkler heads. I'm going to shoot it with disintegration ray at low power.
Alright, so you're taking you're deliberately using a low power to
Low
disintegrate
power,
these small
higher
area?
accuracy just to hit the sprinkler head. Because I know if you break one of the glass wires in a sprinkler system, all sprinklers will go off. That's just common knowledge. If one sprinkler goes off, all sprinklers in that line go off. So by taking out one, all the other ones would go off.
Alright, so go ahead and roll a... So, and it's going to be a +1 CS for accuracy.
Sorry, I'm just copying this real quick. And there we go, and hit. 21. So +1 challenge rating, and I'm trying to figure out this power. Give me a sec. That is a gold, but that is the very first level of gold. Like the very first golden square. Or not gold, green. What am I saying? It's a green, but the very first green square.
So you just barely made it.
Just nicked the edge of the sprinkler.
Yeah. So, you once again use your finger gun to disintegration ray to hit the side of the sprinkler, barely nicking it. It doesn't set off the whole entire chain reaction, but it was enough to get the water flowing over the situation that is the current fire in the hallway. It's not putting out the flames right out, but it is starting to slow down the flames as the floor starts to get soaked in water.
Awesome. Am I still on fire?
No, but your outfit is probably going to be needing a replacement after this.
Didn't like these clothes anyway. Things I do for justice. Okay. Look over at the door and I cry out like, bro, I put a hole in that door before. Moving a little metal around isn't going to do much. Why don't you be reasonable and come out and talk?
Alright, go ahead and try rolling reason.
Nope. He doesn't even hear me through the metal. He's just like, what does that guy say? I'm going to keep putting more metal.
Yeah, he doesn't hear you over the distinct sound of bending and screeching metal as he still continues to pull the door back into shape and shut.
So basically, my character's next several turns are going to be just slowly disintegrating this door away.
That is correct. As you're yelling at this person to stop what they're doing, they don't hear you. Your warnings go unheeded, and they finally get the door shut. Though this giant vault-like door is extremely warped from not only your disintegration ray, but from them literally bending the door open.
Yep, just as fast as my character can. Just disintegration ray after disintegration ray after disintegration ray.
Alright, so go ahead and roll for the first disintegration ray.
Nice.
Keep in mind, I am less than one area away from this person. Or this door. I'm just start blasting this door.
And you're doing the full 3.
Full, maximum intensity possible.
Alright, so that is a green. So you managed to hit the door and basically chisel away a little bit more of the mass. This is a very thick door. You are now surprised about how this person has been able to bend this door open with
Oh yeah,
one hand.
this guy has already appeared to me as a serious threat that needs to be not here. That's hence why I put every ounce of effort I have into taking him down.
Alright, so anybody else want to take any actions before the next disintegration?
We'll be running.
By the way,
How many turns before fire out?
I'm going to go ahead and say 3 at the current rate.
Okay.
I'm gonna just stop trying to put the fire out, and I'm gonna go follow Sure Shock.
Alright, by the way, you are drenched in water.
I am?
Yeah, it's because you're right underneath the sprinklers that are trying to put out the fire.
Oh! Yeah, duh.
Water robot bad thing?
No.
Okay.
She has plenty of waterproofing. Plenty of silicone.
The last bottle of water.
Alright, and Blair and Nora are just slowly catching up.
Yep.
Y'all two just effectively just stop trying to give dead chase as you notice they aren't moving that much anymore.
Yeah.
Alright, so go ahead and roll another disintegration ray.
Oh.
That's not the roll, so.
Alright, so you fire off your disintegration ray. It goes in the general vicinity, but you don't hit your mark, so you kind of make another small hole in the door where the latch is.
Basically, the way I look at it, this door is probably 300 cubic feet. So, in 100 turns, this door is gone.
Nah, it's just basically when you hit the beam, it's not going straight through, it's kind of bubbling out. It's eating a small area away.
Okay. But it did do damage.
Yeah, it did do damage, but in the wrong spot.
Okay.
1 second. Probably not.
Repetitive attacks. I'm like a warlock at this point. Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! The only ability I need, just Eldritch Blast over and over again until the hole is big enough to go through.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. What did you say?
Basically, I'm a warlock casting Eldritch Blast. It's all you do. Every turn. Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. But from what you can see on the doorway, you've gotten pretty deep into the metal at this point. You go ahead and roll a
I don't know what I'm rolling, but I'm rolling something. And I did a really good job in it, whatever I rolled.
All right. So just double check.
Oh Jesus.
Need enough monkeys and enough typewriters.
All right. So, judging by how much metal you're able to eat away at one time and how large this circle is, you estimate that you only need to hit the same spot maybe 2 or 3 more times in order to make a hole big enough for people to be able to squeeze through.
Squeeze through or get through unheated?
It's going to be... You're going to have to do a little bit of contorting.
Okay. How big until we will be able to get through without having advantage attacking against us?
It's going to take effectively double the amount of turns.
So 6 turns. Got it.
Yeah, because you're going to be spreading the disintegration a little bit thinner, but it's going to be a wider circle for you to get through.
In my character's mind, especially since he knows that a really powerful guy is on the other side, he's not going to climb through a tiny hole. He's going to be able to see when he goes through.
All right. Okay, so go ahead and roll another disintegration. So as you fire off another disintegration ray, this time you just completely outright miss the door and you hit the wall along the side of the door frame, eating away at what you can now tell is concrete, though there seems to be some other material underneath the concrete.
Yay, super secret death metal, awesome. Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast, what? Alright, so this time you managed to hit your mark. This time you don't go as deep as you had been for the last 2 times you managed to hit, but it spreads out a lot thinner, making a much wider hole for you to be able to get yourself through in a few more blasts.
I'm just going to do 8 at once.
You misdone that. You need to do multi-roll.
Oh. Can't you just do the count, the 57, the 14, the 78, the 88, the 8, the 57, the 71, and 79?
I mean, I technically could.
Alright, I'll do multi-roll. So I just multi-roll.
8
Multi-roll 8, then 1d8.
That's fine though.
Thank you. I don't get 2 single digits now.
All right, so
Lower total, but better overall average.
yeah, so 58. You managed to hit the door, just get disintegrating a little bit more of the area. 16. You missed the door, hitting the same spot on the wall as you did before, cutting into the material. It looks more crystalline now that you've basically dissolved a little bit more of it. 30. It ricochets off of the metal somehow, and it hits the ceiling, showing a little bit more of this material. It seems like the whole hallway may be lined with it. 22. You just hit the floor.
Yep, just.
There's
I'm like, you know, the last word in Destiny 2. Just
what?
The last word. It's like hand cannon you fire from the hip. It's like an old west hand cannon. You just like. It's basically what I'm doing. So I'm missing a lot of my shots because I'm aiming faster.
Oh. 22. You hit the floor, dissolve a thin layer. It thins out a lot more because of the awkward angle. 99, you hit the center of the door, and it actually eats away a good chunk of the material this time. 65, you hit the door once again, dissolving a bit more. And at a 62, you hit the door. You see the opposite side of the doorway now.
Okay, but is it a big enough hole to go through?
It's going to be a tight squeeze at this point.
I'm gonna do 2 more, probably. That one missed the floor and the other one hit.
So once again, you fire towards the doorway, and once again, you miss, hitting the opposite wall that you've been hitting from so far.
It's like just my head just flies up in the air, just hits the behind me.
You were trying to do something flashy. And 72, you hit the doorway, and it dissolves a little, or you see more of the metal turn into kind of rusty dust as it just disintegrates. And you feel like you might be able to squeeze your way through. It's not going to be as tight. You'll still have enough wiggle room to be able to move out of the way if something tries to hit you, but it's still going to be a little bit of a hurdle to get into.
Oh, and then 1 more for good luck.
Nice.
As I'm walking through, like, just 1 more for good luck, and then going into full combat mode.
Alright. Alright, as you disintegrate the last little bit of door that you needed to be able to easily just slip on through, leaving plenty of room for both Flair and for the Golden Whirlwind. Nora might have a little bit of difficulty squeezing through due to her larger size. But
If I come out of the flame, then am I behind him by now?
yeah, I'll go ahead
Also,
and say
it's
you had plenty of time to
been
recover.
11 turns. That fire is very out, and now there's a small pool of water on the ground.
Yeah, the sprinkler hasn't cut off because the mechanism to shut it off is kind of destroyed, but it's just kind of spraying water
It's
across
going to be
the
a
floor.
couple weeks before this thing floods. I think we'll be fine.
I just
And
my hair off my head and just like start like trying to get the water out of it.
oh yeah, I forgot detachable hair.
It's so
So Danny's gonna show up and it's gonna be like, "What the hell were these people doing?"
See
Yeah,
a
like-
giant hole in the door, just me
Yeah, there's this giant
boom,
hole.
boom, boom, like just like drilling at this point through the door. We would be great
There's
bank
water
robbers.
everywhere. Water everywhere.
Ash burnt
Actually-
cinders on the ground.
Yeah, it's
a rather annoyed looking
Actually, Danny wouldn't be wondering what the hell's going on. You'd be, well, what the hell happened? He'd be like, what the hell? Because you were pretty much walking down the hallway as you were watching all this happen at this point.
oh yeah, that's true.
All right, so BK, you said that Surzok Ohms is going through the doorway.
Yes, full combat ready, and just to be safe, he's going to have his Iron Will active.
Oh, question.
Answer.
Could I say that when I was walking out of the fire, I finally took one of my slices out that are like need to like have fire on it and to like basically become enveloped in it and enveloped in the chaotic fire?
The thing is, where are you keeping this extra scythe?
Where am I keeping it?
Yeah, or is it a mini scythe?
It's a mini site. Plus, I have panels to store stuff. They're like, for me, like they're like pants and bags. I have giant panels.
Yeah, so you just pull a mini scythe, and when I say mini, it is a tiny scythe.
Like my back has a panel for my giant.
Yeah, but I'll go ahead and let you be able to pull out one of your other scythes, but you pretty much only had the two.
Yeah. And now it's just having a little flame. I look at it. I'm like, this will work for throwing. I suppose I could throw this. We'll figure out later.
All right. So as you're
I
going
kill
through
this
the
motherfucker.
as you're going through the hole in the doorway, you come out the, you peek around a corner, ready to take on anything, but the guy who you're chasing is nowhere to be seen in the hallway.
Is there any doors?
There is another doorway down the hall. Doesn't look as secure as this one, but it is another. It looks like another thick metal doorway, not a heavy one like this though.
I was
Before
wondering
get-
how long it would
I-
take in any D&D like campaign to say this. But I'm going to check for traps.
Good idea.
All right, that's going to be an intuition roll.
Rolls a nat 1. No.
You see all the traps except one.
Except one.
See,
You
all-
know there's another one, but you can't figure it out where.
Takes first step, falls a trap.
God damn. Intuition? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a monstrous.
So monstrous with a 74 is a yellow feat. All right, so you don't notice any traps per se, as most people would consider them. Though you do notice there are some extra cameras down this hallway. You hadn't actually seen any cameras up until this point, besides a few security cameras up on the upper floors.
Okay. I put my hand up, like this is a stop motion.
For the party.
There's
or for
one
the-
door at the hallway. Yeah, for the party. It's like no one move. Do either of the cameras see me currently?
One of them is pointed in your general direction. The other one is actually a little bit above you. It's more of your peripheral vision, and it's facing the opposite way.
Okay. The cameras, are there wires attached to them that go into the wall?
You do not see any visible wires. It's probably wired through the actual wall itself.
Okay. Electrical control as well as in ability to detect things. Can I detect where the electrical signals from the cameras are going?
Yes, you will be able. Go ahead and roll electrical control.
51, not bad.
One on a. And you were going to say something?
I was like, can I go over to the other camera and try and tinker with
I wouldn't enter the room yet.
the other camera?
It's in the room.
Oh, I thought they were both in the room.
So they're going through. We're at a doorway right now. There's a secondary room. The door on the far side. 2 cameras in the room. Something tells me that whoever is running this facility wants us to attack them first.
Okay.
All right. So as you're using your electrical control to follow the wires of the camera, you see that both of them run in both directions, going back down the hallway you just came from, and then are also leading back to the room that you see in the far back.
So one of the cameras is going back where we came from. The other one is going to the room that's all the way in the front.
The wires both lead back towards and to the front door,
Okay.
or the door in front. Blech. I said my sentence backwards again.
I wish I could shoot torpedo or like bullets and stuff in my hands right now.
I'm gonna say we don't know if he's still in there. What we do know is that that camera points at the camera, both cameras, saw what he did. There's a wire that's going that direction back where we came from that accesses something. We can go back there, find the feed from that camera. We'll know what he did, who else was with him, and everything we need to know before going forward.
Red Tornado's just nodding.
Put it this way, I wouldn't want to intrude further without knowing what else we're dealing with.
I agree. I agree with your idea.
But we also can't leave this door by itself. Does anyone have technology skills? Anyone know how to hack cameras?
Tinkering. Would that count?
Wouldn't be hacking, but you would be able to modify or disable the camera in this case.
I'm thinking more along the lines of one of us going back, finding the camera, figuring out what's going on, then relaying that information to the others, while the other two, or three with the lion, stand guard and don't let anyone out of the store.
I feel like you and Golden would just look at Danny and Nora. They haven't really contributed yet.
I can work my cell phone. That's about it.
Well, I was meaning more you stay and guard with
How
Nora.
finite?
Oh.
How finite can I know where the wire ends?
You can only follow the electricity for a short while before it basically kind of tapers off and you can't see the energies traveling through the wire anymore. You can see that there's a lot of electricity heading back towards that room, but not as much going out.
So we have two options. We have the YOLO option of attack, or we have the passive option of going and getting proper authorities and then attacking.
If he's in that room right now, we can end this now.
Maybe that's what he wants, though.
That's true.
4 superpowered beings breaking through a secure facility for no apparent reason. In the middle of a convention showing superhero rights, getting that type of stuff on film.
But if we abandon it now, there's no
Because all we know about this guy is he walked in, was trying to hide, and then ran away from us when we did something. So either he was just walking in and out of every room until he saw a group of tough-looking guys who followed him.
And was running scared because all of a sudden they were chasing him.
Or potentially could have intentionally tried to get someone to chase him, feeling this is a building full of superheroes, to try to provoke the attack. So all the cameras would see is man running away in terror, 4 people with superpowers running after him and attacking.
3 people in a actually.
Okay, still 4 superpowered beings.
That's more accurate, yes.
Your call, Ambassador. You're the one that knows these diplomatic situations.
If we go there and we go there peacefully, there's nothing that can be used against them. So let's approach this with calmness, because if we let them go now, nothing happens.
Fair enough. Both cameras, disintegration ray.
Wouldn't have done that personally, but okay.
Alright, so that's going to be an aim shot, so it's going to be a +2 because they're small cameras. The one that's closest to you is going to be a normal shot, but since the other one's down the hallway, it's going to be a +2 or a -2 to your...
Closer one is the first one. Longer one is the second one.
Alright,
I would have shot that way regardless.
Yeah. So you got a green on the first one. So you managed to hit the camera and it turns into a small pile of dust on the floor. You see slight sparks flying from where the wires are now exposed. And then you did the second one?
Yep.
Alright, so you fire off your beam once again. you barely managed to hit the lens of the camera, like the very upper lip of it, but it was just enough contact in order to at least melt off the lens.
So that
So
camera's
the
not
camera's
seeing
no-
anything else.
No.
Okay.
Like, the camera's body is there, but it's no longer going to be functional.
Okay.
I would have said not to do that, but it happened now. She says a little.
Put it this way, I'd rather have no footage than footage that could be used against us.
Well, I mean,
Now that can be used against you as you're trying to hide, if you think of it about
the
it that way.
footage was recorded. It's gone back to some. It's not in the.
The footage is being recorded by the individual inside, and it could be edited.
Yes, but now we don't need to edit it. And... Never mind. Let's. Don't do.
I know what you're trying to get at, and that's what I was trying to hint to too. But I'm trying to hint to that as being a possibility.
It's likely gone back to a terminal. Likely not in the camera's memory.
Yeah, the memory of the footage will still be there. I'm moving forward.
I also am.
So are y'all going to the room, or are y'all heading back upstairs?
To the room.
The room.
All right, Nora, let's go to the room.
Gets on top of Lion's back.
Golden just kind of looks back at them like, when did my lion?
Alright.
But she's like, am I gonna have to bring this kid home so I can take Nora home?
Your lion adopted a kid.
Pretty much what's gonna happen as far as, or it's like, she looks to Nora. I'm glad you found a pet.
Oh.
Not the worst thing
racist.
you've been called, is it?
You've always wanted company besides robots. Little robotic hewling and purring.
Oh.
The purring sounds a little more like something's ricocheted off her, but it's very clearly purring.
Alright, so as y'all start walking forward, you hear a slight buzzing sound.
Ah, fuck.
You're not sure if it's from the disintegrated cameras or if it's something else.
Ooh, now would be a good time to do a, my god, what do they call? Intuition, and see where the noise is coming from.
Crit, 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 crit.
You don't even know what noise you're like. You think you heard a noise, but you're pretty sure you didn't. All right.
The robot sound receptors have pinpointed the exact source of the noise.
I'm always good at these roles, but apparently I'm not good at combat roles. But she's supposed to be good at combat and not as good at everyday objectives, activities.
All right, and are you going to be rolling?
Yeah, sure I will.
I just use my 7. I don't need to beat it. Yeah.
Get those out of the way when it doesn't matter. Get those out of the way.
But you also think you heard a buzzing sound, but you just believe it's in the back of your head.
She lightly smacks him over the head, and Nora slightly smacks Daddy for being stupid too.
Yeah.
So what
As
is the
you-
buzzing?
As you hear this buzzing sound, it seems to be coming from the doorway.
It's coming. It is coming from the doorway. That
Can't really tell exactly what it is, but you know it's coming from that doorway.
I've no idea what that sounds of. Memory bank not processing.
Okay.
Error. No. That sound is not in my memory bank.
Alright, so anyone else want to... You want to continue proceeding towards the door, or do you want to...
Continue proceeding.
I'm going to use electrical control to see if there's any electricity running through the doorway.
Alright, go ahead and roll.
Nope, I don't see.
In fact, you completely forgot where the wires were for the cameras at this point.
Ay. We're fighting something? Oh, okay. Oh. Let me get my laser. Let me get my Eldritch Blast. Let me go back to Eldritch Blast. I was good at that.
Hey, you get to be good at combat. I get to be good at medial stuff.
And he gets to be good at petting a lion.
Yep. Danny's very good at.
I'm telling you,
Danny-
Danny is gonna just get a nat 100 and one-shot the boss. I guarantee it. Like, he's gonna do nothing the entire campaign. Final boss, just one-shot.
Danny is
Alright, so...
very good at tripping and emotionally supporting one another.
So
Yes.
as you get closer to this door, the buzzing sound gets a little bit louder, and once you get about one area away, so about a little less than 40 feet, you hear the buzzing sound just kind of turn into a little irate sound as a large metal shutter just slams down from the front of the door.
Shutter?
Really? You gonna another security door, people? I mean, don't you know what happens with all the other security doors?
She looks up, looks towards Shershock. Let's just say that at some point formalities were exchanged because, considering all the shit they're getting into,
Yeah.
they should know names by now.
It's like, clearly these people are not smart, Ambassador. I'm sure, Shock.
Well, you handed a business card.
Oh yeah, I did hand you a
And
business
everyone
card.
knows.
Yeah, I do know your name.
I openly
Shershock.
said I'm a public or a private detective. Anyway, yeah.
Shershock, do me a favor. Fire, get rid of the security door.
Let me check what the security door looks like it's made of. Is it the same material as the other door?
It is not made of the same material. It has a much darker coat to it. It looks like it's almost absorbing the light around it.
Is it
Oh yeah,
onyx?
Eldritch Blast ain't touching that. I say in those exact words. They're
Gee.
confused about what Eldritch Blast is.
She throws a kick at the security door.
That's definitely a blast-proof door. Made of the same material as the plates upstairs. They resist explosions pretty well.
I rolled.
Alright, so you bring up your leg and see, let me just make sure before I say stupid things. Alright. So as you bring up your leg and you slam it into this black sheet door, like you can feel all of the momentum of your foot just stolen away as it makes contact with this door.
Okay, can I make a check to see if I know what this material is?
Yes, you may. That would be a reasoning.
It's only one material that would do that.
And I am excellent in it. In reasoning.
You do not know what this material is.
Do
YOLO,
I feel like
reason
good?
check.
Would Golden feel like she has it somewhere in her memory bank, but she can't seem to access it?
For Golden, it would be something that has been mentioned before. Well, not mentioned, but something that is in her memory bank, but never something she actually personally encountered. Well, nothing that her or Dr. Mo tomorrow would have encountered. Like,
No,
it's something
no.
that's been studied.
No, Emo Taro is Red Tornado's creator. You mean Tio Mara. Or no, Tio Mara. No, Emo Taro.
I was right the first time.
Whatever. The doctor doesn't know what it is. Got it.
Yeah, the doctor's never encountered it directly, but has studied it.
You know what? It's really hard to remember sometimes when you have it off a character and you sometimes are the brightest.
And as for you, BK, with your...
The second I heard Maro, I was like, nope, you were right, I was wrong.
We're going reason. It'd be excellent.
Yeah, it's a yellow feet. You actually know a little bit of this material. You don't know what it's exactly called in this, on this planet, but you have heard of it before on your own planet. Apparently, this material is able to absorb any kinetic or vibration, or kinetic energy or vibrations done towards it, though this one seems to be slightly different from what you've heard of.
Oh god, there's only one alloy of those two metals that makes... Okay, let me try to think how that was defeated. Yeah. I'm gonna look at the wall around the door. It's not the door itself, but the wall.
The wall seems to be the same composition as it was out in the other hallway.
But was the
With a-
crystalline substance potentially that material as well?
You did, when you were firing off, you did hit the crystal substance 2 times. One time it did dig into the crystalline substance a little bit, but the other time it just reflected it off.
Yeah. There's only one individual who would have access to this type of material.
And who is that?
I look at both of you and says, someone we don't want to mess with. And I head towards the exit. But first, I take a picture of... Or I asked one of them to take a picture of the door.
Okay, I'll take a picture with my cell phone.
Out of character, I am curious. Who do you think it is?
Out of character, only one person would have access to vibranium and be German.
We were talking about this, we already
Red
have
Skull.
our...
My two best guesses are Red Skull or Magneto, but Red Skull is known for vibranium. And the only alloy that would have this type of machine would be vibranium and adamantium. So Red Skull would also know the mutants, therefore he would know adamantium, therefore he would know to combine those two metals to stop all powers. And considering Germany is the one who did this mess in the first place, Red Skull being alive and having access to vibranium and adamantium is not out of the question.
Alright. I was just kind of curious on your train of thought of who it might be. Though... I will say in this universe, Red Skull is not that well known of.
Fair enough, but still, someone who has the capability of getting that material, a material that, if not knowing where to get it, I would know it's extremely rare in this particular area. And having my connection with a certain spider, at the very least, even if it is a shitty connection, calling them and saying, hey, I found this metal at this highly suspected convention, would probably raise some flags.
Yeah.
Alright, so back to the campaign. Y'all are heading out of the hallway?
Yeah, as fast as humanly possible. I want out of there now.
Also, while Danny took a photo with the camera,
Yeah.
Golden just used her eyes to take a photo.
Take several. If you have a way to material and like analyze it like a what's that visual analysis thing?
Spectrometer?
Analysis. Yeah. The one that lets you determine what element it's made out of. If you can do that in your eyes, do it.
You think I'd be able to do that?
Most advanced machine on the planet. Spectrometers currently can be sold for $27 on Amazon.
Oh yeah, I absolutely can.
It's
I'm
DM's
with that.
decision. Would they include a mass spectrometer?
Listen, I have a toaster oven in my body. I hope that would be.
Sadly, Dr. I have so much trouble. Dr. Mo did not have the foresight of equipping you with a spectrometer.
Oh, no mass spectrometry. Fair enough. It is that would be something that'd be a little overpowered in this type of game. Being able to identify with exact precision every element of anything. So let's get, I'm out. I'm already halfway up the stairs at this point. Like, I am, the second I realized what that door was made out of, I was noping the heck out of there.
Yeah, what about you, Blair?
Yeah, I guess if Sure Shock is not going to pursue any further, me and Nora are just going to turn around and go back upstairs. Maybe listen to the crazy guy.
I like how you just basically took Nora.
He's like, Nora, you're with me now. Accept it. Nothing against
He's like, cool.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. It's like in that scene in where Green Beetle gets trapped in the magic bubble, and he's like, "There is no known counter to this. Goodbye."
Golden was following, like, side by side with Sure Shock. No, yeah, Sure Shock.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you two are in the lead, and Flair and Nora are behind y'all.
Yeah, I wouldn't say too far.
Like
yeah. Well, as Flair and Nora are leaving from the vaulted area, where basically going back through the security door, you can hear the slow clamber of metal being pulled as the sheet metal door, well, is effectively a sheet door, is being pulled back up as you leave the hallway.
Yep. Still not dealing with it. It may be up now, but that's a material that I am not going to deal with what's inside that door now. I'm sorry, but whoever has that much money or the ability to steal that material, no. As much as I want to deal with Hulk-level enemies, I'm good. There is a time and a place to beg for help, and this is it.
What's a Hulk? Does Hulk exist here?
I would assume Hulk would be a well-known figure in Boston.
Yeah, the Hulk is known about in this universe, though a lot more scarcely, because there had been a few rampages, but nobody really pinpointed who the Hulk is.
I mean, my character lives in New York.
Yeah.
Are the Avengers a thing?
The Avengers are not a thing.
Okay. Fair enough.
Is Iron Man still incredibly rich?
Do what?
Is Iron Man incredibly rich still?
Tony Stark is incredibly rich, but he has not become Iron Man.
We are pre-Iron Man. Got it. Good. I wanted to know the timeline anyway. Pre-Iron Man, post-Hulk. Is Captain America awake?
Nobody knows about Captain America.
Okay.
He's not awake.
But Black Widow, I know. Or at the very least, I have a nice phone number to occasionally reach her at.
Well, you have a number to contact S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. And I'm going to basically head for the exit as fast as possible, find the nearest payphone, and just immediately call S.H.I.E.L.D. and just full on just bring the helicarrier.
Question.
Answer.
What are the Fantastic Four up to? Are they a thing?
The Fantastic Four are kind of a thing in this universe. There is a group of people who do have similar abilities, but they were not caused by the same effects.
Does Thing exist?
Thing does exist.
Okay.
All I needed to hear.
Thing and Human Torch do exist. Mr. Incredible and the Invisible Woman are not of this universe.
Okay.
Oh, Johnny lost his sister. How sad. Anyway. This music works great, actually, for what we're doing. Yeah, I'm just immediately up the stairs.
What time is it in the game or in? Yeah, in the universe.
All right. So at this point, as you're heading back up the stairs, and you said that Blair had took out his phone to take a picture.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you were able to check the time. About 30 minutes had passed as you were giving chase to this guy. So it's about almost 2. It's 30 minutes until the next major panel opens up.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I can probably stay a little bit longer.
I look, as he says that, I look at him, it's like, we're going to be staying a little bit longer than that. And I keep walking.
And I will say, Flair, as you were taking your picture, you did notice that you had no signal whatsoever. Like no cellular. I can't pronounce the word.
Cellular.
Yeah, no cellular
Yeah, that.
signal, and you also didn't have any Wi-Fi. For some reason, at a major convention, there's no internet.
Weird. But probably they did it for some reason. Who knows?
Probably because they don't want anyone finding something and immediately calling the cops.
Or taking a photo and then posting it online before anything can happen.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Posting a photo of a can I say vibranium? Because I don't know the word for it.
Well, no, I was meaning like the identity of people with superpowers.
Yeah, that would also be bad. But in terms of the villains who are running this, walls made of a material that you shouldn't be able to get a hold of.
Who said villains are running this?
What
said
villain?
that?
Mysterious benefactor who has a vibranium door.
Well, I was thinking maybe Professor X was doing it.
Heroes don't have vibranium doors in their secret lairs.
Are you sure?
Black Panther, yes. Do I think Wakanda is open enough to be holding a convention in Boston? Probably not.
I think so. That seems very likely.
We are pre-Avengers, which means we are pre this Black Panther. Anyway, I'm literally at this point, unless something is stopping me from getting outside, I don't even want to be. I want to be out. I want to go home, get to the nearest payphone, and then immediately just call in everybody. State police, local police, the SHIELD, the Army, the Navy, the Coast Guard.
I'm following. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm following. Come on.
Alright, so you don't really come in. Phone?
No signal, phone goes off.
It's like, I'm calling S.H.I.E.L.D. His phone rings.
But you have no signal.
So, as you're heading back up the stairs, you don't really come against any confrontation. Like, you, after all this chasing and everything, it kind of was like, you're still pumped full of adrenaline, but nothing's happening kind of thing. You know that feeling?
Oh yeah.
And basically nothing happens up until you get to the doorway that was previously locked when you first encountered this door for Sir Ohms. The one that the golden... I keep on trying to say tornado.
Yeah,
or
golden
other words.
whirlwind kicked in.
Yeah. Yeah. As you approach this door, now from the inside, you hear a loud thunk.
Oh no.
The door has locked. Is it made of the same material as the door on the inside?
No, it is not.
That door is gone.
You're not even gonna try, huh?
No,
Nope.
I'm gonna try to get in.
Eldritch Blast!
So you are shooting the door.
Yep, Eldritch Blast.
Let me see, let me see. Blah 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 blah.
Hopefully some guards will hear what I'm doing, because that would be great, because then they'll be able to... I'll be like, immediately, this is bad, run.
Alright, so as you shoot your finger gun once again at the door, you hit it pretty well, and you hear sizzle, and then it just kind of goes quiet as you disintegrate the first layer of metal, just reveal a nice black substance underneath it.
Oh, great. We need to get through this now.
Okay, Golden goes
I'm
to
going
kick
to
it
attempt to open the door. Pull open the door.
The door pulls open.
Okay, good. Before we resort to nuclear, let's just pull the door.
in. That's what I was trying to do earlier.
Yeah, but I wanted the Eldritch Blast. I'm not going to be able to do that much anymore, okay? Full in character, by the way, I wanted the Eldritch Blast. Anyway, I'm immediately going through the crowd, cutting through anyone that moves, just straight to the exit.
But do we get stopped before we leave, once we leave that door is the real question.
Alright, so as y'all are making your way out of the doorway, you hear a loud, pain-ridden scream coming from in the middle of the crowd in the convention.
Okay.
Oh no.
I look at Davey and I look at Danny and I say, "Give me your phone."
I hand him the phone.
I immediately head towards the exit.
Alright, so you are going towards the exit
Yep.
with Danny's phone.
Yep. And nothing. It's me and the phone. Exit.
Golden looks to Sure Shock. Can't steal his phone and someone's screaming. We need to investigate.
Yeah. I'm taking the phone to get outside to call for help in case this is a distraction. They're trying to get us to stay here so they can lock the door.
Fine, do it quickly.
Alright, so Sherlock Holmes is going out of the, making his way to exit.
Not
So what
run,
about
but very fervent
a
walk.
brisk walk?
Brisk
A
walk.
brisk walk.
Walk with purpose.
Alright, and what about the other two?
I let Sure Shock know that I'll be listening to the crazy guy, and just to come back whenever he's done with the phone.
And
That's
how
it.
about for the Golden Whirlwind? Hello?
What?
I was asking, what do you want to do during all this? You just, Sherlock Holmes is going towards the doorway to make a call.
Yeah, I'm going toward. I said that.
You're going towards what?
The scream.
Alright, so you're heading towards the person who is screaming, and Danny is just kind of making his way back upstairs like nothing ever happened. With a lunch.
Yeah. Pretty much it, yep.
I know you're never supposed to split the party, but in this case, I need to get to that phone.
Alright. So, you continue to hear screaming. Sherlock Holmes, you see a few of the guards making their way from the entrance towards the screaming. as let's see.
As they approach me, I say, "Gentlemen, hurry! Someone's been hurt!" And I point them towards where the screaming's coming from.
All right, as you do so, they actually start to pick up a hustle, trying to make their way through the crowd. As you start getting closer to the screaming, not Silver Tornado,
Golden
Golden
Whirlwind.
Whirlwind. That's a hard name to
Guys,
roll.
this timing is perfect. The music just got super intense.
As you start getting closer to the source of the screaming, you see basically people have made a circle around this one person who is just screaming in pain, curled up in a ball. You see what looks like ice forming around parts of his body.
Oh no. I rush over and what the fuck happened? None of those no.
Alright, so... And... Danny, what are you up to? Are you still trying to GTFO?
Danny is listening to the crazy guy.
He's walked up
you
the flight
went-
of stairs and starts talking to crazy guy.
That's
Screaming
it.
lady in
That
pain. There's a crazy guy to talk to.
Yeah. Well, he's not like a hero yet, so he hears somebody screaming. He's going in the opposite direction.
Alright,
So-
so... As you see this person who is pretty much in the fetal position and just what you can only assume is pure agony from the screams that he is emitting, more of his body is slowly becoming encased in large chunks of ice. Of course, Danny wouldn't know this because Danny ran away.
Right.
Yeah, they both ran away.
Yeah.
Well, you, Sherlock Holmes, you would at least kind of have a understanding that there's something still going on. You wouldn't just,
Yep.
you just
I understand
wouldn't know the exact-
woman in pain, but in my mind I'm thinking potential distraction to be able to get the door locked.
Uh,
And what about you, Gold?
I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Like, what caused this?
And you're just gonna stare at her to figure this out.
No, I've already said I asked.
Wait, you asked what?
What the fuck happened? What caused this?
Nobody around you is able to directly tell you. They just say that she just collapsed on the ground and this started happening.
I tried to talk to her and
Alright, so you're going to get closer to talk with her?
yeah.
Go ahead and roll a int check.
And in check.
Yep.
$45.
Alright. So as you get closer, you notice that she is actually wearing one of the collars that had been assigned to some of the people who've come in who were suggested to be more dangerous individuals, like their powers are either harder for them to control or could cause a lot of damage.
Yeah.
The little LED light that's on her collar is rapidly flashing red as it slowly starts to become encased in ice itself. It seems like the chunks of ice had originated from under her collar and is spreading across her body.
The caller is using her powers against her.
That's what I was about to say. Would there be any chance of me successfully breaking it off her? The collar, that is?
I mean, you can attempt to, but you're not sure if it's currently restricting the power or if it's provoking the power, nor are you sure if you would be able to do it successfully without hurting her.
Okay, I keep trying to talk to her and ask her what happened, what caused.
So he's only able to barely mumble incoherent sentences as between the screams of pain as more and more of her body becomes coated in ice.
As the ice appears, I just gently like break the ice so that she doesn't like get killed by the ice.
Alright, so you're going to try to break some of the ice?
Yeah. Not with like brute force, but just gentle.
I'm going to have to say roll a strength, but with a -2.
Whoa.
Because you're trying to restrict yourself.
Oh.
That might help.
Cause I'm just trying to break the ice so that it doesn't like case her fully or kill her.
What strength are you, base?
It's
What?
remarkable, so it'll be brought down to a good. It's still a yellow. So you managed to successfully break off a chunk of the ice that had grown over basically her shoulder and was
Yeah.
creeping down. As you break the ice away from her, you hear her just let out another blood-curdling scream as more ice suddenly surged to replace the bit that you had broken off.
The ice in her hand, is it doing anything?
The ice in her hand has actually coated over her hand, causing what looks like an even larger ice form along her.
I'm gonna try and break the collar. That's the only thing I can think of.
Alright.
Even assuming that she is not trying to hurt the person. That's still almost, that's 1 point away from a red feat. If she doesn't care about hurting the person, it is a red feat.
Alright. So as you go ahead and try to break more of the ice off of her hand, you can see her.
No, I'm trying to break her collar off.
Oh, you're trying to break the collar off this time.
Yeah.
Alright, so as you reach down to break off the collar, as your hand basically grips on to the metal, you can feel through the metal, like you can feel it through your own metal, how cold it has gotten just from the ice that's starting to slowly coat this thing. It makes makes the wires in your fingers almost too too rigid for you to be able to bend your fingers properly in order to get a good grip on this thing. As you start to slowly squeeze on it, trying to gently break it from around her neck, you can just hear her yelling out even more and more in pain as the ice rapidly starts to encase her, the little red light flashing even more as you start to slowly crush it under the pressure of your fingers. You can see people around you starting to back away and getting a little bit worried.
Well, you've died first day before. Let's find out. Is it evil or is it just a horrible accident?
I'm trying to break. While I'm breaking it, I also yell at others, like everyone else, take your collars off. If that's the cause of this, it might hurt the rest of you.
Run. That would be the word I would tell everyone.
That's also, like, break your collars off, and unless you're gonna help her, run.
Roll of reasoning.
Oh, come on.
You're only trying to convince people to run away from the big dangerous thing of death, so...
And take their collars off.
Yeah.
Okay, so people are kind of still basically just kind of watching what's going on. They're not really sure on how to react. Some people are starting to back away a little bit more rapidly, trying to get away from this current situation that's happening. And Okay. So, as you squeeze a little bit tighter around the collar, trying to snap it, you manage to successfully break the collar.
I what?
You broke the collar.
Good. Is she still screaming though?
Sia is screaming in agonizing pain as ice starts to rapidly coat her body.
Oh, fuck. She's, Golden just looks distressed, not sure what the fuck's going on.
At this point, there's two options. Noble
What?
and survival.
Alright, Golden Whirlwind.
Yeah.
Roll an agility.
Oh no, I was literally just about to say, everyone run, and also start running, but...
Alright, so as you started to turn to go ahead and yell back at the crowd to try to back away from this, you notice out of the corner of your eye a large ice hand swinging towards you. You manage to be able to sidestep out of the way as the woman, who is now almost completely encased in ice, started to get up. Ice continuing to roll off of her body as he continues to increase in size at this point from just the ice coating her.
I yell again, or I yell, I'm the representative for the people, the Society of People with Powers. I said run, run, unless you want to get caught in the crossfire.
People have already started running as this person started to get up from their fetal position.
Has
Go
anyone
ahead.
to try and help me?
You don't see anyone really staying to help. You see a few guards who were trying to run up to the situation but have turned tail at the sight of the now growing ice creature.
She just kind of whispers, forward. And let's hope this doesn't go poorly, but I'm gonna use my fire.
Alright, and BK, you did manage to get outside of the building.
Okay, looking for
guards
the
were-
nearest payphone. Just find it now. Or actually, I checked my brick phone or his cell phone. Do either of them have signal?
No, you do not have signal, and you're still not getting any Wi-Fi. This place sucks.
Okay, finding the nearest way to call someone. Smoke signal if possible. I'll be right back. I got
I just see you going to try to make a campfire.
Yeah, just yeah. At this
Smoke.
point, it's bad. I need to use the rest of my right back.
And what were you rolling for?
I'm igniting my fire
You're going to ignite your fire.
right beside her.
Alright, so an 88.
In the hopes of melting her while I stand exactly beside, like right.
Alright, so as you let out another stream of fire, which... Oh wait, Big K just walked away.
What?
I will say you get a little indicator, just kind of in your own head, a small beep, saying that you're starting to run, you're under 25% power. So,
What? What am I getting an indicator?
you're getting an indicator saying that you're starting to run 25% under power. Basically, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Who?
And I was talking to Golden Whirlwind here, but
I'm back. It was glitching for some reason. Repeat,
Okay.
repeat what you were trying to tell me.
So, what I was saying is, as you let out another stream of fire, you get an indicator that's like a little flash up in the corner of your eye.
I
saying
get
that
an
your indicator.
What's an indicator?
Basically, it's a notification.
For others or just me?
It's just you. It's only you who sees it, and it's saying that.
No. I'm saying, are you cutting out for others?
I'm not cutting out for you. Like, I can hear you
Give me one
perfectly fine. What about you?
I can hear you.
Let me just move closer to my router,
Okay, then. Welcome back, BK.
because I moved away from it and now I'm having issues.
So, BK.
Yeah, but
What were you? So what did I get an indicator of?
you're low on power.
Yeah.
What?
Low on energy. You are.
BK,
Yeah, I'm back.
hey, BK, you still have an exact count for powers left?
Not including what this 88 here. I don't know what that is. 11.
11. Okay, so they are exactly at 10, so I was right on my counting. You just got a 25% power notification.
Okay.
Your battery is running low.
Yeah. I can't
As you
use.
let off,
Okay.
as you let off this stream of fire towards the, just in your direct vicinity, trying to melt some of the ice that had formed around this woman. You hear an almost crystalline shriek as the flames lick at the ice exterior of the body. It it rapidly freezes back, and more icy growth surge from this woman. Roll for initiative.
Nice.
Run. But
What do you roll for initiative?
Isn't that a D20? Yeah.
You can either do a D100 or a D20. You can either. I don't mind either one, but everyone would have to stick to the same.
Yep. I'm going to roll a D100 for perception to find a method of calling someone.
So I'm the only one against her right
Yeah,
now, right?
she is the only one in combat. The other guy is talking to a crazy guy, and I am looking for a payphone.
No, I'm
So
saying
we're basically in
no one else has come to try and help me.
You don't
Correct.
see anybody. Like, everybody else is at this point starting to run in panic.
Does this include Davey and the crazy guy and the people that were dueling upstairs and all them?
They mostly don't know what's going on at this point.
Oh, the second floor, I have no idea.
Yeah, the second floor can hear some screaming, and some people are coming down to investigate. But for the most part, they don't exactly know what's going on.
Torn order wise, have you rolled for the giant woman yet?
Yes, I have.
Does she beat my initiative?
No, she does not.
I'm gonna run to the second floor.
Hold on. You have to remember the turn order is a little bit different in this system. So, you got the higher initiative. So, your action will always be first, but C acts first. Oh, basically how it goes is C declares her action first, and then you declare your action. Then it goes backwards, saying that you act before C did.
Okay.
Alright. So there are some things that you need to take awareness of. So the first thing for combat is, of course, you're still going to be rolling D100s. And there's one thing I will tell you that you should always try for every turn. Roll for additional actions. You can roll for additional actions based off of if you're moving, you do agility, or if you're doing any kind of combat, you do fighting. If you make a If you make a yellow or red feat, you get additional actions. If you make yellow, you get 1 additional action, and if you make a red, you get 2.
Okay.
And you get no penalties for rolling a green or white.
Okay.
Alright, so C will be declaring, the woman will be swinging at you, once again with her ice call. So, let's see. Alright, C will be swinging at you with her ice claw for her main, and C will not be taking an additional action. So now you would declare your actions for the turn.
I'm gonna run to the second floor and also roll for my additional action. Right?
Yep.
Yes, you're rolling for an extra movement.
Nope.
Okay then. Yeah, you would have to have like a shift Y in order for that to have worked.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, so no additional action. You are just going to be moving, correct?
Yeah, I'm running to go up to the second floor.
Okay, so as you start to move, you can see, you already know that C is going to be swinging, so do you want to do anything else about that?
All I know is I want to try and dodge it.
Okay, so let's see. Actually, would you prefer the dodge, or would you just prefer to try to run?
Just run.
Just run? Okay, so that would, as you're moving out of the way, basically trying to run to, as you're trying to get away from her, she does get a swing at you. And she manages to clip you as you're getting away, and she does 20 damage to you.
Oh, Jesus.
You feel the icy claws scraping against the back,
Where do I
against the back of your metal.
Where do I write temporary HP?
You might have to keep it as a separate note.
22 damage?
20.
20. Okay, so I'm at 1. Okay. And we have no cell signal, so I can't call anyone either. Well, all I can do is run. And try and get back up.
Alright, so during this, before the next combat turn, BK, is there anything you're still trying to find a phone, correct?
Yes.
Alright. That would be I'm gonna say intuition still on the roll.
It's a monstrous.
Monster is
It's green.
green. Alright, you do manage to find yourself a payphone. It's kind of out on the edge of the parking lot though, so it's gonna be it's quite a bit of a run, but you manage to get over to it.
Okay, yep, put coins in, immediately dial the number I have.
Alright. So, phone picks up almost instantly as you call out the number, and they ask who this is, and why are they calling from an unregistered phone.
Okay, I immediately say, this is Watson, friend of the Watcher, friend of Black Widow. The convention in Boston has gone haywire. There are vibranium weapons and equipment here. Creatures attacking. We need help now.
Alright, roll a reasoning.
This is where I get
Crit
the
fail.
fail. Crit fail, let's go. Crit fail, let's go! 37, not bad. Reason for me, I think, is pretty decent.
Yeah, Your reasoning is excellent. So
Yep.
Not gonna fail.
Probably gonna not do good though with 37.
yeah.
Excellent.
So
Not even close.
you hear a bit of silence over the phone. It's like, okay, we'll go ahead and send somebody to go check it out, and they hang up the phone.
They're not gonna send. Check it out. Beep boop boop boop. Call again.
Yeah, I'm gonna call again. Like I don't think they heard the vibranium armor. Nope! I don't even get to dial the phone. That's not even good. Nope, they hang up immediately.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look
Yeah,
for
you
another
got-
phone.
You dial the phone, and you hear click, click. This is like instant pickup hang up.
Yep, I'm gonna look for another phone.
So, Danny,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing? You hear commotion going on downstairs. You hear quite a bit of panic screaming at this point.
You also have kidnapped my lion.
Oh no. Can I look over the railing and see what's going on?
Yes, you can. It is very evident that people are starting to run towards the entrance of the building.
Also known as the egg.
Some of them are also trying to run upstairs, just trying to get off of the first floor.
Mhm.
You're not at a good angle to see what they are running from.
Mm,
Does he spot Golden?
yeah, I guess, would I roll an intuition, or would I just like keep searching until I see Golden?
That would be an intuition roll for
Okay.
search.
Yeah, all right. $47, and my intuition is good.
You barely managed to make out in the crowd at the golden robot that you just spent a lot of time and stole a giant robot kitty from. She's making her way towards the stairwell.
And I see the giant ice monster.
You do not know what they are. All the people are running from yet. You do see that Golden is booking it though.
Okay. Nora, go get Golden Girl?
Golden Whirlwind?
Golden Whirlwind?
Excellent.
Golden Girl.
It's better than what I almost called you at the very beginning.
What?
Golden shower.
No.
A monster.
Ew. That's. Ew.
Damn it. I messed that up. Let's try that again.
Also, it's Nora without.
I was just spelling it based off of how I thought it sounded, so.
Yeah, that's why I told you.
But what did you say it was spelled like?
Nora.
Nora?
Yeah.
Alright, no I.
I think
Okay.
I rolled it right way long ago. Let's see.
Yep, you did.
Yay.
1 second.
Still 73. That's not bad.
Alright, so. So, as you turn to look at Nora, you can already see she's up on her hinds. Basically, she's up on her feet and ready to move. Just from all the panic screaming that's going on from downstairs. As you even start to mutter, "Go get gold," and she is like that lion is out of there. He's already booking it towards the staircase.
Nice. I will follow after her.
All right. So, next round of actual combat. The ice woman is now going to try to make an attempt to move towards Golden, and rolls for additional movement. So he's going to make a secondary movement towards closing gap.
Oh no.
Alright.
I'm just gonna keep doing what I was doing, running up, trying to go upstairs. Can't use my whirlwind. I can't do that yet. So I'm gonna go for that bonus as I run.
What was your agility?
My agility is incredible. Second best
Alright.
stat.
Alright, so you managed to keep a decent, Alright, you are just booking it. You already made it to the staircase and get it about halfway up. You've managed to see just kind of around the corner the really giant ice woman. Like, she has increased easily 4 times in size at this point from her initial size. Just kind of slowly clambering towards you, leaving like icy footprints in her wake.
Ooh.
Alright, so BK,
Yep.
still looking for another phone.
I'm actually giving up on phones at this point. Am I seeing a sea of people exiting?
Yes, you are seeing a lot of people starting to run out from the building.
Let's
and
just
you're
say.
hearing panic screams.
Oh, has Placebo Man been spotted by any of the three of us at all, perchance?
No, you have not seen Placebo Man since the end of the or you have not seen Placebo Man since the end of the panel.
Same with the cat lady?
The cat lady, you have not. You did see her a little bit after the panel, but not since you've ran downstairs.
Okay, I'm glad I did that because that was an agility feat to go into a full sprint and run as far as possible in one turn.
Okay, next time please make sure to declare action before roll.
Well, that was the roll regardless. Like that was I was just booking it like straight to the fight regardless. That was just
You did
whether
right.
or not I wanted to try to say it was an agility feat or if it was just running straight forward. Either way, it's the exact same result.
Alright, so you start booking it. Luckily, you're able to close the gap from where you were to the back to the front of the building. You see guards are trying to basically get people to quote-unquote calmly exit the building, though you are a little bit afraid people might be getting trampled at this point with how people are flooding out.
Yep, I'm going to go straight towards where I heard the screaming prior. And anyone in my way is getting just dodged. So I'm going to just try to duck and weave through the mob of people just to get to the screaming. Because clearly shield isn't helping.
Alright, you don't even need to get through the main entrance before you can already see what people are panicking from. You see a giant icicle monster that's kind of lumbering towards the staircase going up to the second floor.
Why do I always get myself into these? Okay! What can I do? What else can I do this turn?
You've already exhausted all your movement for this turn, so at this point it's more... you will need to roll initiative by next combat phase.
Okay. So at this point,
All right.
seeing the creature, I'm gonna... Can I do anything else before this turn ends?
At this point, all you can do is, this is another thing in the campaign, is basically ready action. So
I am going to
You-
do as much as possible to try to figure out what this creature is.
all right. I'll go ahead and explain what readying an action is. Basically, you declare that you're going to take an action when a certain circumstance happens. So let's say you want to, or not ready action, hold action. That's what I meant to say. You can hold
action.
Yeah, you can hold your action to react to anything, no matter where your position is, as long as you are a higher position than the other people.
Okay.
So, let's say somebody is going to swing. Let's say you want to defend yourself. You are going to.
Might cut
Okay
out.
then. Ah. Welcome back. Question mark.
My internet's glitching a bit. If it
We
does
can hear
when
you
it
now.
comes-
We can hear you now.
What?
We can hear you now. You're good.
Pardon?
You are good.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I couldn't hear any of you guys.
Okay. We also couldn't hear you, and now we can.
So I had to hang up to try. Like, if it does it again, I'm going to restart my computer because my internet connection is saying one of my two internets is missing, meaning my glitching out.
Okay.
Alright, so basically holding action. Let me go ahead and go back to explaining that. So you can hold your action in declaring what you want to hold that action for. So let's say you know your opponent has a ranged weapon. So you can say, I hold action to dodge an incoming range attack. So, but
Yeah.
the thing is, you have to declare a specific action. You can't say, I hold action to dodge.
Okay.
That wouldn't work. So you have to specifically say if it's going to be, if you're dodging a range attack or a melee attack, or if you're going to be catching an object or just avoiding an object.
I'm going to hold action for
Alright.
I'll
attempting
be right
to
back.
analyze the creature's mental state. In other words, I'm searching for electrical impulses that would lead to a consciousness.
Alright. Alright, well, let's go ahead and pause for just a moment while Golden goes ahead and restarts their computer.
Okay.
All right. Give me let's take a break. I need to do a couple things and I'll be right back.
Yep, we're
All
taking a 5-minute break, everyone. I hope you enjoy our second stream break of the evening. For all of the 0 people that are watching this who aren't in it already, wish you all the best of luck. And whoever's watching this on YouTube, thanks. The one person who will watch this, it'll be great. This stream was not at all sponsored by anything. Well, the music was provided by Tabletop. The music was provided by Tabletop Audio. It's tabletopaudio.com. And most of the information was through the Marvel tabletop role-playing game, whose logo you see right in the center of our screen, but also you can see in this screen right here. So again, we'll be back. Enjoy our lovely music.
Alright, welcome back everyone from the break. So, last we left off, BK was declaring that he was going to hold action to see if see the mental state of the creature.
Yep, and I'm back. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I have no idea if this thing is human.
Well, you definitely know this thing's not human from the mental capacity that you're able to see. It is definitely sentient, and it has some sort of brain, but you can't tell if it's what kind of brain it is.
Okay.
It just seems to be running on feral instincts at this point.
Okay. Good to know.
Alright, and now it is Danny's turn. Danny.
Yes.
You were looking over the stairwell. You see Golden trying to make her way up the stairwell, and now you see why he is trying to run up the stairwell, as there is a giant ice creature approaching towards the stairwell.
I will
Oh,
let it for
shucks.
others to arm themselves. I'm literally just yelling, arm yourself or hide.
You literally just let it into a choke point where no people can't escape the second floor.
Well,
Get
there's
it to
two
the third
stairwells
floor, then we can use our powers unfettered.
Yeah, there's for the first and second floor. There's two stairwells, one on each side of the room.
Okay,
and
good.
then the third floor has a single stairwell.
Okay. Bring it up the third floor, single stairwell. Maybe the explosive guy will start shooting at it.
All right. So I will backtrack up to the third floor.
So you're just gonna start. You're just running away practically.
You
Pretty
just,
much.
Like, go lion. Oh, no. I'm out.
sees what fighting against. Nope.
No, a giant ice monster. No, thank you.
Again, not a hero. Just a dude. No.
Yeah, nope. I'm a powerless human being.
Believable. Great bluff.
Powerless human being, yet uses powers to run faster.
That's the definition of powerless, didn't you know?
So, Nora, having made her way around to the stairwell, sees the giant ice monster and turns tail and starts running along with Danny.
It don't care about Whirlwind no more. It wants to save the little boy.
Golden
Yeah.
is frustrated as she's yelling for Eddie back up. Is it my now?
This is not in Nora's programming.
Ironically, I mean, giant ice monsters aren't in either of our programming, but still, Nora's always been a bit of a wuss.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and need at least BK to roll for initiative. Danny, you at this point you might want to roll initiative too.
Sure. 1d100 initiative. I think I spelled that right.
We both equally suck.
Ouch.
We all equally suck.
What did she get a while back? Kind of curious.
Uh,
Oh boy.
She started with 37.
Yeah, so you rolled a 31 and got a 37 total. So let's see, for Sherlock Holmes, that's gonna be a total of
31.
31. And for Flare, it's gonna be a total of 27.
Nice.
How do you have it? Oh, whatever.
You're about the question, then you realize not the question. See, that is a...
I have an initiative modifier of 0.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
I was looking at your character sheet, like wondering how, and then I realized all of your stats.
Yeah.
Could be worse. You could be absurd.
Okay, so... Let's see. First to go is Flare.
Backtracking up to the third floor.
I haven't moved yet already. Have I?
No, you haven't. It's not...
First to go is the
Flare.
slowest.
Oh, first to go is the slowest. Shut up. I say shut up because I realize I'm doing a goof.
Alright,
How
so
do you use this?
all you want to do is use your one action to run towards the stairs?
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Alright, so if you want to end your turn on that.
Yep.
Alright, so the giant ice creature takes another step forward. This brings her to the edge of the stairwell, and she is basically swinging downwards with a giant ice claw. Crap. So he's basically just doing a broad hit on the stairwell.
Oh.
Wow. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Alright. Next is going to be Sursock owns.
Yep. Seeing this creature go for an individual who I've been fighting alongside, he's just going to go white hot with rage, go full electrical generation, full electrical control, all of the electricity into them directly at their brain. Just complete and utter unload.
Alright. And finally, to declare action is the fastest of the group, which is going to be the Golden.
You need to remind me what the declare action is, because I only heard bits of these.
It's your turn to declare action.
Oh, it's my turn to say what my action.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and convince the people on the second floor to help me as I run towards them.
Alright, is that all you're going to be doing?
I'm also going to roll for the bonus action, and I also am going to roll the... What would it be? Reasoning?
Depends on what. Yeah, that would be reasoning for if you're trying to convince people to either run or help.
That one is...
Most people are already running, so.
That one is for... that one is for the... what's the word? The 54 is for trying to convince them, the 21 is for the bonus action.
Alright, so 21 would not get you a bonus action, but the 54. The 54 is. Let me double check. Alright, so. What do you say exactly?
I am the blah blah blah, so, you know, that part. I'm the representative. I need help. I can't face this thing all on my... Need some backup. Somebody please help.
Okay. You see a few people stop and turn as you're... Crap. As you're yelling this out. A lot of people kind of stop to give you a glance and then see what's right behind you and then continue to run. But
that mean-
there's a few people who are starting to come to a slow, and you see at least two people who are just picking up weapons, well, what you can consider weapons.
Yeah. Anything's a weapon if you know how to use it. It's like dildos. Anything can be one. We're willing to take enough.
Yep.
No, Karen, with the cactus.
Oh my god.
Alright. So, next to go upon action is going to be Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. So, you're using both of your electrical powers.
Right, sorry, I was getting something. Hello?
Alright. I still hear you. So,
Unsuccessful. Anyway. Continue!
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll for a power stunt. You'll need a yellow or better on an excellent category in order to do it.
YOLO. Nope.
Nope.
Bonus action? No.
You had to declare bonus action beforehand.
Okay, fair
so
enough. Either way, no.
if you had declared bonus action and done those two things as separate, that would have probably worked a little bit better. But
Okay.
all right, so you shoot off electricity from your fingertips. That's to kind of have it sputter in a little, like, almost electrical web right in front of you for a moment before it just kind of dissipates. It was a fancy flight, so, and people are now clearing a little bit more way around you, just because you just shot out electricity from your hands.
Yeah.
All right, so as you're making your way still up the ladder way,
You can't have movement or attack.
You can do a minor movement and an attack, or you can use or you can do a full-on attack, or you can do basically whenever you use a power, it counts for the
Full turn.
all of your attack.
Fair enough.
All right, so the ice creature is bringing down its rather large claw at this point. So let's see. Her hand comes crashing down onto the stairwell. You can hear bits of the metal around the edge breaking under the weight of the ice as the ice also crumbles around it. The stairwell is effectively no good for being able to walk up for other people now. But C is still slowly lumbering her way up. But C has completely missed you, and luckily nobody is near the staircase just because of the fact that there is a giant ice creature trying to come towards it. And we have Nora and Danny, who are just well, because y'all are last in the tier. Y'all two are still basically booking it. You were able to make it to the other end of the convention center and you are now at the stairwell.
Nice. Let us continue up the stairwell.
Alright, so now for declaration of action, first is going to be Danny.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
Up the stairwell. Yep, up the stairwell we go.
Okay. Any other declaration?
I'll be yelling, giant ice monster, downstairs. That's what I'll be doing. As I run up there, I'll be screaming, there's a giant ice monster downstairs. Oh my god, giant ice monster.
In that exact tone of voice, too. Giant ice monster. There's a giant ice monster downstairs. Hey, bro, there's a giant ice monster right behind me. Bro, just... Oh, God!
Okay. Let me see something real quick. Okay, so the ice woman is now trying to lumber her way up the now broken stairwell. She has kind of put herself in a weird predicament where she broke the stairwell before she was up the stairwell. So, but her large size is giving her the ability to literally pull herself up. And that takes both of her actions to pull herself up. So, next is Ohms.
Right, so that's my turn? Oh, yeah, of course.
My turn?
Basically, I want to get as close to her as possible. Just touching her.
Alright, she is effectively 5 spaces from you, so that would take you 2 turns technically. Or you can roll for an additional and try to close the gap in 1 turn.
The other staircase, how many turns would that be?
That one is going to be 7.
Okay, so we're going to go the closer route. I'm going to roll for an extra action, and then I'm going to sprint to get as close to her as possible. Especially if I can get to her while she is climbing up and get on her back so she brings me up with her.
Alright, so you're going to have to roll for the additional action real quick.
Okay.
Since it's a movement action, it's going to be based off your agility, and you need a yellow or red.
Okay. Looking at the thing real quick. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, maybe?
based off of an amazing skill for a 85. That is a yellow. So you get one additional action for movement.
So I can move double my movement speed effectively?
Yeah, so you can move 3 spaces, and then you can move another 3 spaces.
So I can get on her back before she starts trying to climb.
I will say that will be a grapple on top of that, so you can still do a grapple too.
Using my sword is trying to like leverage, just trying to.
So
Let's see, YOLO. I'm attempting to grapple.
Are you actually going to use the sword, or are you going to use like actual strength?
I'm gonna use the sword.
Okay, so we'll get to that whenever it comes to the
I'll roll that when you tell me to.
resolve. Alright, so finally is Jean's turn.
Jen, yeah. Do the pull out their weapons actually come to my side and stuff?
Do what?
Do the people that pulled out weapons actually come to my side and stuff, or are they still a far distance away?
They're a pretty good distance away. They're not approaching, but they do seem to be readying themselves.
I go to join them and...
Alright, so you're just going to move towards the people who've readied themselves?
Yeah, and join with.
Alright. So, resolving actions, you're just moving away from the combat. There's no opportunity attacks because the ice creature is currently on the wrong level. Sherlock Holmes, please go ahead and roll for a... I guess that works. You didn't even look.
Assuming fighting, because I'm using the sword, that's gonna be obscene. If we're assuming agility, because I'm again stabbing with a sword, also obscene. And strength, it is still yellow.
Let me see. So yeah, you'll need a fighting to manage a hit.
Assuming that is fighting, I hit. I hit with red.
You hit with red.
Monstrous. It's my 63 is fighting and intuition.
Let me roll something real quick.
Yeah, monstrous. 80 something. Yeah, 81 and above is monstrous. Oh, that's 76, not an 80. Sorry. That is yellow.
Oh, wait, it's a yellow?
Yeah, I misread. It was 81. Not. It was literally, yeah. The next stage up would have been.
Okay. That's a bit of a different result then.
Yeah, monstrous. The first red would be, yeah, literally 81. So yeah, the very next one up would have been it. So no, it's just
Alright.
yellow.
Alright, so you managed to plunge your sword into the icy cadaver. You hear kind of a groan coming from this ice creature as you sink the blade into it, securing your hold onto the weapon. As it slowly tries to lumber itself, or not lumber, levers itself up. You can kind of feel its weight dragging down on the on the second landing of the staircase.
Okay.
As it's pulling itself up, and you can visibly see it still increasing in size as more layers of ice slowly kind of group down from the head down.
Okay, and my sword
thing
is
still
how far into the ice?
The sword is a good inch into the ice.
Inch. Okay.
Well, not an inch. Wait. It's about an inch and a half, actually.
Inch and a half deep into the ice.
Yeah, it's not very secure, but it's in there good enough for you to be able to hold on.
Okay.
Alright, and the ice creature does manage to pull its upper body up onto the second floor's landing. Let's see. There is 2 civilians who have armed themselves.
What type of weapons?
One of them has improvised a baseball club,
Oh.
and the other one has broken off a pipe, apparently.
Oh, I asked them their names.
They seem to be a little bit too concerned about what's going on right now for giving names. You
Okay.
do see the one who is holding a pipe, their hand slowly encases in metal.
Ooh.
Alright, and of course we finish off with Nora and Danny running up the stairs, calmly
Yep.
yelling. There is an ice monster chasing. Very calmly yelling that there's an ice monster chasing.
There is an ice monster chasing me. Please help. I'm going to die if you don't. Much appreciated. With love.
If you guys could. Whenever's convenient.
Whenever it's convenient to you. This lackluster enthusiasm there.
Yeah.
Danny,
Nora's a little bit
what-
more enthusiastic about getting upstairs for help.
Danny
Yeah.
actually wants me to die so he can get Nora.
Secret agenda.
No, no. That's gonna follow me.
Oh no, it's not a secret agenda at all.
It's not very
Okay.
if everyone knows it.
Okay, so Danny, you have made it upstairs. There's currently 2 people up here. There is the person who was flinging the explosive balls earlier, and then there's also the person who was sitting down next to the doorway. They both seem to be just kind of resting against the wall. They kind of look at you as you're yelling up the stairwell.
Yeah. So
seem a
I'm
bit
panting now. And I'm just like, monster, ice monster, downstairs. Ice monster.
Ice monster, downstairs, ice monster. Help.
Don't forget to put a few help.
And it's just not even help. Just it's monster there. If you want to deal with it, have fun. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go sit in that corner and just die. Have fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's gonna collapse and he's gonna
Cry.
try and catch his breath. Yeah, and well, yeah, maybe cry.
Don't worry, little Danny. That elf will take care of this.
Alright. So next is going to be Ice Monster, which he is going to take an opportunity to get back up because he is still technically prone, and that is all he will be doing. Alright, next will be,
Is Sure Shock still on her?
yes, Sursok is on her back. Which is Sursok's turn.
Yep, I'm going to take the sword, and with every ounce of energy, because I am in physical contact with this person, I gain, it was 1 or 2 CS ratings worth of power for electrical control and generation. And I'm basically going to pump every ounce of energy I get, as well as activating Energy Sponge and absorbing any energy that hits me this turn before my attack.
Alright, so you're gonna have to roll additional action.
Yep.
This one will be based off of fighting.
Don't
can
think
already
that's
tell
going to be
you-
green now. That's green. Yeah, that's very green. 39. Assuming we're here.
Yeah, that's a green. You need
Monstrous,
at least a
yeah.
yellow.
Needed at least 56.
Alright, you can trigger one of your powers unless you want to try to do a power stun, which would require a yellow or red. A yellow or red based on the lowest stat.
Okay. I'm going to do electrical control with the +2 CS for being in direct contact with the person. I'm going to try to stop all electrical activity in their body. Just
Ooh.
complete shutdown. Taser mode activated. Shutdown.
And she.
Alright. And
So
what
I
do you want
was
to...
amazing. Now I'm unearthly? Dear God.
And BK, what do you plan on doing?
Yeah, so I just said.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant Golden.
I'm just gonna stand strong with the people beside right now.
Alright, so you want to hold your action?
Yep.
What do you want to react to?
If she approaches.
Alright, if he approaches, what do you want to do?
Attack and defend the other.
Alright. So, in the case of holding action, your action is actually reserved to the very last thing unless whatever you're holding for occurs first. So, to better explain this, let's say you're holding your action in case Danny falls from the top floor.
Okay.
For some odd reason. And he doesn't fall and he doesn't fall until the ice creature's turn because C accidentally broke the ceiling or something and he's now falling. But then that's when you take your action, basically after the ice monster's action, to catch Danny.
Okay.
So you're not acting on the top of the stack because you're holding it for a specific situation. But your action will basically override whatever you were holding for, but it only holds for the very first instance of the action.
Yeah.
So, like, if you say, I hold action to dodge a ranged attack, you'll dodge the very first range attack no matter what, but anything else is going to play out as normal, or even possibly giving you a disadvantage depending on how you dodge.
I want to use my hold action to prepare to like block or defend the two people that joined me if they get ranged.
Alright. So
Right?
Alright, so you ready yourself in order to make sure that you can defend these other two people who have decided to stand by your side.
Yes.
Sherlock Holmes, go ahead and roll for me.
Sure shot. What a beautiful roll too.
With technically, because I'm in direct contact, an unearthly. Handily red. Handily red. Yeah. First one of red.
No, that's yellow.
Oh, really? It's 2 away from... Oh, dang it. Oh, whatever. But still, it's still high yellow.
Alright, so... You go... As you're holding on to this ice creature, you do have some issues connecting with this thing's, like, electrical pulses. Turns out you're not actually in direct contact with the creature itself. You're in contact with a thick layer of basically what's a protective casing around this creature. So your powers are not as effective as you initially thought, but you have managed to hold it still for now. It has completely ceased moving as you're holding control. over to the electrical inputs. Alright, and then we go to the ice creature. They are currently technically in a grapple, so... Alright. So as you're holding your electrical surge over them, they are still trying to move, but they are doing so very weakly that it's hardly noticeable. But basically, you're not holding the like they're fighting back, kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're not that strong at fighting back. It's more of just impulse. It's not them trying to willingly fight back. It's more of an instinctual fighting back.
Interesting.
And then we have Danny, who is up. Oh wait, no. Then you see the person with the baseball bat is bracing themselves. The person with the iron pipe is now almost fully coated in metal. They have been from where they were holding the pipe. A thin metal coating has covered from their hands up to their lower chest at this point. Their head and lower chest are completely encased in this metal.
Interesting.
Would that be a bonding power?
Absorbing man kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Alright, and then it is Dan's turn, as he is calmly frantically trying to explain what is going on.
Mm-hmm.
And is getting strange looks from the two people who are sitting up there. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god. What do I have to say? It's a giant ice monster attacking the convention center. They're attacking the Golden Whirlwind. Anything? Anybody? Golden Whirlwind? Ambassador?
Hint, hint, it might be the tone of your voice.
Oh, well.
You kind of have a calm voice that you're just yelling.
Go into
Sorry. I tried.
Go into panic frenzy.
That is panic frenzy.
You gotta do like a reason check just to calmly explain to them.
Yeah.
Hey, go help them people.
If you want to, you can try rolling reasoning to...
Sure, let's roll reasoning. What's my reasoning?
I
Typical.
remember.
Okay.
Oh, it's simple? I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Nope, it's your one total. Alright, as you're sitting there trying to, in a panic, but still very calmly speaking, you manage to convince the two about what's going on. The guy who is using, who has the interesting explosive power, has gotten up and is now making his way downstairs. He seems a little bit skeptical
Mm-hmm.
about what you're talking about, but is still going down to investigate. The other person who is sitting there, they just don't really believe you. They're just
No.
they're still sitting there, and they kind of shrug, saying there's not much I could do anyways if there is something going on. Alright, so first up in initiative again is Danny.
Yep.
Oh, that was him taking his turn then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So now
All right.
we're at
So
the
then
ice
I'm
monster.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, so declaration of action.
No, that was his declaration of action.
Was the reason roll.
Oh,
Trying to get them to go downstairs and help people.
okay, so never mind on that. We'll just kind of skip that since you're kind of in a almost separate situation here.
Yep.
So next is. All right, so C is going to once again. Actually, let me see one thing. Okay, yeah. So C is going to try to get whatever is hindering her off. All right. So next is Sirach.
Okay. Let me just check my thing real quick. I'm going to use my fighting ability along with Iron Will to just strengthen my resolve in the position I'm currently in while maintaining concentration on. Yeah, I'm just gonna just straight up kind of move a little bit around, but just strengthen my resolve on what I'm currently doing.
All right. Do you want to try to take multiple action?
Yeah, I will attempt to do a multiple action. And also attempting to plunge the sword deeper into the ice using a fighting ability if possible.
All right, that would actually be relying on strength at this point.
Well, I mean, I could roll 100, but I'm going to do the multiple action first. Okay.
72. 72. Monstrous. That is a yellow. You do get one additional action.
Okay, so my first primary action will be to try to strengthen my resolve. My secondary action will be to attempt to get the sword closer to the individual.
Alright, so next and finally is Golden.
Still standing strong.
Alright. So just holding action again?
Yep.
Alright, so first is yours, which resolves it pretty much instantly at this point. So next is Sirach. Oh.
So this
Go
again
ahead.
is the strengthening of resolve.
Nice.
And this is the trying to plunge the sword with a 3 strength.
Nice.
Alright, so
With poor, it is not green.
yeah, you don't make any progress at all. The ice is extremely thick, and you can almost feel like more resistance as another layer. You can almost see another layer of ice forming over.
Fair enough. But a 98 on a monstrous talent of just, I am not leaving this position. I am going to stop you from hurting anyone.
So C is going to try to remove whatever is on her back. Okay. So C manages to reach behind her and slams her giant icy palm basically slamming it against you, against her back, basically sandwiching you between 2 large slabs of ice. Let's see. And that is, you don't lose your grip, you stay in position, but you do take 20 damage.
I'll take it.
Alright.
134.
Thank you, boy.
So
Also, I
next
got Iron
is-
Will active, so technically I can go up to negative 154 before having to be blacked out.
The person with the baseball bat is faltering a little bit. They're starting to you can see that they're starting to visibly regret what they have
Baseball
chosen.
bat, ice troll. Baseball bat, ice troll.
Pretty much. You can see them start. They're questioning life decisions at this point.
I could have at least gotten the hand cannon. Looking at the gun sitting right next to him, like, why did I pick the baseball bat?
Alright, and the other individual has now been completely coated in a layer of metal, or a metallic layer.
Nice. Nice.
And they are holding...
So-
Let's see. Yeah, let me double check something real quick. Alright. So, Danny...
Mm-hmm.
That was your reasoning, and... Okay. So, first stop is... the explosive boy. He's just making his way downstairs calmly. Next is Danny.
Danny's going to... Hmm... Danny is going to do what? What should he do? He's fighting in his mind whether he should go and do something he doesn't really want to do, or if he wants to like run and hide.
You want to be a real hero?
I know. Is he going to be a real hero? Ah,
I can
damn
actually
it.
hear that as an internal debate with him. It's like he wants to be a real hero, but he doesn't want to get killed.
Yeah. He's going to... Can he use his travel power to go down to the second floor? The travel power, his spider climb.
I would recommend probably going down to the second floor and then using the spider ability after you're down there
Mm-hmm.
to get yourself into a better position. Just as a recommendation, because if you try to go down the flights of stairs using spider power alone, and if you fail a roll, you could easily give yourself some unnecessary damage.
Okay. Okay, so let's run back downstairs. Yeah, let's run back downstairs. He's gonna do something he's probably gonna regret. So let's roll a 1d100.
Don't roll
Yeah.
yet, unless you're rolling
Okay.
for additionals.
I would like to roll for an additional, if
Alright.
that's okay.
Movement?
Movement plus additional.
Are you doing for additional movement is what?
Oh, never mind. Well, I move.
Yeah. Alright, so next is...
Oh, I thought it was you rolled twice, one for movement and then one for additional.
You basically,
Oh.
you roll for your additional actions, and then whenever it comes to resolving, that's when you actually do your main rolls.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so next is Ice. She is still attempting to get whatever is on her back off. So next is Holmes.
Yep. At this point, my character, having just been hit with a physical attack, not really caring, is going to go full-blown ape and just go, I said get down, and full mind control, full combination with the electrical control to just, whatever is there, whatever consciousness it may have, down.
Okay, and Golden.
With a bonus action.
Oh, go ahead and roll for
The
bonus.
bonus action would be the, again, reinstating that I am indeed here, not going to get knocked off. Bonus points.
Just keep on holding on. Be ready.
That's a gold. So you do get the additional action, so you'll be able to roll for the staying on. So now for golden.
Just keep holding up and waiting.
Alright. So you continue to hold position. We
Yep.
have Sherlock Holmes. Go ahead and do your roll. So first
This
you
first
want
one
to
will be the attempt to just completely disable. The next one will be
Alright.
attempt to stay in my current position.
you will need, if you're using both powers, you'll need a yellow on a yellow or red based off of the lowest. So you need a yellow or
The
red
electrical
based off
control is an A. The mind control, which again, the physical contact is an E starting, so +1 would be. I'm looking at the chart. Give me a second. I closed the dang thing. Sorry, give me a second.
E+1 is remarkable based off of the 86. You got a yellow feat.
And then the other one was just the monstrous.
Yeah, you're still clinging on. You are a dingleberry in this case.
I will take this thing down.
Alright, so
Where were these rolls earlier on?
alright. So they hold action. Danny, you're just going downstairs, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and finally. Alright, so as you are as you're holding onto your sword, clinging onto the back of this ice monster, you assert your will against its mind. You are trying to hold all of its control against its will. Finally, after what only feels like an eternity trying to wrestle with this creature's almost feral mind at this point, it finally collapses. Falling forward, its body shatters, revealing the body of a woman who had been encased in this ice creature. Alright.
Combat
y'all have-
ended? Combat ended?
Yes, combat has
And you
ended.
see my character just stumble forward, drop the sword, go down on one knee, and just kind of sit there completely exhausted.
Golden rushes over. Damn, you really just took care of her. Wow.
It was not what I wanted to be doing today.
I don't think any of us, either of us, I do not think either of us had foresight or wanted this to happen.
I don't think that's going to last much longer, so I might want to tie her up.
Yeah. As you look over to her, you can see she's physically twitching a bit. You're not sure if it was from inserting your will so much on her, or if it was from controlling her electrical impulses. And you see the second floor has pretty much emptied out at this point, along with a good portion of the lower floor. You see some people who are curiously coming back into the building after the noise has stopped. You do see a gentleman walking from the third floor staircase to the second floor coming out of the doorway, as well as Danny running out of the doorway, having just made it back downstairs. Danny, you see that the ice creature that you had seen a moment ago is now crumbled to pieces onto the ground. There is two people who are kind of looking on a little bit baffled. You see Golden Whirlwind is currently kneeled down next to Sherlock Holmes. though you don't know that character's name yet, technically.
No, he introduced himself again.
Did he?
Yeah, he was standing there when I handed the card and introduced myself.
Ah, okay. So it's just Danny's character no one knows, technically.
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. So you do see Sherlock Holmes. He's currently kneeled down, seems exhausted. And there is also a woman who is slightly twitching, also in the midst of the icy carcass.
Nice. I will run over to Golden Whirlwind and Ohms.
Again, my character is
And,
just kind of lying there, retaking his mind back. Just
You did it. You killed. You stopped the monster.
I wouldn't say killed. I definitely didn't do the work, but
she will be fine. She'll have a headache for sure. I don't know what she'll be like when she wakes up. We should probably restrain her, get her the help she needs.
that's true. We probably should.
My character manages to... I'm going to make a... Is there a constitution in this game?
Are you wanting to heal health, or...
I'm attempting to stand up after losing the effects of Iron Will.
Roll an endurance. Endurance is basically constitution for this system.
No.
You try to get up and you fall face first. You
Good
catch
job.
yourself, but it's just like,
Embarrassing.
Can I help him up and move him to a chair or something?
I mean, you can. Are you gonna?
Sure. Yes. You want to go somewhere, Ohms? Want to sit down?
Should probably sit down. This is going to take a while
Yeah.
to regenerate.
Okay. I'll pick him up and we'll make our way to the nearest bench, chair, thing.
Alright. And Golden, you get another little, this like personal pop-up saying that your battery is still at 25%.
She's I was like, fortunately, I didn't have to use any of that percent for this. She goes to talk to the two that were standing with her.
Alright, they have been kind of conversing with each other for the most part since the ice creature has fallen down. They seem to be a little bit more in shock, and they're happy that they didn't have to actually partake in a fight.
Yeah. Same here.
So it turns out the guy who picked up the baseball bat is just a normal citizen. He has no powers.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna kind of look over at the guy with metal and just be like, can you bend that? The pipe he's
You
holding.
asked that to the guy. He looks down at the pipe and shakes his head. He's like, "No, I can only take on material."
We need to get something on that lady's hands.
What's your name? She asked. Both of you.
Alright, one second.
Trying to make up names for them.
Yeah, suddenly nameless NPCs become integral characters for the rest of the campaign.
I won't be shocked if one of them does.
And it's not the guy with powers.
I was gonna say, it's like, it won't be the guy with powers
Yeah,
either.
he's gonna be this most unlucky guy ever. He just shows up at every single boss fight we have, and he's like, "Oh well, let me get the baseball bat out." We'll let the final boss be at 1 health and let him take the final boss down.
Alright, the guy with the
I finally gotta get hit.
The guy with the baseball bat says his name is Edward, and the one who is currently coated in metal says that his name is William.
Edward and William. She gives them both a card with MO's number, email, etc. on it. You were willing to help us, so if you ever need any help, both of you, feel free to give Dr. MO a call. Tia.
They both thank you. The human kind of lets out a sigh. The regular person lets out a sigh of relief. He says, "Hopefully, I don't ever need to call you." The other one just thanks you and stuffs the card into their pocket.
Potential later storyline.
Nice.
This is why I love NPCs, because like you can, like a DM can never expect to have to suddenly come up with an NPC.
I had one guard who I had basically every time they fought, they were in an army barracks. This was this annoying guard that I kept thinking they were going to kill, and every time they didn't kill him, he got a medal. And so he ended up being a meme with our party. Now he's like every commendation the army has to offer, and they refuse to kill this guy. Like he is just the biggest, worst person in the world, and they just will not kill him now because he's just a meme to them.
The fun thing about any tabletop RPG is you can build a character expecting them to be major, and then someone like William and Edward here could instead become this major godlike character.
Anyway, let's finish this campaign out because it's already almost midnight.
Oh, that's true.
Yep. Alright, so let's see. So you see a couple of guards, they're making their way up on the opposite side of the staircase since the current one that y'all are sitting at has been broken for the most part.
Yeah.
It seems like while the rest of this place has been built to be very sturdy, they didn't really take that much consideration into someone deciding to attack a staircase.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that in my building plans either.
So it takes the guards a few moments to get around to help you. They pick up the woman and basically they handcuff her, though it's debatable if that would be any help if the woman came back too.
Yeah.
I look at the guards and I tell them, I wouldn't take her to a regular jail. Is Shield a commonly known person in this universe?
Shield is slightly well known, but
So
they are.
if I tell them to call Shield, have them deal with her, they would know who I'm talking about.
They would know what you're talking about, though. People don't really like the powered community doesn't really like Shield in this universe. Mostly
Yes.
because they are the first to be called whenever there is an issue with somebody with powers, and they are seen as a bit discriminatory.
Yes, but at the same point, they have a jail cell that can hold this woman if she goes full aggro.
Yeah.
Whereas Boston does not. I did that once. I don't think I can do that again.
So you notice one of the guards is looking at the little name badge he was wearing for the convention, and is checking a list. Another guard has approached the group, asking, "Is everything okay?"
More or less, it just took a lot out of me.
Solved the issue.
All right, what were you saying, Jin?
I was saying, it's all right after we solved the issue while a lot of your guards fled.
Diplomat
All right.
pisses off the guards. Okay.
The guard apologizes. "I'm very sorry, ma'am. A lot of our staff is not really trained to be able to handle people of such powers like that."
I very much understand that. What I don't understand, and not aimed at you, is why your higher-ups didn't hire at least a few people that could take care of something like that.
once again, he apologizes. Though this time it sounds more like just customer service jargon, kind of an apology. Basically,
Apology without admitted fault.
Yeah. Basically stating that there's not really any way for them to be able to accommodate for all power types, and thus it's going to be harder for them to be able to get people specifically for any certain situation, and they have basically coverage for most situations.
Yeah.
The other guard you saw who was looking down the list has also now approached the group and is now currently basically just waiting to ask a question at this point.
Golden allows him to ask the question.
Alright. Once, as you gesture to him to go ahead and speak up, he comes up and asks, did any of you see what happened before the whole entire situation?
All I am aware of is that when she started to freeze. That's all I am. And
I'm sorry, she started to freeze. Is that all you said, or?
And then when the collar broken, I believed there could have been a clash between her powers and the collar, as she seemed more in pain than hostile. It would seem that it released her full power.
As you mentioned that you had disabled the collar from her, the guard looks up at you, kind of giving you a dirty look, like, yes, the collar was meant to prevent her from being able to fully access her powers because he said she didn't control them. She has a ice armor ability.
She was screaming in excruciating amounts of pain, and everything else I did didn't work. So that was the only option I had left because I couldn't leave a woman in pain to the point where she was screaming bloody murder.
The guard continues to look at you before looking back down to a sheet of paper on a clipboard he's currently holding and writing down what you've just told him.
Something happened there that was already causing pain and already seemed to have already been making her dangerous.
The question I have, and I kind of stand up using my sword as a kind of walking stick, look directly at the guard's face. Have you been in the basement?
The guard at first takes notice to Golden's in-court statement saying I'm sorry. The collar probably malfunctioned. We've been getting a few reports about how these collars and bracelets will occasionally stop working or cause intense pain if the user is trying to use their powers in excess. We try to advise anyone we give these powers to not actively use their powers unless provoked or needed. But of course we can't control everyone around here. He says before turning his attention over to is like, I wasn't even aware of a basement in this building.
Okay then. Exactly what I wanted to hear, guard. No one else enters this building.
The guard kind of shrugs, like, well, we have to close off the building for now while we get everything cleaned up and make sure everything's safe before we can continue with the convention.
There will be no convention. This is not a safe place to store people.
He just kind of gives you another look before going off on his own business once more. Apparently having got all the information that he needed.
Fair enough. I tried.
Golden smacks him over the head, opening with hostility.
I wouldn't exactly call that opening with hostility. I told the man
That
we were in an unsafe location, and he ignored me.
Well, he also just admitted that the area is currently unsafe, and that they're going to have to go through the process of making sure everything is safe.
Mm.
So it could easily be mistranslated as you just reiterating what they just said too.
Yeah.
Fair enough. He'll figure it out. Especially now that that door to the basement is horribly singed. They'll have to go in there and see what's going on. And they'll notice a giant hole in a door they didn't know existed. And a door made of a material they didn't know existed. So that's going to be very interesting.
So,
While all that is going on, Danny will begin to fade into the shadows and mysteriously disappear.
Does the lion notice you're leaving?
Oh yeah, the
Yes,
lion's
I
going to
said
want to follow you.
Yes, I said goodbye.
No, but like, is
I
the
hugged
lion
it.
going to let you leave? That is the question.
That
Nora?
I don't know. We'll see.
Nora just goes back, would probably just go back to Golden and try and communicate that he just went into the shadows.
No.
Basically,
been
rat.
outed.
Yep, I think
Best friend ratted you.
I can
No.
see him. I'll be like, look, I get it.
Yeah,
You don't want to be a hero, kid. I understand it. It's not a good life. But we can't exactly let what happened today be useless. I'm guessing you're not from here, kid.
No, I'm not from here.
Okay.
I traveled all the way from.
insight check. I think you're bullshitting.
I'll also do
Roll
one.
Reasoning.
I'm going to do mine with disadvantage because I'm currently exhausted. Why you no work? Oh, I'll just do it twice.
Because you did the caps.
Okay, even with the
Ah.
advantage, still a 50. First critical though.
Use the crit. Use or
No,
actually use.
I said I was rolling with disadvantage because of an exhaustion point, so I take the
Yeah.
50.
So what does that do for you?
Go ahead and you also roll a reasoning. It's going to be your reasoning gets theirs.
All right. My reasoning.
No.
You can hear the Bostonian accent.
Okay, my friend. And I look at him. I say,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that no one knows.
Yes, and I was. Golden just looks over and goes sarcastically like, "Yes, and I was created by the Queen of England herself."
M.O. It is your accent.
Dr.
says-
M.O. Morrow.
Yeah, I was looking. I mean, I'm gonna look at Dan, and we'd be like, look. I'm also guessing that no one else knows about these abilities you have.
No, I don't have any.
You gotta make me
Abilities.
insight check you again, my friend. Or are you just gonna accept? This
Oh no!
character?
Wait,
I'm
you
doing-
did. Oh shit!
I'm actually curious. Again, with disadvantage. Still decent.
Try and counter.
So,
Whoa! He bluffs the sh- out of us. Damn.
oh wow!
Okay, yeah. We believe that people know exactly of his powers. Yeah, everyone knows that he has powers.
Nora is just trying to tell the two of us that he's completely bullshitting, but we're not listening.
Oh my god!
Like he just used his powers right in front of you, and you're still believing he didn't use them. That's how.
No, I'm not
much
saying
denial
that.
you
That
are.
was the previous check. This one is.
I know.
Does no one knows about your powers? Which he said no, which means someone knows about his powers.
Oh, you're believing that he.
Yep. So I'm looking
You
at him like,
still believe
okay,
he's lying.
so then you'll have no issue with us meeting at your home base and dealing with what happened today.
No, I can't have a no. Mom, I mean, no, I don't have a home base.
Golden,
I'm just.
because you can see Danny's really lying.
Like, at this moment, I can only imagine Danny having been caught in a first light and then believed to be lying again while he's telling the truth is now kind of like in the flustered state of how to speak,
Yes, very much so.
which at the moment is giving you a disadvantages to your lies.
So I'm going to
Your-
look
your reason-
directly at him. I'm going to say, you saw what I did to that lady, right?
Yeah.
That
Actually,
was
no, he
by
didn't.
messing
He
with...
al-
Okay. You saw how I
Wait,
took
did
her
I?
down.
Actually,
He was still in
I?
the stairwell.
Okay, you saw me...
did
no.
Okay, fair enough. You didn't see that. You saw...
He
Actually,
only
no.
saw the aftermath.
Yeah, but he did see me on her back.
No.
Fair enough. But anyway, you saw what that lady looked like, right?
Yeah.
That was because I can mess with minds. No, I could take the effort to read your mind,
Hmm.
but I'd rather trust you.
Yeah, you can trust me.
So we have two options. Option A,
I'd like to
we go
roll
back
to
to your
see-
place as superheroes and talk. Option B, we go
I'd
back
like
to
to
your
roll to
place
see if we can trust
as
him.
not superheroes and talk.
This is for if I can trust him or not. I can definitely trust him. I fully believe I can trust him.
Oh no, you're trying to see if you should trust him, and you don't trust him at all.
Well, you never know.
No, he countered it and made me believe I should trust.
Yeah, but I'm taking negative, so I don't even know what that 96 would mean. So,
Let's see. Your reasoning is normally typical. You're currently getting a negative into 4. So that 96 is currently just giving you a yellow feat.
mm,
Basically,
Against,
they have to.
I'm actually
basically
curious
that-
now.
Yeah, basically they have to make a yellow or red feat in order to discern the truth or counter what you're saying.
54 in Monstrous is the very first yellow.
so what does that do?
We tie?
Yeah, you
Mm.
tie. You tie. So in the case it's the quote unquote offensive player would succeed. So you're basically you're trying, or when it comes to debating and such, it's always the person who is probing who gets the advantage if it's a tie,
No, okay.
unless there's some kind of like quote unquote home field advantage. But you are also at a disadvantage, so because you've been caught in a lie previously.
Mm.
So basically, they overtake it.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, do you want me to wear a blue hat or a brown hat?
Can't we go somewhere else?
Well, you can either have a crappy motel because I've got $40 in my pocket, or in the middle of wherever the heck robot lady goes to charge. And at that point,
Oh
you
yeah,
won't be going
we
home.
gotta. Oh,
Gold
shit.
Her eyes. I was created by the world's greatest doctor, one of the world's leading scientists. You don't think I think it's obvious I'd live in a lab.
Yes, but I think the issue with going to the lab is that Junior here not going to be coming home tonight. I think some people might be mad about that.
Mm,
Weirdest thing is, the most mature of the group is also technically the.
I'm going to go to the kid and I'm going to say, look, do your parents know you were here tonight?
no,
Even as just a normal human looking in, do they know you came here?
no.
Where do they think you were?
Where did I tell them? Give me 1 second.
I like that you just physically said that out loud.
Well, like you could probably I've told them, "Hey, I'm coming to this really cool thing as a normal person to see."
No, because if they knew that I was going to see superheroes, they wouldn't let me go.
Yeah, you have to remember, people with powers are shunned on, and people who basically associate themselves as also kind of in that same gray area.
Fair enough.
Like it's not basically it's a view of it's not as bad as you having powers, but you're still hanging out with them.
Okay.
Yeah. Me and my friend Simon to the mall. There we go.
Okay, you
That's what
went
I
to
told
the
him.
mall.
Yeah.
In what city?
Let me look up a mall in Boston real quick.
Okay, fair enough. Either way, in this area, I look over at the diplomat. How recognizable is your face?
I have
That's the golden clad robot.
Yes, but like his parents, would they know she's a representative for mutant kind?
they would know I am one of the most revolutionary creations in human history.
But would they know that the reason you're in the area is to help mutants and not to, say, run a technical shop within the mall?
Why would a robot?
I'm just
Where
trying to
was
find
the
an excuse for a
convention-
a private detective and super diplomat robot lady to show up at this guy's house and just say, "Hey."
Why would
So
a gold?
the Golden would have been in the news a few times. So depending on if the parents watch the news a lot, they would know a little bit or somewhat about what she would represent.
Where do you think the convention center would be held? Do you think that would be like in central Boston or?
Boston Convention Center is the one that this is probably replicating. I've been to a few times. It's in South Boston, right along the pier.
Okay, so if we're there,
As a Canadian, I have no clue how what Boston's like.
Boston is on the East Coast, northern. Right after Maine, it goes Maine, then Massachusetts, and Massachusetts. Boston is on the very eastern side of that.
Okay.
let's see if South Boston South Bay is. Oh wow, yeah, they got a movie theater. Yeah, South Bay, which is near South Boston.
Yep. So South Boston got it. Kid, you ever been arrested for shoplifting?
No, actually, no, really, no.
Would you improve? Would you prefer a private detective investigating some shoplifting in the area from your friends, or a private detective walking in and telling them you're a mutant?
Who would do such a thing?
Currently, I need a place to sleep.
Oh, well, I mean, we could all meet back tomorrow. I mean, you got your motel, right?
Yes, but your phone has an image that's classified information that needs to be given to a SHIELD representative when they get here.
Oh, shucks. Now I need to buy a new phone. Oh, man.
They'll give you a new phone.
Ooh.
It'll be the exact same one you're holding now, right down to the stickers.
Okay, what should we do? What should we do?
What time is it now? It was 2:30ish when the fight started, so probably about 3:30.
Yeah, a few hours have passed. It's getting about a little bit evening-ish.
Okay. I'm assuming they're expecting you home around dinner time?
Yeah, so I should
you-
probably...
Like,
Huh?
people are being escorted out from the convention center at this point while damage is being assessed. You see, you've been told that there's a few buses that have arrived earlier than expected, and they're having more buses go through as they try to get people to their hotels and back to their homes while they do repairs before they can open up again tomorrow. They weren't expecting to close this soon, so.
Yeah. I think my character at this point has recovered from the exhaustion and is now ready to walk. When I came
let's
in,
go back to
the very first thing I would have done when I got in this area is find a diner.
We can go back to the South Bay. We still got to pick up Simon.
Fair enough. Do you know a good place to eat?
There is a Panera. Ooh, let's go to Olive Garden. No, let's go
when
to
you're there, your
Wahlburgers.
No, I'm thinking Olive Garden. When you're there, your family. Not sponsored, but I love the place.
Yeah, Olive Garden's pretty good too. Okay,
Same
yeah, let's
motto
go
as the
Olive
US
Garden.
Coast Guard. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna go there. I'm gonna stick the bill on the giant robot lady who's not eating.
Doesn't giant robot lady have to go recharge? Out of character?
Well, assuming I don't go and do any more combat, no.
I doubt we're going to get into a fight with people at Olive Garden. That requires superpowers. I should preface that.
I
Sir Shock Ohms, you notice that your arm is tingling a bit. Your right arm.
Oh, great.
Did you break it? Is it broken?
No, I think it's just powers moving around when they shouldn't be.
Oh.
So,
as a robot don't.
as you look down at your arm, you notice that nice device you paid about $49 for. The what's it called? The power gauge is now
Right.
pretty much destroyed on your arm.
Oh, that money.
The tingling that you're feeling is some kind of ooze that's coming out of it
Oh.
around your wrist.
All that
Ew.
money. Click, open it, just kind of... Is anything useful I could get out of this thing?
You don't see anything directly useful. You might be able to hold on to it, see if you might be able to get it repaired or a refund tomorrow if the guy comes back.
I'll keep it in my inventory, but it's just like... No, I'll still give them 3 out of 5 on Amazon. It clearly worked when it overloaded.
I'd give it a 5 out of 5. It's only because of a giant ice woman it broke.
I'm thinking more along the lines of I might have overloaded it. Anyway, as much as I love that outfit you're wearing and the one I'm wearing, I think we need to not be wearing them anymore.
The what?
I'm wearing full superhero garb and you're wearing a superhero mask. I don't want to be going into Olive Garden while wearing that.
Actually, no, I'm not wearing a superhero mask. That's my face.
See the robot's like offended that you call their face a mask.
I was talking to Slade here.
Oh.
Flair or whatever.
I thought you were talking to me because I do, like, in my image, it does semi look like a superhero.
Yeah, I'll take it off, like, as soon as we leave here.
Fair enough, obviously. I'm thinking we grab a taxi, and then our cover story is that the ambassador is treating a detective and his young press secretary, hands him the press badge, to a nice dinner for interviewing them.
Oh, nice. Oh, Mom's going to be real happy I got a job. Another job.
Yeah, yes, I think she'll be happy. Yeah, you'll be my press secretary working for me on a very important case. And we were interviewing the ambassador over some diplomatic matters, nothing too intense. Isn't that right, Ambassador?
That is fully correct.
But first, we need to change. So I'm gonna look for the. I'm just gonna exit. We're going to look for a place we can get changed without people seeing us, and then get in a taxi and go.
All right. So it was pretty easy to find a place to change. I mean, of course, there's quite a few bathrooms that was built into the convention center, and most of the convention center is pretty much empty, besides a few stragglers from the who didn't get out for the building earlier or decided to come back to secure their items that they had left during the panic. So it was pretty easy for you to find a place to go ahead and change back into your daily outfits.
Well, while we were doing that, if William is and Edward are still there, I was asking what Edward's profession is. The human guy, the normal guy. Bat dude.
Bad dude. Fat dude.
That dude.
You don't see Edward anywhere. William, I think that, yeah, I said William earlier, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. William is still around. He is at one of the shops, packing stuff up.
Oh, he was a shopkeep. While they're changing, I talked to him, asked what he was selling.
He looks over at you and he gives a cautious smile as he waves at you. He's still kind of in shock from what happened earlier. But he pretty much tells you that he was selling homemade armor.
Ooh.
Ooh.
From the few wares that he still has out, you can see basically what he's done is apparently made a coating of metal across his own body. Somehow slipped it off of himself, and then basically forged it into stuff like gauntlets and leggings and such.
Nice.
To make a glove out of metal, then just take an air blower and just blow under it. That'd be cool.
How much did you make before things went to shit?
He's... Ow, Navi, why'd you bite me? That's my foot. No, stop it. I'm sorry, my cat decided to attack my foot out of nowhere.
Cat.
This letter to my hand now. But he kind of just shrugs, and he didn't make very much money. Maybe he wasn't selling it for very much because of how easy it is for him to make the quote-unquote armor.
Yeah.
So he only made about $100 that day, throughout the whole entire day.
Okay.
He was mostly just selling like gloves and a few boots that were crafted using his ability.
Do you happen to have any more gauntlets?
He nods his head. It's like, yeah, I just do still have a few gauntlets, but I already packed them up for the day. If the convention's still open tomorrow, I'll have some set aside for you.
Oh, perfect. Well, hopefully, or if the convention is open, you'll be getting business from me.
Meow. Meow.
The cat's demanding attention. I'm sorry. Alright, so you two have gone and changed. William is finishing packing up.
As I approach
Like I
the
said,
golden whirlwind, I'm like, so Ambassador,
Whirlwind.
about our...
Yeah, you don't see Edward anywhere. He probably left earlier after the whole entire thing.
Anyway, I approach the professor. So Ambassador, about our interview, if you're still up to it after your altercation.
Alright. And of course,
We're not hearing you, BK. I can see
I'm
you.
back. Am I back now?
yeah.
Yep. I was gonna say, we can't hear you. I can see that you're talking on the stream, though.
Oh, yeah, that's great. But anyway, yep, so basically it was a matter of, yeah, so Ambassador, I think we're still on for our interview, even if with the matter that's happened today.
Oh, our interview or duel?
Well, dinner slash interview.
Oh, very well. I suppose we can.
Would you mind if my young press secretary, Tommy, joins us?
Tommy?
Tommy, yeah, I think that's his name. He's the new intern I've hired.
Yeah, Tommy sounds like a good name. I like Tommy.
Okay.
I do have to ask, Danny,
Yes.
are you still wearing the same clothes? Because you said you just wore your civilian clothes with a mask.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yep.
So
My.
So it's pretty much, he went into the bathroom and took off his mask and came back out.
No, I still have the mask on.
Oh,
I still.
We have
When
left
we
the,
get into.
we have left the facility. The only thing we haven't done is gone into Olive Garden.
Okay, so when we're in the taxi,
Before we
Then
get into
I'll
the taxi,
take-
I would hope.
Once we're in the taxi, then I'll
the
take
taxi
it
driver's
off.
gonna watch you take off your mask and know your secret identity.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Pretty much.
Give that
And,
taxi driver a
driver.
really big tip. Just Stan Lee sitting there.
Stanley, yeah, that's who the cab driver is. That's official.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
It's our new canon. Whenever we have to take a mode of transportation, Stan Lee is the driver.
Yeah.
I approve of this idea. All in favor say aye.
I.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm also gonna say
by
this.
the way, I will say, you remember the ad for the campaign, correct?
Ad for the campaign.
No.
I'm talking to.
I do not
Maybe.
remember the ad. Let's go back and look at it.
The very first line.
Oh no.
What is
You're in. Oh, this isn't gonna work.
Oh, somebody just sent me a message an hour ago about the campaign.
What happened?
I just looked at the Reddit post because I posted a ad on Reddit for this campaign.
Ah,
So that's how Jen and Davey found this campaign.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Um,
the very
I
first
cannot-
line of the ad is "Welcome, true believers and newcomers alike."
hmm?
Once again, we find our new game master, the better known around the net as FryoKnight, in a heap of trouble. Those are the first two lines of the ad.
Uh-huh.
Ah, true believers.
Okay. True
It's-
believers.
It's a quote from Stan Lee.
Stanley.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this needs to be a thing. Honor the great Stan Lee. Give him a
Yeah,
cameo in our little game.
Yeah, let him always. He needs to have at least like one brief moment where he shows up every session.
Every session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so elderly man is driving your. Is driving.
isn't
the
that-
cab. It's like,
That's kind of like God, you know, like just driving people around
Like Morgan
town.
Freeman. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get him in there sometime as well. But anyway, to the Stan Lee.
Nice.
all right, so the unofficial official Stan Lee is currently driving your cab down to the Olive Garden, and most of the stuff seems uneventful. You do get a few glances and stares as Golden comes into the restaurant, mostly just because
Oh,
it's
there's
a
a
robot.
in the cab. I was gonna say when Gordon got into the cab, she just had said, "Oh, hey, Stan."
Well, wait, lion in trunk or standing on top of cab?
Nah, giant kitty on lap.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm assuming spatial wise, if we go to eat at Olive Garden and the lion sits at the feet of the person, not many people are going to run away screaming.
I mean, it is robotic lion.
But it is
It is
Olive
you
Garden.
get-
I've seen actual big animals in Olive Garden.
Yeah. I've seen a not in Olive Garden, but in a store I've seen a Maine Coon. No, not Maine Coon. That's the cat.
I reach into my bag and pull out some red cloth and just kind of write on it, service animal. Just kind of put it on the lion's back. Done.
Nice.
Great, we have solved the problem. They legally cannot tell us anything about it. Anyway,
All right, so yeah, it's pretty uneventful for the most part as you are going through the process of ordering your food and everything. So you have a minor discussion over quote unquote politics. It's mostly just random garble between each of y'all as y'all are just basically trying to enjoy your meal. Make it seem legitimate.
I'm taking notes on a little notebook from my jacket pocket.
I also see your character taking notes about what happened today.
Yeah, he's making a little journal for himself as well on this.
Ugh.
I think the main notes that he would remember is vibranium door.
Well, quote unquote vibranium.
Yeah,
We don't know that.
bad door. Scary place.
Big.
Rob's bad
Hey.
guy involved. In those
8 foot
exact
tall
words.
bad guy.
Then just Germany question mark?
Really ready to fight Red Skull, aren't we, guys?
And then it's just cool robot, weird kid.
Awesome.
Wow, Nora, wow, you don't even mention Golden in your journal.
Who said I was talking about? Oh, yeah, cool robot, weird kid. Didn't even mention Golden.
Yeah, I'm saying we're not even talking.
Nice kitty.
Nice kitty. Weird meow.
Investigate collar.
Investigate collar.
Just like really short notes that if anybody else ever got a hold of this journal, they're gonna be like, "The fuck is wrong with this person?"
Hey,
Yeah, but more along the lines of if someone walks up and one of the enemies gets it, they're not going to be like, "Oh, this guy's investigating our secret things." This guy's just a crazy person.
Fryo's probably very much glad that he allowed Nora to be a thing because she's been like a highlight already.
Oh yeah, I'm also excited that you're paying for this.
Wait, what? I'm paying for it?
Oh yeah, as the ambassador, you probably get this for free.
He's like, I don't even eat food, but okay.
All right. Well, as your meal is over, you do get handed a bill.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So luckily, y'all didn't get anything overly expensive. The total price, even for an Olive Garden, this is exceptionally cheap. It's ranging around almost $60.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, 2 people ate $60 worth of food.
Well, it's Boston, so it's gonna be more expensive.
She,
Like out here, that would be like, I guess like in half, like $30.
she looks down at it and it's like, you human. And your food.
You robot have the money.
She, puts, Emo's information.
She just, charge this person. Hands it to the guy.
Basically, she put it on Emo's tab. Not hers,
Okay.
Emo.
Got it. So her master now
Right to the
has a tab at
IOU.
Olive Garden in Boston, never having been to Boston before.
The very next day, you get a call from Imo. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. It's like, hey, Emo. I don't own money because you didn't give me any. And to Olive Garden, and then forced to pay for Olive Garden. So, there's your bill.
To be fair, the 2 people you're paying for saved your life, so at least it
That-
was Olive Garden.
Well, one of you did. The other one kind of was tripping a bunch, and then
Hey, he distracted it long enough for you to get away.
yeah. No, you did. You did like you're the one that we made it out of there. We would have totally.
I got really lucky.
I got
Alright, so
unlucky.
the waiter who you just handed this information to kind of reluctantly takes it. You're able to go ahead and convince him to go ahead and put a tab on on Mr. Mo even though they normally don't do tabs.
But famous
So-
dignitary who's been in the news.
Not really overly famous, but is known enough, kind of thing.
She's known as being groundbreaking, and MO is.
Yeah, she's less known for her emissary standings as much as he's known for just being advanced technology.
But MO is incredibly.
Right. So now I look over at Danny and I say, "Well, kid, I hope you enjoy your evening. You probably should get back to your parents."
Yeah.
And I look over at Golden and I say, "So, this laboratory you mentioned, would it happen to have a place where a human could sleep?"
Do you think the laboratory would, DM?
Well, I mean, it would probably have a few places for scientists to be able to crash if they decide to work overnight.
I believe so. Yes.
Well, with what happened today and the fact that currently we don't know 100% what happens and if they're targeting people who were at the convention when that came down, I suggest that I spend the
He's
night
dead.
at your laboratory. The kid, I really can't force him away from his parents, but he'll have his parents there to protect him.
2 robots and 1 man. 3 robots.
Hell, man.
One man-looking like thing.
One man, 3 robots.
It's the
Oh
third
my.
robot.
High voltage silver, the brother.
Okay, awesome. Get to meet your brother. This is gonna be great. It always ends well. Okay.
High voltage is rather calm. High voltage is pretty much like someone like on the extreme level of the autism spectrum.
Okay. So the name is ironic.
What do you mean?
Well, typically high voltage would be someone who's very not calm at all times.
Yeah.
So he's
No,
high
it's
voltage, but he's calm.
High voltage is basically because he's literally cracked. Like,
So he's never calm.
well, no, he's literally cracked electricity.
Ah, okay. My character would
Literally.
like that, considering most of his powers involve controlling electricity.
But yeah, he is very much calm, antisocial, also OCD, and he just kinda only has his goal of defending.
Okay. Well, I'm
He's
going
more
to
social
walk,
than Golden is.
yeah, I'm going to walk confidently into the lab without any context, being a strange person in his territory, and just say, "Hello, I'm a friend of your sister. I'm going to sleep here."
Literally points out floor and lays down.
Perfect. It's better than where I was sleeping.
Fortunately, Voltage would see his sister walk in, quote unquote sister, within 10 seconds. So,
Ask for confirmation.
yeah. She just
Alright,
goes,
so-
"Oh, no, that's not what she'd do.
Alright, so this is a pretty good wrapping up point. So how did everyone enjoy it?
That was fun.
Definitely interesting.
I have to say, that's probably the best start I've ever had to. But
Alright, so we'll go ahead
can't-
and meet up. Oh,
I was saying, I can't think of a campaign I've started with that was more enjoyable.
You guys have any graphics or any images, or if you would like to be camera for the stream, let me know so I can get it set up for next week.
I'll probably,
Mm,
assuming I'm not sick next week too.
But even
Fingers
just like
crossed.
an image of the lion by yourself, if you'd like to do that, so I can have a character icon for her, or just stuff like that. If you'd like to have it put on the stream, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I might do a little what's the word? D&D tokens. I might do a token of her so you can just put that on like in the right corner of Golden's image.
Perfect.
Or Danny's, considering Danny demands the kidnap.
Well, the two of you are next to each other, so I could very easily just put her right in the middle.
Yeah.
just kind of have her a little her little token slide one towards one side or the other,
Yeah.
That's about
depending on
right.
this current situation.
And then one day it ends up beside Watson, and everyone is.
Yep. Well, it's been a fun night, but both in-game and in real life, I'm about to crash. I'm assuming
dang.
I could find some sort of soft thing to pass out on.
Yeah, there's bed. Yeah, I took my medication, my
Oh,
sleeping
a
pill.
bed? Holy crap. That's an
It's not the
upgrade.
most Yeah, it's not the most comfortable of beds, but it's a bed.
For my character, that is that is like, it might as well be a king-sized feather top. Last time he was in a bed was 3 weeks ago in a crappy motel.
And High Voltage and Golden both plugged themselves in, and also, but before that, they obviously plugged in Nora.
All right.
Golden and Voltage always plug in Nora first. Golden helps Voltage plug himself in, and then she plugs herself in.
All right. And as Danny gets home for the evening, his parents are a little bit worried about the slight scuffs that he has now. But they don't seem to
Where?
be-
What scuff?
From when you jumped down from the stairwell.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Ooh. Oh, no.
They're slightly worried about it, but they're not overly concerned. It's like one of those boys will be boys kind of situations.
Oh, thank
God,
God.
God, I hate that type of stuff, though. The boys will be boys.
Oh wait, you still have a press badge on your shirt, I'd like to point out.
Oh, God. I hope they don't notice it.
Or
I
maybe
know,
that'd be
I'll
a good
roll-
thing. That'd be a good
Let me
thing,
roll
actually.
sneaking.
Just say you got a new job at the paper.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
that
That
got
would give
call.
you an excuse to not be home at certain times.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dad doesn't really notice it, but Mom does. As he does ask.
Oh
you.
God, she's gonna ask me a million
You're gonna
questions.
be a photographer for the local paper and take pictures of yourself. Anyway, Man Spider. There, that would be perfect. You would take pictures of Man Spider for the local paper and J. Jonah Jameson. Anyway, or G. Jana Jane, whatever.
And the Man Bat.
Yeah.
And the man bat.
Out of character, Spider-Man and the Daily Bugle is actually things in this universe.
But not in Boston. He will be Boston. He'll be Man
Is
Spider.
Batman a good thing, or do we only have Man Bat and Man Super?
By the
Man
way,
Bat
do
is
you know
DC.
Do you know who Man Spider is?
I know it's an
Wait,
isn't that
actual
just-
thing.
Isn't that Peter Parker?
Man
Yeah.
Bat thing?
Man Bat is a
Man-
thing. It's a genetically modified scientist and is canon in
Yeah.
the Batman universe.
And also in the Spider-Man universe.
Oh, right. Just like the lizard. They had a whole bunch of those.
Yeah, and then also Man Spider is Peter Parker when his mutations get out of control.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, I recognize Man
you
Bat.
just
now
take Dark Spider-Man's name. But anyway, you get the point. Like, you're using
Yeah,
it
I
as
know
an
what you're
excuse
saying,
to be
but-
not at home.
So after Mom asked me a million questions, cause that's what moms do.
She just wants to make sure we're safe.
I was like,
Also,
yes, Mom, I'm safe.
In your
Got a new job.
in your back pocket, you find my card.
Oh, good, good.
How did that get there? No one knows.
No one.
No.
knows.
That I would have given it to him while we were in the taxi, most likely.
Yeah, I was just joking because you never stated it. Alright, so yeah, let's go ahead and call this a wrap-up point. Once again, I do want to thank everyone who participated in this campaign, this session. I once again do hope that you all enjoyed it, and as I stated, this will probably at some point make it to YouTube once I just get done editing and all that.
Yep, and this will also be on YouTube uncut on my channel, BK Stacker 88. I'd like to thank FryoKnight for being our gracious DM, Davey J0NES, and Golden WW, aka Jen, for being in this amazing group. So everyone, I wish you all the best of luck and see you next time.
Alright.
So when are we
And,
playing next?
We will probably start around the same time next week.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Oh, I got to turn the music back on. Almost was an idiot. All the music today provided by Tabletop Audio. Okay. Right, okay. Now, this button. And we're ready to go. So, Genevieve, if you want to tune in, you can go up in the chat a little bit and you'll see my stream thing. And you can join in and then you'll be able to see. I've even got some helpful icons for characters that let us see whose turn it is, do the alter egos, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Where is it? Like what chat?
It's in Marvel
up
chat
on
here.
the Marvel chat. So
No.
it has like a big snowman face. That's my Twitch.
Yes, because somebody decided to go ahead and bury it underneath a lot of random dice rolls.
This is the Strand channel you are currently on if you're watching the stream. Also, Davy Jones just replied, but apparently is not watching the stream. That's good. I didn't know that was possible. Awesome.
Well, it might take it a moment to realize that your stream is back up, so...
Give it a second. So, anyway. So, Fryo, our Lord and Savior, are we ready to start now?
Video is either unavailable or not supported in this.
I think it's like exit and reload. Like literally just watch something else and then watch me.
Right.
Yep, it's working for me. I see it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see it now.
About a 10-second delay.
Alright. And is Davey still here?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, that's a shame.
Alright. So, everyone is currently ready at 420, correct?
Yes.
And it does change to 421, so joke has been lost.
We had a short time to blaze it.
Alright, so I'm just going to go over some information for that's going to be applicable to everyone once I remember to start recording myself. Okay. So, of course, I'm going to go over everyone first. So, I'm FryoKnight. I'm going to be the GM for this session. We also have BK Stacker 88. We have Davy Jones, who just clicks. And we
I'm sorry. Playing with the pen.
I mean, BK didn't even reply, so...
Yep, I'll
And then-
focus on getting the audio correct.
And then we also have Gene, or also known as Regal.
Gene?
Jen.
Jen.
Why do I keep on saying Gene? Jen. I'm sorry. We have Jen, who is also known as Regal on Discord here. And I'll go ahead and cover a little bit of backstory. So, mutants and other people, people of power, or not power, people with power is normally the term, are shunned in this universe. They are it's frowned upon for people to be able to use their powers, as it is been stigmatized by the Second Great War. During the Second Great War, there was a difference in history compared to our own. During the Second Great War, Germany was actually winning the war for the majority of the war, with the exception of Russia, who developed a new experimental quote-unquote bioweapon, which they applied to animals. This bioweapon would genetically alter animals in order to be able to give them enhanced abilities or additional powers. This would be ranging from them just being physically stronger or more agile to them being able to breathe fire or generate electricity. Germany had taken the opportunity to steal this same technology that let the Russians be able to create these mutant animals, with the idea that came into Hitler's head. Hitler was planning on making a superior Aryan race, basically being able to give them godlike abilities so that way they can be able to rule unmatched and get even closer to perfection. So Germany had gone ahead and started experimentation using the same methods on humans, creating the first super soldiers of this universe. The war raged on for a good additional 20 years, with Germany and Russia being the two main powers, and Russia eventually overcoming, not because of military might, but because of how unethical Germany was treating their mutant soldiers, who eventually realized they didn't have to serve for Germany because they are much more powerful in most cases than the army they were fighting for. So they would either defect to other powers or just defect just completely defect. They would try to leave the military scene, going to other countries for shelter. Fast forward to present day, people still have a stigma to people with powers due to that initial testing that Adolf had originally done in order to create humans with these powers. It's a kind of a, I don't know how to explain it off the top of my head. I'm a little tired, I'm sorry. But it is normally frowned upon, but our heroes will be going to a convention that is a first of its kind. Some unknown benefactor had actually went and built a large convention center specifically just to host a convention for those of power. It is currently labeled the SPC, Superpower Convention.
Oh.
It is currently being hosted in Boston. So whoever wants to first introduce their character can go ahead and do so now.
I guess I can go first. So my character's real name is Watson. He was a member of the race of Inhumans and humanoid aliens known as the Inhumans, ironically enough. He is a friend of the Watcher a little bit. The Watcher tasked him with going to Earth and investigating some disturbances outside of his view, were involving some of these superpowered beings disappearing. And so I've been tasked, so I infiltrated the Earth by becoming a private detective, going case to case, seeing a whole bunch of cases like this, and now my cases have led me to Boston. Yeah, it's about my character currently. His alter ego is Sherlock Holmes, a lightning-powered detective.
Okay. Let's see. How about you, Jen? Do you want to go next?
Well, I mean that I'm the only other one since Davey's muted.
Oh,
So Golden Whirlwind is my character. She's as pretty obvious by the name. She's totally not a retronaut, by the way. She is a humanoid robot, and she has existed for maybe like 5 to 6 years only. Like realistically, hasn't lived that long. She was created by Dr. O.M. Taro, one of the last creation so far made by O.M. Taro as well. She was made for diplomacy, and she was also made for defense.
all right. And as for you, Jen,
Mm-hmm.
the party that you know.
Oh, also I have a robotic lion because that was the last thing made before my brother.
All right. So, the politician that you are in contact with, her name is Miss Margaret Thompson.
Miss Margaret I love it.
She also is known to go by Gretchen. And she is currently one of the few members of the board for Superpowered.
Miss
She
Margaret.
i- Miss Margaret Thompson. Bleh.
Miss Margaret Thompson also goes by Gretchen.
Yeah. She is a part of the board for the Superpowered, which is basically an emissary group for trying to get more rights and accessibility for people who have superpowers, and basically trying to get them into things like firefighting, basically actual hero work, trying to get them in a better light.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if Davey wants to go ahead and
Sure, I can go ahead. Sure. So my character is Flair. He is a new mutant. He's 17 years old. He's kind of wary because of the way superheroes and mutants are viewed. But he definitely wants to go to this superhero convention. His real name is Danny Rios, and he still lives with his parents. So he's kind of juggling high school, making sure his parents don't find out he's a mutant, and finding out more about the superhero community. So he's kind of juggling all these things at once. And so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so we go ahead and start off our adventure. So, let me think. First thing we're gonna go ahead and introduce is Golden Whirlwind, since they would technically be one of the first people to the convention, being sent as an emissary for the board of the Superpowered.
And also as representation or to kind of show off for O.M. Taro.
That is correct. So you would arrive to the convention maybe a few days early. It is a very, very vast and open center. They have it is a 3-story building with very thick support beams going down either side of the building in order to, of course, hold up the multiple floors. And when I say thick, they are easily maybe 5 feet in radius.
Yeah.
From what looks like just pure concrete.
Well, it doesn't look like I'll have to worry about Nora eating anyone. Enough space for her.
There is a few. The bottom floor is the most open of the floors that you can see. There's is currently a few people who have arrived early and just exploring the convention center as it is. There's a few shops that have already been set up by people who are selling like costume making and basically gadget, tinkering with gadgets, modifying weapons. Though some of these shops seem a little bit iffy, in your opinion.
A little bit iffy, but... Ugh. 1 second, I need to grab my glasses because I'm having... Ugh. Have I been permitted to bring Nora with me?
You have been permitted to bring Nora, but basically it's a short lease kind of situation. You have to keep very close eye on Nora because even though she is one of the most advanced robotic animals that M.O.
M.O. Taro?
Yeah, M.O. Taro. I was trying not to say the actual name. But
What? Who's Tiomara? Who are you talking about?
yeah, but seeing as it was one of the most advanced robotic life forms before the humanoid ones, it was permitted to bring it, but still, it's a little bit...
Distrusted.
Yeah, it's still distrusted, even in a community where everyone has powers that you're currently going to be in. It's still kind of one of those where, because it's a large lion, so.
Wow,
Even if it's obviously
I didn't know he was a large lion. I thought he was a small little kitty cat. Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. Golden has him Golden has her very close, to her at all times, even though she knows that, that Nora is a threat. Does one open up, produce a bouquet of flowers?
That was a Leonardo da Vinci lion reference. Sorry.
Oh.
Was it da Vinci who made the lion? I forget.
I honestly don't remember. It's been a while since I've studied that, but back to the campaign. So on the second floor, it's mostly shops and a few convention rooms on these floors. Like they had specific shops, like into the wall kind of thing, almost like a miniature mall. That a lot of them already have little reserve signs set up.
Mm-hmm.
So these are most likely the ones where people had opted in to get this space in order to set up a shop.
Yeah.
A few of the convention rooms are fairly large, but not nearly as large and open as the base floor. And of course, they're mostly meant for those who are going to be speaking. There had been a few high-profile names kind of floating about that will be attending this convention, including people such as Pseudo-Man.
Okay.
Pseudo-Man is a hero, but nobody really knows who his powers is, or what his powers are. I don't know why I said
So he's like a celebrity who's famous, but no one actually understands why.
Correct. Yeah, there's Pseudo-Man. And then there's also another hero who will be attending who's fairly popular at the moment, who just goes by Sam.
Very, very in-depth name there.
Yeah.
Really to the heart.
They don't really hide their identity, but people don't really know where they go after they finish helping out, so...
Interesting.
Because they don't wear an obvious costume or anything. It's just They are there whenever there's trouble, and then they're gone when there's not trouble.
Yeah. Interesting.
So a lot of people are excited to be able to meet some of these big name vigilante heroes who would normally just stay in hiding due to police berating them. But from what sources have it, this benefactor has managed to pay off the police for the most part in order for them to turn a blind eye to the convention so these people can show up and be able to just intermingle with other people of powers.
Yeah.
Alright, so is there anything you would want to do in particular for the next day or so before the convention starts up?
Not particularly. Golden isn't much for just idling around. Or is a sucker for idling around and just not doing anything super.
Alright,
Oh.
so you're not gonna try to talk to anyone that's there, or that you're just gonna basically investigate the area and wait until the convention picks up?
Never mind. That's a good point. I didn't think of. Who is here so far? That's major.
None of the major names have shown up just yet. Most likely them still being weary about the whole entire thing as a whole. At the most part, there's about maybe 20 or 40 people that have shown up. They haven't really shown any excessive powers or such. There have been some people who are still waiting at the registry that's at the very front gate.
Okay.
You being a robot, you were just let in without having to go through registry because they already knew what your powers were. Anybody who is just showing up or at least known to have powers have to go through the registry at the front gate.
Ooh, that sucks. No, she's just gonna scope it out and wait.
Alright, so you're just gonna wait for the day?
Yeah, only thing is she'd let others approach her and talk to them, but not the other way around right now. Just in case.
Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and just kind of fast forward to the next day. Luckily, Golden Whirlwind doesn't have to worry about sleep too much. Just making sure that you're close enough to a charging station.
Yeah.
So
I don't die.
next day, early morning, around 7 a.m., the bus comes. It pulls into the driveway. There's a lot of vehicles already parked out front as people are starting to show up for this convention.
Yeah.
On this bus, we have Flair, and we have Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna mess that up a lot.
What's his name?
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh my god.
You can thank Andy Farron for that one. If you're
I
watching this
love
for some reason, Andy, thank you.
Beautiful. I love it.
His alter ego is Watson.
The pug.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that both of y'all are showing up in
And
power
Watson.
or in costume.
Oh, Watson is not. Watson is full detective at this point. He is not.
Danny is half and half. Like, he still has, like, his civilian clothes on, but he's got his mask on, and his glasses are, like, covering his eyes. So,
Okay, so-
The only thing is, trying to like make yourself stay safe, you would want to stay in the costume opposed to going as a civilian, since it is a superhero costume. So if it was like just a ding thing, they now know who you are out of.
Who said I'm entering as a superhero?
I believe it's superheroes only, is it not?
I would
No,
assume members of the press can go in.
Members of the press can go in, but photography and video is not allowed.
Good, I don't own a camera.
Basically, they're allowed to go in for interviews and such, but they can't be taking unsolicited pictures.
Excellent.
Nice.
Okay.
So, as the bus had pulled in and opened up, people have already started unloading from the bus into the fairly large parking lot. This parking lot takes up almost a good 8 acres of land. It is a very large parking lot.
Oh.
Like, whoever the benefactor for this was, they expected a lot of people to show up. Despite how, like, basically oppressed people with powers are.
Huh.
So how does sneak work in this system?
Sneaking is based off of your agility.
I want to see if I can get past without registering.
Alright, so you're heading up to the convention center. You want to get past without registering yourself.
Yes.
Alright. So the first die roll of the game. So people who are unfamiliar with the system, this does not use the standard D20 rolls. Instead, we use a D100. And based off...
Percentile die.
Okay, that is correct. Based off of what you have rolled depends on what you're able to do. So,
And you can keep track of all the die rolls and all
Like
the comments
me,
on the
though.
left side of the screen.
Percentile dice don't like me, so like get ready for a lot of bad roll.
Nat 1, Nat 1,
But I was-
Nat 1.
Alright, so go ahead and roll me a D for agility.
All right.
Alright,
bad.
so
Boring. That's not a nat one.
alright, so you managed to sneak past pretty effectively. You
Oof.
think you might have bumped into somebody, one of the guards who was sitting at the gate while you're sneaking by, but they didn't seem to take notice. Probably assumed one of the tourists who's coming into. Basically, like there's two sections. There's the attendee, and then there's the non-powered section.
Hmm.
Well,
Okay.
you snuck around through the attendee entrance because they have a lot more security over in the non-powered section. They are actually doing a lot more thorough investigation to see if these people actually have no powers as they're proclaiming.
Yeah.
One thing you do notice is that some people who are going through the attendee are asked to wear a special cuff or collar depending on what their powers were based off of.
Ooh.
That makes sense though. Because you don't want someone walking around who has powers in certain places.
So once you sneak past, you're inside the convention center. It's getting a little packed. There's still a lot of breathing space at the moment, but seeing how many cars are parked outside and how long the lines are already starting to get early in the morning, you expect that it's going to be pretty packed here in a couple of hours.
Quick question: are people of like giving me a lot of room because I have a lion and also just a giant foot too?
There's still enough room for people to give you breathing space without really worrying, but you have noticed that some people will proactively kind to avoid your general area.
It must. What?
You're not sure if it's because you're a robot or if you have a giant lion also walking by your side.
Who also is a robot?
It's kind of hard to tell if people are going to be thinking about that. They just see a lion, even though it has a metallic sheen. It's a lion.
Well, it has metallic, but it all has just like with Golden herself, it does have like rigs and grooves and the robotic socket and little panels and everything.
Alright, Sherlock Holmes, you're currently standing in line.
Oh, no. I would have stolen a press pass from someone, either through chicory or just straight out stolen. Or they would have given it to me from the department. And I would walk up to wherever the press entrance is and just show them the pass and walk in.
Alright, so you're walking through the press entrance?
Yep.
Alright, so the press entrance is actually in the same area as the non-powered section. It's kind of in a middle area, so
Okay.
you go up as you're heading up. You get kind of a funny look from one of the guards who come by and stop you. It's like, sir, are you coming in through the correct entrance?
Yes, I believe I am, sir. I have this press pass, and I'm a member of the Journal Integrity. I'm a member of the Daily Planet. I'm here to interview some individuals, including the two famous people who are showing up this evening.
Alright, can I please see your pass, sir? He
Yes, of course.
holds out his hand.
Hands in the pass.
He takes the pass and he looks at it for a good bit of time. Looks back up at you. He still seems to be questioning if you're telling the truth or not. Can you please go ahead and roll me a reasoning feat?
Okay, reason. So, okay. Did I do that correctly? Yes, I did. 23 with excellent in reason.
Alright. He continues to give you a very stern staring as he looks back down at the pass.
Does this look like a normal human?
Yes, it looks like a normal human. And you're extremely pale compared to him.
Yes, I am.
So, he gives you another glance and is like, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to go through the superpowered entrance.
I'm gonna put a hand on his shoulder and just be like, I really don't think that's gonna be necessary, and go full mind control.
Ooh, okay. So go ahead and roll on your mind control ability.
12 with an E16. Dang, this is not going well for me.
He
Actually-
brushes off your hand.
Actually, I do have to pick which mode I was attempting to do.
That is correct.
Let's see. There's make him black out. There's take control of his body, or there is what's the third one again? Let me just look at the thing real quick.
I think the third one is suggestion.
Probably was gonna go for suggestion.
Alright. Well, as you have already rolled for that, he looks at you as you set your hand on his shoulder. He quickly brushes off your hand, and you can see him reaching for his side. If you look down at his side, he has a baton, or just kind of like resting on his hip against his belt. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to go through the powered section, he says in a much more aggressive tone.
How many other guards are nearby?
Yeah. There is currently 5 other guards nearby, and his raised tone has grabbed the attention of 2 other guards.
As much as I want to take them all out, I'm just gonna back up. Let's see. I'm not a mutant. I am, so I'm actually kind of curious. I will back up and try to lose them.
Alright, so you're just going to go back into... Basically, you're just going to go and mingle back into the line, huh?
Yep, mingle back into the crowd.
Alright. Once you step back away from the entrance and you get lost into the crowd, they don't seem to give too much interest in trying to follow you. They probably assume that you actually listened to what they told you to do and head over to the other entrance.
Okay. I'm trying to think what I have at my disposal in terms of espionage. Put it this way, I'm thinking if this is anything like standard abilities, I'm going to go through the super powered entrance.
Alright, so you head over to the superpower entrance. The line is fairly long compared to the non-powered line.
I'm gonna talk to the person in front of me.
The person in front of you, as you started just talking to them without any really rhyme or reason, looks back at you, questioning, like they give you a questioning look.
Oh, I'm just
From
like,
their
hey, I was wondering, what brings you to this lovely conference, ma'am? Or sir, or whatever. Polite conversation.
Alright, so as they turn to give you look at you, they have fairly bright skin. Like their skin is vibrant. They are wearing mostly just a hood to cover the rest, like their view from the sides, but their skin is almost a soft yellow. It's like, oh, I'm here to just kind of figure out what's going on. I've heard a lot about this in the news.
Ah, yes. Fair enough. Do you happen to know what's up ahead? What kind of checkpoint they're running?
They turn back around for a moment, looking back up towards the front of the line. Turn back to you. It's not much. From what I've heard, they're just asking you to fill out a paper saying your powers, and they give you a special bracelet or necklace or something like that, depending if you have quote-unquote dangerous powers.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, this should be interesting. Why not? Let's just proceed ahead.
Alright, so you wait in line for a good 10 to almost 15 minutes, as it seems to be going by fairly fast. You did notice there's been a few altercations up front. There was one person who was refusing to wear the collar that was offered to them. They were quickly shot with what looked like a stun gun, and then removed off of the premises.
Electrical stun gun?
You cannot tell what kind of stun gun it was, but you assume that it may have been electrical.
Okay.
Alright. It doesn't take very long for it to become your turn up in line. As you step up to the desk, there's already paperwork sitting in front of you. Thick stack of paperwork. You're assuming that it's just a pile of the forms for you to be able to fill out, and they just slip it to the next one. On the forms, as you approach, you can already see it's just a very simple list. They ask what your powers are, how did you get your powers, and how long have you had your powers.
Okay. I'm going to walk up. I'm going to say energy absorption. Pretty much my entire life after I...
The attendant who's sitting at the desk in front, on the opposite side of the table, just slightly taps on the table, trying to draw your attention back down to the forms.
Yeah, I'm writing on the forms as we speak.
Okay. Well, you stated that you said.
Sorry, I'm writing energy absorption gotten after a chemical exposure on in Paris. That's about it, honestly. Oh, energy beam, low intensity. Same exact exposure. That's what I'm
Okay.
reporting.
That's all you're putting down?
Yep.
Okay, so as you set down your writing utensil, the other attendant quickly picks up the form and starts to go over it. And they ask you, is this all your powers? Please be truthful about this.
That's all of my powers that would be considered dangerous. Everything else is just slightly higher ability to be punched in the face. Yeah, that's about it. I can shoot a small little beam of energy that does almost no damage, and I can absorb some energy, but that's about it.
They give you a glance real quick.
I didn't get much.
It-
I didn't get lucky. Those chemicals didn't give me much.
They give you a quick glance. You can give a little. You can feel a little bit of hesitance in their stare at you.
You can see
They're
that
not
my
sure if they-
character looks really weak. Like he has a poor strength. He just looks like this slim runt of a guy.
Yeah, like this person doesn't quite believe you, but he just waves you on past.
No wristband, no neckband.
Nope, he did not offer you a band.
Oh, as he walks by, I kind of look sad. Like I was hoping to get some cool jewelry. Walk away.
All right, they don't seem to pay any attention to your soft mumbles as you head your way into the convention as well.
Alright, so I'm in the convention. I'm gonna look around.
Alright, so we have the detective looking around. Is there anything else anyone else wants to declare?
The only thing I'm looking for is any of the dignitaries that were supposed to be there. Because that would be the people who I'd be looking to protect.
Nobody of major importance has been known to show up as of yet. Of course, it's hard for people to be able to say if Sam has shown up or not because the way he comes and goes is kind of mysterious for a lot of people. As for Placebo Man, people are saying he was scheduled to arrive later in the convention.
Okay.
And then other big name heroes, it was never confirmed or denied if they were going to be able to show up or not.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Alright. Is there anything that Davey or
Yes, I would like to be going to all the different booths and looking at all the different costume makers, and yeah, that's where I'm going to be at. I want to get like business cards and stuff.
Alright. So as you're going from booth to booth, you can see some of them are really packed. Like, you can see some very intricate costumes with interlacing and basically the people who are at these booths spouting out different things about how they're super elastic and can also are power resistant. Like, they emphasize on the power resistance and able to, like, these costumes are able to withstand any person's power, be it from setting themselves on fire to just outright exploding.
Ooh. Are there any mutant booths? You might want to go there too.
What do you mean by mutant booths?
Society for Mutants, or like I don't know, like a group for mutants to meet and stuff.
Alright. So there is a few booths that you've heard about where there are people who are trying to basically set up small community groups that are meant to be more supportive of mutants and helping with possibly learning more about their powers or keeping their powers under control. There is 2 of these booths up on the 2nd floor.
Okay, so I guess after getting all the costume people's business cards and brochures, I guess I'll make my way up to the 2nd floor and I guess listen in to whatever it is that the community people are talking about.
Alright, so you walk off of the 1st floor with about 8 or 9 different cards. They have ranging prices. Like, some of these people are asking almost tens of thousands of dollars just for a what looks like simple costume, but they proclaim that it will resist everything. Like, it would even exist past the end of time by what they were spouting out. And there's a few of them that are, of course, lower quality, but they also have a lot lower price expectancy, with only being about maybe $1,000 tops. It's not something
Ooh.
that you probably be getting anytime soon, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind.
Okay. That works.
As you get up onto the second floor, you do notice that the shops are starting to fill in a little bit. You can still see people are getting set up. There was even one shop that you passed by as you're heading over to one of the first of the two society groups, where this guy was like, he was very fast. He was basically zipping back and forth, setting up equipment. Things that look like, it's really hard to even explain what it looked like. A lot of it was nuts and bolts, a lot of technology.
Okay.
As you get closer, you can start hearing a lot of loud talking. You can see a group of people sitting in front of one of the booths, and it's one of the society booths. And basically, they're saying that mutants and other people of power need to stick together and be able to learn how to work with their powers, and that all this oppression that's being set upon them was unjust and unfair. It's like,
the benefactor, this is not going to end well. Okay.
Wait.
All right. And do I get to hear what the other guy was saying?
the other booth is basically on the opposite side.
Oh, okay. So I guess if I can, I'll hear him for a little bit, and then I'll go to the other side and hear the other guy speak.
Alright, so as you're sitting there and listening, you see a decent crowd of people kind of getting around, signing up for additional benefits, though it's never really declared what these benefits are. Mostly them just putting down contact information, so that way they have people to be able to talk to about their powers in certain situations. There was also a few people who were going up and asking if they could get training to be able to either use their powers at a better capacity or just straight up hide their power.
That's at the first booth?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I'm wondering if I should leave my cell phone with them. Do they have like any brochures or cards or anything I could yank?
There is a brochure that's on, near the speaker against the table. It's a little bit crowded at the moment as people are currently going up there to grab brochures as they're listening to the speaker. But you can see yourself managing to get up there and grabbing one real quick.
Awesome.
Are there
Okay,
Alright, go ahead.
me?
Yes.
Are there any like obvious robots walking around?
There are a few obvious robots walking around. Some of them are a lot less humanoid looking than yourself. Like, one second. My headset
Like-
was messing up for a moment.
Like really robot?
Yes, like this person, or you can't even really call them a person at this point because they did not look humanoid at all. They looked like a giant cube. Like someone had just set a box on this person and painted it silver with all sorts of random bits and pieces poking out from the sides.
Oh, I
They
need to go
weren't even-
talk to. I said I'm gonna need to go talk to this.
So you decide to go and talk with the cuboid robot?
Of course I will. Sorry to cut you off sentence, but I mean that's awesome.
Alright, as you walk up to this robot and begin to try to start a conversation with them, you quickly realize you really can't understand what they're saying. They seem to be speaking in some sort of language you don't understand. Lots of buzzing and click sounds.
Golden just turns her head and is like, I'm sorry, I do not compute what you are trying to communicate with me.
the robot once again makes a bunch of clicks and buzzes. Almost sounds a little bit like a dial-up tone in the background. And then, after a moment, it just kind of sits there and looks at you in silence.
Well, with her head still turned, I apologize. I will what's the word? I will re-enter conversation with you once I can decipher what you are. Farewell.
As you say farewell, the robot almost instantly turns back to continue on its path.
What a pleasant thing, even though I don't have any clue what they were saying. Are there any other interesting figures in the robot number?
There's not very many robots at the convention at the moment. The few robots that you do see that are on their own is very few in number. You do see a few robots that are accompanied by other people, but some of these people are boasting about how they created the robots, though these robots that they created don't seem to have the same sense of sentience as yourself.
This is a shame. It would appear there are none like me. She just goes and sits down, her foot still clanging, and Nora still just quietly.
And of course, as you walk with this loud clank, people are making way for you.
This is good news. I am pleased that you are giving me room.
Alright. So, Davey, you're wanting to make your way over to the other...
Yes, the other community. Yep, the other booth on the other side.
Alright, as you make your way to the other booth, there's a lot less people here. Like, you've been seeing people actively walking faster as they're passing this booth. There's only one person currently sitting at the top, and he's just yelling at the top of his lungs. Like, he has a table full of brochures and calling cards and all sorts of different little knickknacks that are on display with his information on it. And he's just spouting out about how that the superpower community is much greater than normal society, and how everyone needs to band together in order to usurp the government and all sorts of random wacky stuff.
Okay. Well, I'll take a brochure too, just to make him feel better.
You see a slight gleam in his eyes as he just sees you approaching his booth. He starts getting a little bit louder, and it's hard to say that he's getting louder because it sounded like he was already yelling at the top of his lungs. But as you're approaching, he yells out, "Thank you, brother, for supporting the cause. Please, go ahead, take any brochure you want. Hand them out if you need to." As you, of course, pick up the brochure.
And walk away.
Quickly.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll mill about on the second floor then. I have a decision to make which community I want to join.
Alright, so you're just going to be walking around the shops on the second floor?
Yep.
Okay. As you're walking along the second floor, you did notice that there's a staircase towards the back of the floor that leads up to a third floor, but nobody seems to be going up there at the moment, so...
What's on the third floor? Are there any guards or anything, or?
No, there's no guards or anything. It just, nobody's been going up there.
Let's see what's on the third floor.
Alright. As you're heading up the staircase, you can hear a little bit of like loud sound coming from the upper floor, just kind of echoing through the staircase. Light explosions, a little bit of like flashes of light coming from the top.
Maybe they're getting fireworks set up or something.
So do you continue going up the staircase?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound. There's just lights and it sounds like explosions, but
All right.
the building isn't shaking. It doesn't sound like anything menacing is going on. Yeah.
As you start going up the staircase, the sound gets exceptionally louder as you're going up the staircase towards the open door on the top floor. As you turn that corner, there was a flash of light. As you see two people sparring using their powers up on this floor. One of them is shooting out what looks like small balls of energy that explode on contact with a surface. You can see scorch marks all over the walls and the floor and ceiling of this room, which seems to be coated in big black thick tiles. The other person is just teleporting around. Every time there's a flash of light, you can see him for a brief glimpse before he disappears once again, while the next little explosive ball is hurled at him.
Okay.
So far that you can see, there's only 3 people up on this floor. The 2 sparring and 1 person who's sitting actually really close to the door, just watching.
Okay, I guess I'll go back down to the second floor then.
Okay. As you go back downstairs, you notice that the sound from the explosions is dampened quite a bit. They were really loud explosions when you're up on the top floor, so the building on the upper floor must be thickly insulated.
Okay. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Yes,
Alright.
So, last we checked with Watson. He was looking around. He's still in detective mode, so he's looking around. The main thing he's looking for is evidence of whoever the backer is.
Who the what is?
The backer, the person who's funding this thing.
Ah, okay.
Evidence in the architecture of the building. What's going on in terms of the materials the building's made out of? Is there a lot of metal?
So as you're going through the building, and just giving a general glance, the building, even though it was built in Boston, it seems to have more of a German design to it. Though a much more aesthetically pleasing German.
Okay.
Like the thick pillars have what looks like an additional layer of material coating on the outside compared to what possibly could be inside through what small cracks from people accidentally bumping into it with their powers.
So this thing could withstand a pretty massive punch.
Indeed. In fact,
how many windows?
there are not very many windows for this center. There's a few barred windows towards the back of the building, but you can probably assume that they're barred for security reasons because of the fact that they're trying to make everyone go through the front entrance for registry. And you do see a few fire exits.
They alarmed?
And you don't... From what you can tell, they are alarmed.
Interesting. I'm gonna head up to the second floor and look around for more evidence of who potentially made this building.
Okay, as you head up to the second entrance, you do let's see. Yeah, if you're heading up to the second entrance, there is a staircase that goes lower, but it is behind a locked door.
Ah, so there's a locked door that goes down to a basement level or the second floor.
That is correct.
I'm gonna stick with the second floor for now.
Alright, as you're heading up to the second floor, you do see that there's quite a few, like, indentions into the wall where the shops are meant to be set up. There's a good 4 or 5 shops, and then there's 2 speaking booths on either side of the floor.
Look around again, going up to the top floor, just seeing more convention center at this point.
Alright, as you're heading up to the staircase to the top floor, you hear minor explosions. You pass by what looks like a young gentleman who's wearing a thick hood as they're making their way down from the upper floor.
Okay. I'm gonna look for a dark place in the staircase, kind of away from prying eyes and cameras and the like.
Okay. The upper floor doesn't seem to be as well lit as the lower floors, but you do hear minor explosions coming from the upper floor as it goes. As you go further up, the explosions get quite a bit louder, and there's small flashes of light coming from the door upstairs. But you find a nice little spot that's kind of camped out about midway through the staircase.
Okay. I'm going to use the hat I'm wearing. It turns upside down. It switches the. Basically, it's how changing the outfits works. And I'm going to
Alright, so
Yep. And then I'm going to walk up the staircase in the blue outfit, if you will. Just kind of watch what's going on in upstairs. You there, friend?
1 second.
I'll take your time.
Yeah, I got a message from somebody on Twitch about the game being streamed.
Yep.
There's D&D labeling this as D&D instead of tabletop RPGs.
Is there a way to change that?
Yeah, they stated that they reported it for intentional miscategorization.
Oh no, my stream will be intentionally miscategorized. The negative $5 I was going to make today is gone. If there was an option to change it without shutting the stream down and restarting it, I would.
I mean, if you need to, we can pause for just a moment while you go and do